All right, welcome to New Agent Training. Happy Thursday, guys. We are going to have fun. We're going to make learning about insurance fun, believe it or not. So, a couple housekeeping items. So, first off, what I'm going to go through is invite each and every one of you to be a panelist. The last thing I'm going to be doing is talking to a screen all day. I want interaction. I want questions. I want your cameras on. I want you present. I want you to be here. If you are not going to be here, you can always watch the recorded version, right? There's a whole point that you're here. So let's turn on your cameras, accept this panelist invite. Oops, I didn't mean to hit that, Antonio. Ignore that. I meant this one. There we go. Promoted to panelist. Antonio Carlton Lewis, promoted to panelist. Chris Miller, you're in here twice. I don't know if that means you have two things on, but there you go. Chris Miller, Courtney Gore, Daisy Rivera, Daniel Nicholas, Elena Reyes, David Keller, Jessica Ochoa, Kara Marcus. I hope I said your name right. Maybe it's Kara. You can correct me. Letitia Marshall, Rocio Butler. Again, I hope I said your name right. Maybe it's Rockio. What a cool name. I'd like to have a name Rockio. Hi, I'm Rockio. Nice to meet you. All right, so if all of you guys can accept the thing, we're all here, we're present, we're gonna have a good time today. Hi, Letitia. Hi. Anyone that waves, I will say hi. Oh, Sarah Ashley, here we go. Promote to panelist. All right, so we have a couple people that have not accepted. You're about to get called out. We have Chris Miller, profile number 2. So maybe you're in here, profile number 1. Daisy Rivera, Daniel Nicholas, and Rocio Butler. Please accept. You will be left behind if you don't get to ask questions. If you're just stuck in an attendee, you're just going to be able to watch. You're not going to be interact at all. No questions, no nothing. So what's the point of attending, right? I'd sent one more invite to you guys. Let's hope you accept. Otherwise, let's get going. So you guys all have the ability to unmute yourselves anytime you want. Okay, but please don't. Okay, if you have a question, let's practice raising our hands, our virtual hands, not our physical hands, because by the way, on my screen, I can only see 5 of you at a time. I see Letitia, Courtney has a really beautiful background, but the face is not there. Sarah Ashley, Chris Miller, and Jessica Ochoa, those are the only 5 people I can see. So if you're on the continuing screen of people, I won't see you. So let's all raise our virtual hand. I'll let you figure out how to do that. It is on your screen. All right. Good job. So when you raise your hand, what that does is that lets me know you have a question. It moves you to the top. And then please allow myself or Michelle to finish talking or finish our sentence or finish our thought or finish our paragraph or finish the slide. Whatever it is that we're trying to finish, let us finish, please. And then we'll say, okay, what's your question? Then you will unmute yourself. And then you'll ask your question, okay? If you guys unmute yourself during the time, it causes reverb for us and other people on the screen, so please stay muted the entire time unless you have a question, and then unmute yourself once you're called on. Do you guys understand? You go? Everyone good? Okay. I am going to put my phone on D&D. All right. What else? Handouts, agenda. The agenda is it is a crash course. Now I get tons of questions. Oh my gosh, this went by so fast. Da da da. This is not the only training you're ever going to have. This is a crash course into the opportunity, how to talk to people, what to say on the phone, how to put products together, how to present the products, and then about commissions and what that looks like, what kind of life you can build being an insurance agent, right? You will get handouts, everything that we talk about. We're going to send you a link. It's in our Canva, and all you do is print it out. Okay. And then real quick note, if you guys are watching the recorded version of this, like say you're not here live and you join us we're doing new agent training today is May 14th, and our next new agent training is June, probably around June 18th. If you're watching between that time and you're joining us and you're not attending a live training, please let us know when you finish. because we don't know that you magically finish, right? We have steps. We have steps that you have to do. So if you finish this, but you don't let us know, you're just going to be in limbo. So you got to let Jorian know that you finished, and then we can get you a mentor, we can get you into Slack, and we can send you the Team Eco invite. All of you guys that are live here today, you'll get that all today. Well, not the mentor. The mentor happens tomorrow and Monday, but you will get Slack and you will get Team Eco and you will get the handouts today. But if you are watching in a recorded version, you will need to let us know that you finished. Okay? Next up, we're gonna get to know you guys. Let's see if there's anyone else hanging out in the attendee chat. Chris Miller, that's your second account. I see you on here in your first account. Is your second, where'd you go? Oh, you left? I'm so confused. All right, I'm gonna try again. So we're gonna promote to panelist, Chris Miller, promote to panelist, Daniel Nicholas. Daniel Nicholas has 2 profiles, and then Rocio Butler again. All
Chris
right,
was on his phone and laptop. He had to drop his kid off at school. So he
got
is
it.
in here, just
That
letting
makes
you know.
sense. Okay, cool. So what I would love for you guys to do is you're gonna type out, so get on your keyboard with your hands, and you're gonna type out all in one sentence without hitting enter, your name, how you heard about us, where you located, and what's your addiction. If you hit enter, it will go into the chat and it'll have your name on one line and then like eight entries down. It'll have how you, it's hard for us to put it together. So just don't hit enter, just use like a paragraph. My name is Jessie Park. I heard about Inspired in 2017. I'm located, right? So you guys do that and don't be shy. First one to enter it gets a shout out. So let's go. In the meantime, Michelle, if you want to tell them about yourself. So Michelle is my training assistant. She also helps the agency so much. Just you're just so helpful, Michelle. I'm so grateful to have you part of the team. She's just incredibly helpful. You'll see her live dialing. She teaches our CRM training. She is the one that you'll contact when it comes to marketing money. We'll get into that later. Yeah, Michelle, so let's start with you. Go ahead and tell them what you do.
Thank you for that introduction. Oh,
Oh,
wow. Okay,
you're
so
welcome.
so my name is Michelle with 1 L. Everybody seems to forget that. They like to spell it with 2, but it is 1. I promise it's not a typo. I heard about Inspired from Jessie. We've been colleagues, friends. Well, we've been friends since, gosh, 2015, something like that, when she used to work at her corporate job. I am currently located in Northern Ohio. I have many addictions. I should say obsessions instead of
Passion.
addictions.
Passion.
Passion. That will work. Yeah, that works better. Passion. I am a huge Harry Potter fan, so people call me a Potterhead. Our dog's name is Harry Potter. He has the scar like Harry Potter, and he's got 3 legs, so my daughter likes to call him the pupper that lived. Um, and yeah, that's pretty, that and coffee, I guess. Yeah.
Coffee.
Everybody,
Coffee
my
is all
passion.
of us. I'm drinking a blackberry coffee this morning.
Here.
I'm also randomly, I'm not in my, I'm not at home. I did new agent training in person yesterday in Orlando, Florida. And anytime we are in Orlando, I stay at my friend's house. I have a really good friend of the family, and I'm in her spare bedroom. You can't see, but I'm on a child's bed doing training from a child's bed today. So if you ever see me get down, I have to crawl back up. So it's fun. I'm gonna read some of you guys's. It's a very active class, so I'm really excited. You guys are not being quiet. Um, Let's see. Carlton Lewis, first one to go. I love it. Shout out to Carlton in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Heard about it from Cody Askins. Addiction is learning. I love that. My name, Kara is Kara. Please correct me if I'm saying it wrong. I saw you on YouTube. Addiction is shopping. Yes, I can
Sarah.
feel that. Kara. Okay. I have a cousin named Kara, and she's on the team too, so that'll be cool. Addiction is
Nice.
shopping. Yes, yes. Rocio, I see you raising your hand. I'll come to you in a second. Daisy, Miss Daisy Rivera from Sacramento, California. Heard about Jesse on YouTube. Sorry, someone hit enter in it. bumped it. Addicted to caffeine. Yes, ma'am. Sarah Ashley is Ashley enough. Oh, you go by Ashley. Okay. Heard about inspired from Dawn Foster. One of my other agents lives in League City, Texas. Addictions are running outside in brownies. They kind of counteract each other, don't they? Miss Letitia Marshall, heard about inspired by watching an interview on Cody Askins. Addiction is shopping, reading, and learning. We have Jessica Ochoa from Southern California, heard about inspired through a new friend of mine that used to be with the same company I am. Please let us know that friend, Jessica, because that friend will get a bonus, a small little for a friend bonus, which I'll go over with you guys here shortly, but we want to make sure they get that. Addiction is coffee and self-development. Antonio Dim Dimchevsky. Did I say it right? Dimchevsky. Yes. Okay, is heard about us through an interview on Cody Askins, located in Bradenton, Florida, but very soon relocating to Europe, where I'm going to work. How awesome. Addiction is coffee and cigarettes. I love it. David Keller found us on YouTube, bought my book. I love it, and is addicted to caffeine. Oh, Jessica. Oh, okay. Michael Garcia. Awesome. And I think that's everyone. Rocio, I saw that you opened your hand. I'm going to try to promote you to panelist again. I don't know what's happening, but it should go through. And then we have Daniel Nicholas, which I'm going to promote to panelists too. But we got to keep going, guys. We got to keep going. I'm going to tell you about myself now. And I also just want you guys to know one thing about me. I part of recruiting in this industry is showing everyone else how successful you are. Okay, and you will see that time and time again when you see other agencies, many agencies where, and I've been in the industry for 10 years now, right? So my home at HST is not where it's always been. I worked at US Health, I worked at Health Markets. Many of the recruitment tactics are very showy, very look at my money, look at my house, look at my car. And I just want you guys to know that that all stuff makes me cringe. I hate it. I hate, I just feel like, yes, you can build a really financially rewarding life, but it's not all about the money. So I am going to show you a couple slides here to show you about myself. And it's really just so you guys believe me and you know that I have some credibility in the business, but I don't like, I'm not a showy person. So I will tell you all of that stuff, but you're not going to see me really ever talk about it besides here. So I was recruited into the industry in August of 2016. That's when I got my license. So I'm very quickly approaching my 10-year anniversary. When I got recruited into the business, it was from a friend that had joined US Health, and she had started dialing, and she got a commission check, like one commission check from a couple clients, and it was like $3,000. And I was like, that sounds cool, but I'm too scared to quit my job. Let me know how it goes, right? And I was like rooting for her, and I call her, how many people you talked to today, da da da. Well, I ended up, funny thing enough, I ended up being let go literally 2 weeks later. And it was just like serendipitous. I didn't have any other prospects. I wasn't looking for a job. I had been there for several years. So it all came from like a very surprised place. And I ended up going on food stamps, unemployment, and getting my insurance license. And so I was just deathly afraid of, I was living paycheck to paycheck already, and unemployment in the state of Florida is only about $250 a week. So I knew I was quickly going to fall behind in bills. I was just very scared. So I got my insurance license in 4 days. It would have been three, but the Monday, so I got let go in August, and whatever Monday that holiday is, I think that, I don't know, that Monday was a holiday. And so the insurance licensing, that was, they were closed. So I got my license on a Tuesday, whatever that ended up being. Anyways, so I got my license and I joined US Health, which is a captive agency. I literally had no clue what I was doing. And I stumbled around US Health. I just tried. I tried so hard to be what they wanted, but they had one product and I did not like the way they treated people. If they got anyone on the phone and say that person had diabetes, you were instructed to hang up on them. Not even, offer them, hey, I can't help you, but go to this website, like nothing like that. Move on, hang up, go to the next call. And I just felt like there had to be a better way. There had to be a better way, products that you could offer to someone that you could literally help everyone. You don't have to turn anyone away and you don't have to be mean to people. So I then ended up at Health Markets. And Health Markets, I don't really have any bad thing to say about. They were great. I actually met a really great mentor there by the name of Barry Draper, who's since joined my agency here at HST. But Barry was pivotal in teaching me how to bundle. And I still to this day just really admire him and look up to him. And then I left, I had to say bye to Barry because I found HST and HST provides free leads. And that is still where I'm at to this day, 10 years later, is HST. So once I found the free lead system, I was like, okay. So what I learned at US Health was how to dial. What I learned at Health Markets was how to bundle. And I combined those two together with free leads, and I felt like that made me like an unstoppable beast. So we're into December of 2016. I still have only sold one policy in, what is that, 5 months. So you could say I pretty much sucked. I pretty much sucked. I sold one policy in 5 months, and I was nearing the end of my unemployment. It's only for 6 months, and I was desperate. So mix in dialing knowledge now, bundling knowledge, and desperation. And it was a perfect recipe for what made me who I am today. So I had a pact with myself that on January 1st of 2017, I was going to dial. And I was going to dial 400 to 600 a day, which is 8 hours. And if I could work 8 hours for the people that let me go, I could work 8 hours for myself. And I made that happen. So I did what I had to do. I had two children. They were both in school, little kids. And so I got up at 6 a.m. I took my son to his school. I took my daughter to her school. She had to be there at 8:15. And then I'd be at my desk at 9 a.m. Sometimes, for the very beginning, like first 4 months, I went to the public library because I was so used in the corporate world to get up, get dressed, drive somewhere, go sit down somewhere. And that's when you can focus, right? So I use the library as a stepping stone to learn self-discipline and consistency. And then I moved away from that model and I started working from home. And I by 9 a.m., I was locked and loaded, focused, ready to dial. I got up at 2, so I did a good 5 hours in the morning. I got up at 2 to go pick them up from school, would take them home, would help with homework, would make dinner, bath time. They were 13 and 15 at the time, so they weren't little, but they obviously weren't adults, right? And then around that age, they also had friends. So they didn't always want to hang out with me at night. So I was like, perfect, I'll dial. So I dialed from 6 until midnight. And I did that. That's 11 hours a day, by the way. I did that for a year and a half. And within 8 months, I wrote $1 million in business. And I want you guys to understand that for 5 months, I only wrote one app. But whenever I put my mind to it and I actually worked, I wrote $1 million in business in 8 months. Do you guys see the difference there? So I wrote $1 million in business in 8 months. I started recruiting friends and family. Just my very first recruit was someone off Facebook. She was like, dang, you look like you're happy. What are you doing? I was like, I sell health insurance. Do you want to try it? So a couple years later, we're talking about 5 years later, I wrote a book called Soul Beneficiary. It's a bestseller on Amazon these days. The Good, Better, Best Guide to Success in Selling Insurance. It teaches you everything you need to know about insurance. It also comes with a workbook, a companion workbook that really, here's the thing, guys, is that if you guys notice, the one thing that changed between the 5 months of one sale and 8 months of $1 million in sales was my mindset. Okay, that's what changed, was my mindset. And so I put all of that into the Mindset Shift workbook, and it's a hand-in-hand book. They both go together. Yes, you could buy one without reading the other, but you really need both, because one teaches you kind of like the script and kind of like the ins and outs of the insurance industry, and one works with your mind, which is the main reason why people quit. How many of you guys think that what we're going to learn today, like talking about a copay and coinsurance, how many of you guys think that's difficult? Right? It's really not. You're kind of just reading a brochure to a client. The hardest part is not giving up when people hang up on you or curse you out, right? That is the hardest part of keeping going when you had a bad day, a bad week, or a bad month. That is the hardest part. You have to have some sort of internal belief in yourself that you can do it and you will do it, right? This is meant for you. And that's why I just didn't give up. Do you guys like realize how devastating it was to get paid on one? Oh, and the policy I sold was a dental. So to get paid on one policy in 5 months, literally I'd just roll over and quit life. Like what? I came from a high-powered corporate job and you're telling me I can only sell one dental in 5 months? I suck at life. Like I felt so shitty. So I just want you guys to like understand, like I've been there too and I worked my way up, and now 10 years later, I own three other companies. I need to put the third one in here. Michelle, maybe, I don't know if you feel like doing this ever. So I own Execulux. It's a bag company. I started that in 2022. And then I have Elysian, which is my baby. I love that company like it's my third child. I went to perfumery school in Thailand in 2024. I learned how to make perfume. I've won 5 awards as a perfumer. Most recent for Fairest of them all, which is this one right here. It's Best Female Leaning Fragrance at the London Neat Show. That's my most recent award for perfumery. That's my love and my passion. And my third company is a boutique called The Scented Cottage, which we have in Alpharetta, Georgia. It's a niche perfumery destination, and my plan is to open, 10 stores across the country. That's where my passion is, guys, is being a creative person. I was an artist for many years. I sold my artwork in tents across the state of Florida, hot, gross summer, ant bites, everything. That's what kind of person I am. I'm an artist. Insurance is a vessel to make a shit ton of money to invest in what your passions are. Right now, let me just first preface this and say, for 6 years, I did nothing else but insurance. And I let my creativity side of me die. I did nothing but insurance, right? I focused, I dialed, I talked to clients, I trained agents. I did nothing but insurance. It was only until I started getting residual income close to 7 figures a year that I was like, well, I think now's the time where I can finally go back to my roots and be creative. So this is the point that I want to tell you guys about just insurance in general. You don't have to love it. You do have to want a better life for yourself, though, right? These days, do I love insurance? I like what it can do, and I do like helping people, and I do like helping agents. But I would say my passion, am I passionate about co-pays and co-insurance? No, I'm not passionate about it. But I really do love watching people change their lives. And I love what it's done for me. So just to kind of give you guys a couple numbers, we are close to a $200 million agency these days. I've helped, gosh, I don't know, I've kind of lost count now. I'd say probably 100 people hit 7 figures a year. And I don't know what else to say. I hope that tells you guys a little bit of who I am and like what I really like to do. I'll let you finish this slide, Michelle. There's also 2 people in our staff that I want you to be aware of. Michelle, I need to add you here too because you're officially part of the staff now. It's not just me and Jorian anymore. So there's me, the president. I conduct still most of the trainings these days. I also should add Milo because Milo does a lot of the trainings too. We're growing, right? We have my daughter, Jorian, who started in insurance when she was 13. I'm not even lying. I made her dial. Child labor, I don't care. Yes, she dialed when she was 13. She's 23 now. My gosh. Yeah, she's 23 now. She's the director of administration in the company. She's who's going to help you with a lot of things when it comes to contracting. You guys probably have all already talked to her. If you're in this training, she would have sent you all of this. And she's pretty badass for being a 23-year-old. She also runs the Scented Cottage for me. So if you guys call her and she is not able to pick up, I promise you she will get back to you. Okay, just give her some time. And then we have Michelle here who needs a little placard right here. She's very part-time, but she does help with the CRM and she helps with trainings and marketing money. And then there's my husband Milo who does our life division and helps with trainings. And I will add those You'll see. Well, Michelle's right there. You know what she looks like. Put yourself in here, Michelle, and add your headshot. I'll let you do that.
I don't like doing that.
No? Oh, you want me to do that?
Yeah, I'll let
Okay.
you do it.
Okay.
That's the one thing I don't like doing.
Alrighty. Next up, let's go over our leaders. So these are going to be the mentors that you're handed off to. Each and every one of these people are very special to me. They've all grown with me. They've grown their business with me, and now they're in the agency building phase of their career. So we have Mr. Sebastian Diaz. He goes by Bash. He's bilingual, speaks Spanish. Great guy, all around great guy. Very not. He came to us from Final Expense, so he knows Final Expense like the back of his hand, but he loves health insurance. He just got a bonus check yesterday too for $7,000 for his quarterly bonus. So then we have Miss Michelle Burkett right there. Good morning, Michelle. Michelle is very active on Crew. Slack, sorry, we moved to Slack several years ago. I'm just old and can't get over change. So used to be Crew, but it's Slack now. She's very active. She's there to help. She does live dial. She's incredible. I love having her. She's like the perfect little, you're not full-time assistant, you're like a pocket assistant. Like just really cool. We have Miss Cindy. Cindy is a breath of fresh air. If you ever meet her, she radiates joy. She's just so much fun. She's bilingual, Spanish and English. Really badass. She has over 4 million on her own pen. Iggy Giambastiani, really cool guy. Just really just, I mean, I think I attract people that just love life because all of these people are just super cool. Milo, my husband, my right hand, does a lot of the trainings, fills in if I'm not able to. Miss Priscilla Moreno out of San Antonio. She's bilingual, Spanish and English, and again, just radiates joy. I literally love Priscilla. I love hanging out with her. I cannot wait until I see her again. And then Miss Charlene Miranda from Boston. Yes, she talks like that. Boston accent. She's incredible. She knows her stuff. So that's who our team leaders are currently. That's who you guys will be your mentors. Now, let's go over our partners. So, Inspired, we are a dynamic sales and marketing organization. We partner with two main partners, HST, who is my main one. They were founded in 2000, what's that say? 2007 by Joe Eichmann. Really cool company, has the majority of my business, my loyalty, everything. And then Compass is a spinoff of HST. So Compass is founded by Crivlo, Joe Crivlo, who was the number one production person and then leader at HST for a long time. He started at HST in 2009, I want to say. So Criv slash Compass has been a part of HST for, what does that make? Almost 20 years. Okay. But Joe went off and he got a couple contracts on his own, which we use as well, LifeX and Enroll Prime. And so those are our two main partners. And that's how we do business. I do want to go over a little bit of our DNA. I think our DNA is pretty special because, how do I say this? So there's a bonus. It used to be a yearly bonus. It was recently changed to quarterly, a quarterly production bonus. And all of you guys are part of Inspired, okay? There are many, many agencies that use HST for contracts. There's the Leb agency, Compass agency, a lot. There's a lot of agencies, right? So let's just say Leb agency has an agent named, I don't know, Bob Jones. Bob Jones kills it. He writes millions in business. He's technically not part of Inspired, but because of the revenue sharing and how it works, I in my quarterly bonus will get more because Bob is a badass. So it's like we all want you to do well. We all have a vested interest in your production and how you're doing and your understanding of things. We all are, everyone under the HST umbrella roots for everyone. It's just pretty cool. It's not something I've ever experienced before. And like you guys know my history, I was at two other agencies. It was very dog eat dog, very out for who their self, right? It's more of like a team slash family is a little cringe saying it right because it's not quite like that, but it's a very, very like a much more like mature, loving environment than dog eat dog, ruthless, anything like that. So I'm just really proud of that, and I'm proud to be a part of that. Where we are at. So currently, I'm not there. Currently, I'm in Orlando, Florida, but where we live is in the Atlanta area. Our office is in Roswell. Any of you guys are free to join and pop in and dial if you want to. It's open Monday through Friday. Um, but you can do business from anywhere. So, fun story. I lived in Orlando and I was in Orlando, Florida when I heard about insurance. When the whole thing happened with me getting laid off, me joining US Health, all of that was in Orlando, Florida. Me joining HST, all in Orlando, Florida. I grew my agency in Orlando, Florida, right? I even purchased a 6,000 square foot commercial office building in Maitland, Florida, so agents could come and they could work there. Well, fun fact, most agents don't want to leave the house. Once you get to a certain point and you know what you're doing, that's the whole beauty of this is that you can work from home. You can work from anywhere. So once that dawned on me, I was like, why am I paying a mortgage for an 8,000 square, or sorry, 6,500 square foot building? Why am I paying a mortgage on this when I could move anywhere in the world I want? Right. So I don't want to move to another country though. I do like the United States of America. So I sold that and I sold my house in Florida. And me and my husband went shopping for a really, I wanted something in the mountains. I wanted something with seasons. I wanted within an hour of an airport, but I still wanted it to be like farmland. And I found it. So technically, we live in a place called Milton, Georgia, which is like a really small, cute little quaint town. But we are about 40 minutes from the Atlanta airport on a good day. On a bad day, we're about 2 hours from the airport. So that's the beauty. You can work from anywhere. I've sold policies everywhere in vacation, in Mexico, in Jamaica, in Thailand, in London. You can work from anywhere. So this is the beauty of this career. And I noticed whenever you guys said we have a lot of people in California, we have a few in Texas. You will make friends with people all across the country. We also do events. So these are team events that we've done. This was 2024. This was 2025. And then we're doing another one in 2026. We do a yearly team retreat. The qualifications aren't crazy. You just got to be active in writing business. And then we rented a charter yacht and we went out on Lake Lanier and we did like a 3 day really cool event. Michelle was there, so she could attest to it. It was just really fun. We had catered food every night. The ladies got to make their own perfume. The guys got to, but I did get feedback. Some of the guys were jealous and they wanted to make perfume, and I didn't know that. I didn't know they wanted to make, they didn't speak up. When I asked, they didn't speak up. They were like, yeah, I'll smoke cigars. But later in private conversation, they told me that they wish they got to make perfume. So we're doing it different this year. And anyone that wants to make perfume can come to the shop and make perfume. But yeah, that's how much fun we have. We have a really good time together. We work hard, we play hard together. Contracting. Are you doing this part, Michelle, or am I?
If you want me to, if you want to rest your voice a little bit, I can take it for you. I don't care.
I'm all right. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So Jorian usually does this part. Jorian still handles contracting to this day, but she doesn't tune into the new agent training anymore just because I'm in the middle. I'll tell you guys the truth. I'm in the middle of hiring for the Synod Cottage. I had to let someone go the other day, and it's put us in a pickle when it comes to staffing. So her presence is more appreciated at the Synod Cottage than it is right here going over this part. So I'll go over this part with you. So contracting, you have an onboarding checklist. You guys can take a picture of this, but I'm sure you were already sent this as well. So you're going to contract with HST, Allstate, United Healthcare, Iron Health. You're going to watch new agent training, which you're doing now. You're going to join our Slack. You're going to meet your mentor. The reason why it says optional is because not everyone is given a mentor. A mentor is for full-timers. If you're part-time, you'll be fine just joining Slack and trainings when you are able to. Yeah, so mentors are for full-time people dedicated to a full-time life change. And then you'll contract with Compass with two carriers that we have with Compass, which is Enroll Prime and LifeX. And then you'll start dialing, right? Now, usually I get, well, what if I don't know everything? I need to know everything before I dial. Not true. Not true. You will never know everything. Okay, you will never. I still don't know everything. If someone asks me about an annuity, I'm gonna have to call them back. Let me get on ChatGPT real quick, okay? So you will never know everything, right? You will know enough at the end of the day. You'll know what to say, you'll know how to do their intake form, and then after you get all that stuff from their intake form, you're gonna call your mentor. That's how it works. You're not gonna learn by watching, you're gonna learn by doing. Okay? We have over, are you guys ready? Write this down. 3,500 carriers, products. We have so many products, you will never know them all. And each product carrier and some portfolio like United Healthcare has like something like 60 products in just that alone, that portal. Okay. You're not going to know everything. You're never going to know everything. So after today, you're going to know enough to get started. You're going to know enough to start dialing by tomorrow. Okay. Now you have what's called a broker box. Broker box is with HST. Okay, HST is our main partner. Okay, so you're going to create your profile. You're going to wait 4 to 6 hours, and it says it right there. We get so many questions that say, "I filled out my profile. No, nothing's happening." Yes, I know that. At the very top in bold letters, it says wait 4 to 6 hours. So you're going to wait 4 to 6 hours. And then once they go through and they do your background check, you're going to do your compliance agreement, your PDB licensing report, your contract, your E&O insurance. Okay. So all of this is you guys just filling out forms. I want to say something. Okay. You guys will fill out forms over and over and over and over and over and over and over for the rest of your life. Okay? That is just all contracting is. You're filling out your name, your phone number, your date of birth, your address, your social security over and over and over and over. You will always fill out forms. I contracted with a new carrier 2 days ago, and guess what? I had to fill out the form again. Okay, that's all it is. Is it repetitive? Yeah, it is. Right? If you don't feel like filling out the form, then don't. You just won't have that carrier. Okay, and then when someone calls and they need guarantee issue, you're going to be like, oh, well, I didn't feel like filling out the form. So you have to fill out the form. Okay. Now, these are some of our top private healthcare carriers that we have. So on the HST side, we have Allstate, their short term and ancillary. We have United Healthcare, their short term. We also have major medical, but that's Obamacare. We're kind of going to get into that later. We have Iron Health, we have Pivot Health, ancillary products, and then on the Compass side, we use Compass for two carriers. LifeX, Enroll Prime, technically three, Plum Life, but we're not going over life insurance today. So this just baby steps, new agent training. Okay. Now the Compass contracting is through a system called Monday. You're going to create a Monday profile, not on your own. You're not going to go type in monday.com and do that right now. It's once you get sent something from us. You'll create a Monday profile, use a personal email, and then you will get your E&O and upload your E&O insurance. Now, does anyone have a question on E&O insurance? Usually you do right now, and I'll just go over it. E&O insurance can be purchased from anywhere. There's no commission. I don't get any commission by telling you where to purchase your E&O. I don't care where you get your E&O from, as long as it's 1 million per incident and 3 million cumulative. That is the limit. 1 million, 3 million. Okay. Where I get my E&O insurance from is Napa. Napa E&O, that's where I get mine. I've had it with Napa now for where are we at? Going on 10 years. I haven't shopped around though, honestly. I just renew every year, so maybe it's crazy. But last I heard, it's like $400 a year, and they break it up into payments, $27 a month with like 120 down. So that's what, from my understanding of Napa, if it's changed, I don't. But there are other places that you can get, insurance. Okay. A couple things when it comes to contracting. Please don't try to contract on your phone. I know sometimes it's tempting because you have it in your hand, you check your email, there's a link, da da da. And then we get emails, oh, it's not working, this isn't saving, da da da. It's because you're on your phone. Just wait until you're in front of your computer and contract with that. Do one step at a time. If you get overwhelmed with filling out the forms, just take a break. Maybe fill out one contract every couple hours. Okay, baby steps. Fill out a contract, go drink some coffee. Come back, fill out another contract, drink some coffee. Read all the emails thoroughly. There, she sends out an email called Welcome Home, and it is a long email, right? But it's not written for no reason. Every single paragraph in there has information that you will need. Okay, so please read the email. Don't be afraid to reach out whatsoever. Okay, if there's any contracting, oh, I'm not there yet. I'm going to give you her direct cell phone number. If there's any contracting questions at all, you can reach out to her cell phone number. And she has in here, read the welcome packet. I can hear her voice saying that. Read the welcome packet. All right. And then this is her trying to tell you guys how to create bookmarks. So it is highly advised that you guys use a browser called Google Chrome, right? I'm sure everyone has a Gmail. If you don't, download the browser called Google Chrome. Just go to the internet, type in Google Chrome download the browser, do insurance on Google Chrome. I promise you this tip will save you so much time. Okay? Create a Gmail, log in, and then create bookmarks. Okay? And then it's going to give you what's called a Google Password Manager. I promise you, I probably have, oh my gosh, I don't even know, maybe 500 passwords for contracting with 500 carriers. I don't even know these days. And you know the kicker? Sometimes I'll enter a password and it'll say, oh, you need to change your password. This is a wrong password. And then I'll enter the password again and it'll say, you can't use that password. It's your previous password. I'm like, no shit. Like I know what my password is. And then it made me change it. So it's crazy. And then I have to add like some letters at the end. There's no way I'd be able to remember that, right? So if you use Google Password, Google Chrome, it'll remember all your passwords. Okay. If you email us asking for a password, we don't know it. Nobody knows your password except for you. Okay, so you will have to use the forgot your password function and create a new password. Nobody will be able to reset your password for you except for you. Okay, does everyone understand that? If you lose your password and you're locked out, that's between you and the carrier. We have nothing to do with that and we cannot change passwords. We don't even know what your password is and we won't have access to it. We have no idea what you make your passwords. We do not log into anything for you. Okay, we have no access to do any of that, right? States. So with private health insurance, we have options in all markets except for Washington State. Washington State is it's a weirdo. It's on its own over there. I think we may have dental. Who knows? I don't even know, but don't waste your money. Just don't get Washington. Any other state is fine. Okay. And then like a rule of thumb is that if you go to a political map and you go Democratic, Republican, you look at the red and blue states, typically red states have more options. Blue states, if you guys don't know, the Affordable Care Act is a Democratic initiative. We're going to go over this here soon, but it was brought on by Barack Obama. So most Democratic blue states want you on Obamacare, and so they limit private options. I'm not saying they don't have any, I'm just saying that it's limited. So your best bet if you want the most options would be red states, but blue states also are fine, just not Washington. And buying states can be a little costly. You will have access to more leads though. So the more states you have, the more buckets and the more leads you'll have. So if it is too costly in the beginning, plan it out monthly, right? And then go to nipr.com and that's how you buy states. Okay. 2 certifications. Let's go over these real quick. Both of these you don't really need to worry about right now. The FFM, it stands for the Federally Facilitated Marketplace. That's a certificate that you need to sell ACA. And you guys will learn that ACA has many different what do you call it? What's the word where it's like the same meaning? Synonyms? Yeah, many different synonyms. So I'm going to go over them all right now so you don't get confused. The Affordable Care Act is ACA. It's a type of insurance that's available to anyone and everyone through what's called an open enrollment. And it has many names: Obamacare, Biden Care, Trump Care, the Marketplace, the Exchange, Health Sherpa, Major Medical. All of that means the exact same thing. Okay, you need an FFM to sell it. The FFM is free. If you end up on a website that wants to charge you, it's a scam. It takes about 3 to 4 hours to complete the course, and you need it for open enrollment, which starts in November 1st. We are in May. I do not recommend you guys getting your FFM right now. Okay, we will get it together in August, and it will be for the year 2027. If you want to get it on your own, you can. There's no one stopping you. Just make sure you choose the free course. It's 3 to 4 hours. And once you do that, you will be able to sell Obamacare slash Biden care slash Trump care slash major medical slash the exchange slash the marketplace. Okay. The next certificate is the AHIP. I'm going to say this really slow. Please do not worry about this right now. Okay. The AHIP is for Medicare Advantage. And you don't need, we're not going to be doing that right now. Unless you're coming to us from Medicare and you know Medicare, that's fine. You can get it. But here's the thing. Our lead system is focused, all of our leads are under 65. Under 65 health insurance is absolute gold mine. You will make so much money. I'm 10 years in and I don't do Medicare. I dabbled with it maybe on year 3 or 4. Guess how many clients I got? I got like 2. The AHIP itself cost $175 to take the course. Okay. It's too much on your plate, and you guys are babies. You're baby agents. Let's just do one step at a time. Let's teach you guys under 65. Let's get you guys experts so you know how to close everything. And then if someone comes to you and they need Medicare, and keep in mind, AHIP is only for Medicare Advantage. You don't need it for Medicare supplements. So you could sell Medicare supplements today if you wanted to. The AHIP is only for Medicare Advantage. What I recommend doing in your first 2 years, if you're brand new to insurance, is hand off the Medicare Advantage clients to somebody else. It's just so much work, and the compliance issue, how you have to record the phone call, how you have to keep that recording for 10 years, how you have to fill out the scope of appointment before you talk to the person legally, and you can't talk to them about Medicare at all. You have to wait. I think it was 24 hours. It may be 48 hours right now. I don't remember. But it's just so many like compliance things, and I don't want you guys to get in trouble and do something you shouldn't, right? So please just don't worry about the AHIP right now. Okay. Let's maybe focus on that. Like once you become experts at the thing that makes the most money in the first place. Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah. All right. Wonderful. Health Sherpa. Health Sherpa is a CRM used for Obamacare. Again, you need your FFM to be able to sell this. Obamacare, ACA, Trump Care, Biden Care, Health Sherpa, the exchange, the marketplace, it all means the same thing. Health Sherpa is just a certain CRM. Okay. When do you receive the invite to the CRM? Once you have your FFM. Again, not something I'd really worry about right now. We're in May, almost June, and we're going to do the FFM together in August anyways. So I wouldn't even worry about this. Once you get your FFM, then we will do Health Sherpa invites and send all of that out. Okay. Now let's go over the mentors, the mentorship program. Our mentors dedicate their time and expertise to help you succeed. They invest personally in your growth, offering their own trainings, hosting group chats, and sharing proven methods. Requesting a mentor means that you're committed to pursuing this opportunity full-time and are prepared to listen and focus and follow their guidance closely. Now, if you're here part-time, more power to you. I do not care. Part-time is completely fine. I've had many agents that have started part-time and then they are able to quit their other job and do full-time. Okay. But part-time also means that you're not here dedicated full-time, and to get a mentor, you would be full-time. Now, Just because you don't have a mentor does not mean that you're not going to get help. You will 100% still get help. We have a Slack channel. We have so many active agents. You can post a question in there at 10 p.m. If anyone's up, which most likely, I don't know, Sebastian, Michelle, you're always up too. I don't know how you do it. You will get an answer. So, and we have trainings multiple times a week that you can join. We record all of our trainings. Okay, we have our virtual office called Teamico that people go in there all the time and dial. You will still not be alone. You'll just have main chat to ask questions to, and you'll still get answers. Okay. This is just to respect our mentors' time because they're still building their agencies and they're still helping clients, and they just all want people that are really ready to do this full time. Okay. Now, this is Jorian's information. This is how you will reach her if you have any contracting questions. Make sure you have her phone number and her email.
Can I make a little note here?
Yeah.
Please, 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 please do not message Jorian in Slack in a DM. She will not read them. So this is the best way to get in touch with her is through the cell phone number or her email.
Wonderful. Okay, cool. Michelle, just a question for you. Do you see that Isis is having a hard time in the chat with her Timiko?
I did, but I don't.
Can you just give her, remember I gave you an email and they finally responded to you about the billing issue? Can you just post that email for her?
That yeah, that you wrote an email.
Yeah, the Timiko person that helped you with your billing issue.
Oh, to email her, email that person.
Yeah, put that email in the Slack and say email
Yep,
this person.
I'll
Okay,
do that
cool.
right now.
All right, guys, we are going to get going on Major Medical slash ACA slash Affordable Care Act slash Obamacare slash Biden Care slash Trump Care slash the exchange slash the marketplace. Yay, let's go. All right. So we are going to learn about major medical insurance, fixed benefit, group chassis, major medical supplements like accident medical expenses, critical illness, cancer, heart attack, stroke, combining them together, dental products, prescriptions, how to make a comprehensive package, and my recommendations. Before we get into all of that, though, we are going to do a history on the Affordable Care Act. Now it starts with the green and works counterclockwise. I didn't make this slide, so hats off to Madison, who was my son's girlfriend at the time, but now she's his wife. That's how quick kids grow up, man. She made this slide. She decided to make it counterclockwise. So whatever. It starts right here. So it was signed into law as the Affordable Care Act, March 23rd, 2010. So let's just scroll back to a couple years. In 2008, was he congressman or he was something in Illinois? Barack Obama decided to run for president, and he ran, his main thing was affordable health insurance for everyone, right? And that sounded like such a great idea. He was voted into office. He won by a landslide. And it took him a year and a half, but they finally signed it into law March 23rd, 2010. And the whole reason behind it, I'm actually old enough to have had a job before this was in effect. And I had corporate insurance, and it was so good. I didn't know much about insurance at the time, but I just knew anytime I was sick, I could go to the doctor for like $5. It was great. My deductible, I don't even think I hit it, but I think it was probably 1,500. It was like the best, like it was wonderful insurance, right? And he wanted to make a similar experience to group insurance. So he wanted all the wellness to be free. So pap smear, mammogram, colonoscopy, your yearly blood work, your wellness check, he wanted it to have the exact same experience as group insurance. Okay, so he built in a lot of specific benefits to cover most of the common reasons people go to the doctor. But it was one plan built for all. Okay, so that is going to have some drawbacks because not everyone is the same, right? And we'll get into that in a second. And then he wanted to have like a stop loss. So he wanted the max out of pocket to be, and when I started in insurance, guys, by the way, in 2000, 16. The max out of pocket for Obamacare was 3,400. Now, fast forward to now, it's 10,200. It just keeps going up every year. And I don't think it's affordable anymore, right? It definitely has some drawbacks. And there's a lot better options out there. But back when this first started, it was actually a really great initiative. I just think it's probably when you have a lot of people on a program and most of them don't pay for it, the burden of the cost gets spread out between the people that can pay for it. And so those healthier people end up paying more and then they don't want it anymore because they realize like, dang, this is way too expensive. Let me get something private. And then now you're just stuck with a lot of sick people that have a lot of claims that don't pay anything, right? So obviously it's a system that is kind of unsustainable. But let's go over some of the overviews of it. So it is guarantee issue, and we're starting with Obamacare slash ACA to show you guys just one of the options. It is guarantee issue. It has subsidies for on exchange, which subsidies means that they go by your income and family size, and they may give you a discount. It covers pre-existing conditions, which is great. It has 4 plan designs: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. A downside of this, the networks are very small and they're typically just HMOs, which means that you have to go to a primary care first to get a referral to then go on to a specialist, right? And the networks are just so small, right? It's very hard to find a specialist that you need within the network. And it's a huge drawback of Obamacare. Essential health benefits. Now let's go over these because it all sounds good on the surface, okay? So 100% wellness coverage, maternity, mental health, prescriptions, pediatric and adult immunizations, and dental for children. Now that sounds wonderful, doesn't it? But there's some hidden costs in here that are not good for everyone. So first off, let's go over maternity. Okay, I know there's like a debate right now, but let's just talk about biology. Can men get pregnant? Right? No, they can't. If you have a prostate, you do not have the proper equipment to get pregnant. But if you have this type of insurance, you will be paying built into your premium pregnancy coverage anyways. It's just one plan built for all. Okay, and now let's go over something else. Mental health. I think having access to mental health is a good thing, but there's some things built into this mental health coverage umbrella that make these plans very costly. So first off is drug abuse and alcohol addiction services. Okay, not everyone needs that. Not everyone is addicted to drugs. Now, having that I think is great, but making everyone pay for it in their benefits and their premium, it drives the price up. Another thing under mental health is body dysmorphia. So sex changes. Okay, not everyone needs or wants that, and they're very expensive. So having that built in to essential health benefits to where everyone is paying for it drives the cost up. Okay, prescriptions, pediatric and adult immunizations, and dental for children. All of those are good things. I also like that it's no lifetime limits, which means so some of the private insurance will max you out at $5 million, right? If you need that much medical, you probably shouldn't be on a private plan anyways. You should be on one of these unlimited plans. And the max out of pocket this year is $10,600. Did I say 10,200 before? I think that's what it was last year, right? Or 90, goes up every year. Yeah, 92. Yeah, it's 10,600. Family max out of pocket is 21,200. How many of you guys think that's affordable? Oh, no one? Oh, okay. Let's keep going. All right, so what we're going to teach you today is how to look up doctors and prescriptions, what is considered the max out of pocket and what goes towards it, the different types of networks. Let's go over two real quick right now. So you have HMO, which stands for Health Maintenance Organization. That is a very kind of small restricted network, and typically you need to go to a primary care to get a referral to go to a specialist. Then you also have a PPO. PPO, all this means is that you can go straight to a specialist. You don't need a referral, okay? PPO is preferred. It's what most people want because if you're having to go to a gatekeeper, you're having to pay an extra copay and all those things. right? Now, PPOs don't always mean nationwide. They just mean simply that you do not have to go to a gatekeeper. However, our private plans, which we haven't gotten to yet, our private plans are not only PPOs, but they're nationwide PPOs, which means that you can cross state lines. You can, if you're vacationing in Montana and you're skiing and you hurt your neck, you'll have access to doctors. We use major networks like Blue Cross Blue Shield, First Health, PHCS, etc., Cigna, etc. And then let's go over what paid for versus what's covered means. So just because something is covered, like say, for example, ambulance rides, most insurance covers them. That means that they are subject to deductible. If something is subject to deductible, the person still has to pay for it out of pocket until they reach their deductible. Now, some plans you'll see where the ambulance rides have a copay. Copay just means that that's all they have to pay at that time. It's not subject to deductible. Does that make sense to everyone? We'll have like more visuals here in a second. Open enrollment is November 1st to December 15th every year, with a couple of exceptions. So typically during an election year, which we just had, I think, yes, in 2025. So for this open enrollment, I feel like I'm getting my years are slipping by. Either way, election years, they typically extend it another 6 weeks. Or I remember in 2016, when Trump was elected president the first time, the open enrollment ended January 31st instead of December 15th. When Biden was elected, it was during COVID, and they actually made open enrollment that entire year. Life sucked that year. It was horrible. And then this last election, Trump, I believe it, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong. It was February 15th, right? They extended it to February 15th this last election year, I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
Yes, because it was January 15th. I think it was maybe January 15th for a February 1st start date.
February 1st. Okay, yeah, they typically extend it, but other than that, it is these 6 weeks out of every year. Now, this is what your map looks like, your year map. Now, this very, very tiny little part right here, and I feel like this line should be right here to November 1st. It's literally just 6 weeks out of the year that we can openly sell Obamacare and anyone can have it. If they need Obamacare outside of that, they have to have what's called a special enrollment, and we'll get into that on the next slide. But throughout the year, what we mainly focus on is private health insurance. So this is private health insurance, this is group insurance, and this is like dental, vision. Ancillary just means like extra. Dental, vision, critical illness, life insurance, Medicare, right? And I know so many agents kind of get stuck on ACA because it doesn't involve selling, because ACA is free to most people depending on their income, but it's just an easy sell, like, hey, do you want free insurance? And they get stuck on it, and then they don't do well with other products because they're used to offering something for free. I want to change that mindset right now and let you guys know what we mainly focus on is private health insurance. The fact that we can offer ACA is a bonus to our clients, but I call it the Lord's work. And you'll see why I call it the Lord's work here soon. Now, a special enrollment, do you see these words right here? Special enrollment must have a qualifying life event to trigger a special enrollment. Look over here, qualifying life event. So any of these qualifying life events would trigger a special enrollment. So getting married or divorced, having a baby or adopting a child, a death that results in losing health insurance, becoming a citizen, leaving jail or prison, if you lost your job, you lost existing coverage, losing Medicare, Medicaid, or CHIP, a child turning 26 and losing their coverage, change in residence, moving to a different county, students moving to or from work, seasonal worker moving, all of these things trigger, it's a QLE and it triggers a special enrollment. Now, if you have a special enrollment, you can get them Obamacare between January 1st and November 1st. Well, I guess I should say October 31st. January 1st and October 31st. Now, even if during open enrollment you write them a policy November 1st to December 15th, it still starts January 1st. Okay? Am I going too fast for you guys? No questions, which I'm surprised but thankful, not gonna lie. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to stop me. Now let's go over subsidies. Subsidies is kind of like, hey, the government giving you what's called an advanced tax credit, an ATC, and they take it from your future tax return. That sounds fun, doesn't it? So it goes by three factors: family size, projected household income. Okay, you have to know what you're going to make. They target people that have JOBs. So if you are 1099 and self-employed, you got to kind of guess what you're going to make. And then it goes by your zip code, which considers the cost of living. Okay, this is this year's federal poverty guidelines. And let's take a minute to go over this real quick. Let's take a quick minute. So let's say someone comes to you and it's a family of five and they make $50,000 a year. Are they getting a subsidy? Yes or no? You guys want to take a stab?
Yes, they should get a subsidy.
Yes, awesome. It's because they fall in this category. Now, vice versa, if that same person came to you and it's a family of five and they make $155,000, they do not get a subsidy. Okay. Now, even if someone makes like $116,000, their subsidy is going to be very small because this is a sliding scale. The closer you get to 400, the smaller your subsidy is, and the closer you get to 100, the bigger your subsidy is. Now, let's go over something else. Okay. Now, what happens if someone comes to you and it's a family of one, it's one person, and they make $12,000 a year? Does anyone want to take a guess what happens, what that means?
They don't make enough.
They don't make enough, and then what does that mean for them?
I don't know if they'd be Medicaid eligible or you'd have to find a private plan.
Correct. So that's I call it the donut hole. They fall into the abyss of like whatever their income is. So they don't make enough to get a subsidy. And depending on their state, they may qualify for Medicaid. But if they don't qualify for Medicaid, then we have to find some sort of private options for them. Most likely, they can't afford major medical. So it would kind of probably be like a telemedicine solution or something like that. Like it's not the best solution for them. Um, yeah, that's the pitfalls of this plan. They're really, really, broke. Well, here's the thing with social programs, if they are disabled, they have disability and they probably have some sort of like Medicaid disability or something like that. It doesn't reward people that don't work. So, if you, I don't know, just don't work for whatever reason, you don't want to, you love playing video games, you're not going to be able to get free insurance if you're over 26. All right. Let's go what CSR means. CSR is a cost sharing reduction. It happens in the banded down here between the 100 and the 250. So let's go back to this thing between 100% right here and 250. So all of these and all of these, all that means is that they're going to get lower out-of-pocket expenses, like lower copays. I've seen dollar copays, lower their deductible I've seen being $600 for the year. Instead of having a $10,200 deductible, they would have a $600 deductible. It's really hard to compete with a CSR. My rule of thumb is that if they are, you guys want to write this down, if they're low income, and by low income I mean subsidy, right? A pretty significant subsidy, or if they are unhealthy, they need ACA. If it's not open enrollment during that time, we can be creative and give them some guarantee issue options. But all in all, they should really have ACA. Okay. That's my rule of thumb. Other than that, if they're pretty healthy and make decent income, and decent doesn't even need to be, I'm not even talking about like, because the subsidies after 250%, the subsidies start being so small, it's they might as well just get private insurance because the Obamacare is still more, even with like a $30 subsidy. So, oh, before this slide, okay, so let's go over my stance on Obamacare. I like it. I think the initiative and the thought behind it was good. I think that the attempt to give Americans access to healthcare, I think it was good, and I think there were good intentions behind it. What's happened in the last 15 years, it's inevitable of a program that kind of penalizes you for making more money. And if you're healthy, you don't want anything to do with it. You'd rather do public so you're not feeding into the system. So they don't have money to cover all the people that don't pay because they get a subsidized healthcare. So ultimately, what's happened is everything has gone up. The premiums have gone up. The max out of pocket has gone up, right? So what's happened over the last 15 years is now it's jokingly called the Unaffordable Care Act because it's not affordable anymore. So and then also let's just go back a couple years. So whenever I first started in insurance, brokers were not allowed to sell Obamacare. They had a call center and you had to call in to get Obamacare. Then they opened up Health Sherpa, and Health Sherpa allowed agents to write Obamacare. You wrote it, but your whole thing was that you had to sell supplements. You had to sell Plan Enhancer, Trio Med, cancer, heart attack, stroke, dental insurance to make money. You didn't make money. There was no commission on Obamacare back in like 2000, like 17, 18. And then they started paying commission like in 2019, if I have my time right. But the commission is not great. Okay. It was like $8 a month per person. Okay, cool. So you'd make $72 a year off someone, but that's the plan. You don't, the whole point was you want them to buy supplements because you make way more money on the supplementals than you do on the main care. So I started calling Obamacare Lord's work because it's like a favor. It's like a good deed, right? Someone comes to you, they're low income, they're unhealthy. You take the time to sign them up, knowing you're not going to get paid or you're not going to get paid a lot. And the application is long and time consuming, but you're doing it for the good. You feel good. You're doing a good deed. You're doing the Lord's work. So to this day, I still call it the Lord's work because once you guys do an application, you'll know why. You'll know why I call it that. And then on top of that, the commissions, yes, we got a little raise on Obamacare. I'm going to show you the commissions here soon. I also want you guys to understand this is not our main thing. Our main thing is private health insurance all year round, with 6 weeks being ACA, right? 6 weeks of being able to offer someone, if they're low income, a free plan, and hopefully they buy a dental from us or a Plan Enhancer, right? It's 6 weeks of the Lord's work and doing, working for these types of commissions. I want you guys to understand this is not our main product, but it is nice to be able to offer it to our people. So this is the commission. Let's just keep it simple and say $20. Well, let's just keep it, say $18 per person per month. So if you sign up a family of 4, it's $72 a month. If you have 100 clients on ACA, which God bless you if you do, but that's $7,200 a month off of ACA. Now, these commissions are nothing compared to what we get paid on private health insurance. But at least it's something. I want you guys to understand that back when I started, they didn't pay at all. And in order to even get any money out of someone that needed Obamacare, you had to at least sell them a supplemental. Okay, and also please note the carriers, United Healthcare, Cigna, and Better CareSource. Okay, these are the ones that offer commission. There are tons and tons of regional carriers. Regional carriers rarely pay commission. That truly is the Lord's work. My cousin Kara lives in Wisconsin, and there's a health insurance plan called like Rock City Health Insurance. She has a lot of like clients that are lower income. When she does a Rock City application, it's the Lord's work. There's no commission in it, but she's getting commission. She's selling dental, she's selling Triomed, she's selling plan enhancers, right? So she is getting commission and she's getting practice, but the actual Rock City doesn't pay anything. But we have access to enroll people in it. It just doesn't pay anything. So if you guys end up writing a Dirt Mountain health insurance and then you get mad because 4 months later you still don't have commission, hate to break it to you, you did the Lord's work. Now, I have a lot of people that do not want to do ACA. I kind of go against that train of thought. I think it's great practice for you, and I think you're giving up an opportunity to bundle and upsell some sort of ancillary product. That's my thought on it. Rocio, did you have a question? Am I saying your name right, by the way?
Yes, you are. And yes, I did.
Okay, yes, awesome.
So do we only get commission for ACA and not Medicaid?
No, you don't get commission from Medicaid. Medicaid is government. Thank you for bringing that up. You cannot sell Medicaid. Your E&O insurance does not cover it. And I know it'll feel good, like, oh, let me help this little old lady sign up for Medicaid, right? You can get in so much trouble. You are not a Medicaid agent. You do not work for the government. What I do is I send them the link so they're not just left out in the dust. I send them the link and tell them they have to fill it out themselves. But no, there is no commission for Medicaid because that is a government program and we are not employees of the government.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, well, we're at the end. Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Sorry, regarding the previous slide, I seen dollar amount differences. As an example, United between $18.75 and $27. What determines that? What determines that in between amount, or why is there a difference of about $8 on there?
Yeah, it's your rank. It's your level of promotion. So all of you guys are coming in at associate agents. So it'd be 1875, 1850, 16. It just shows you the more you write, like we haven't gotten to that phase yet about promotions and what that looks like, but the higher you climb, the more you write, the more commission you make per product.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good question. Anyone else? And by the way, these commissions, I like to call this pocket change. This is really nice to have a couple clients on ACA and get a check each month for, I don't know, my husband Milo, his is up to like 3,500. And I'm not like downplaying. That's a lot of money, but like, you know, a check for $180 with 10 people on it or something. Like you're not going to be paying your bills with this, and I don't want you guys to misconstrue that this is like all we do and we only do this. We don't. It's 6 weeks a year. Most of the agents hate it. But it is just a way to keep your book happy and be able to offer products to clients who really, really need it. It does feel good to be able to help people in need, especially if they're very low income or if they get completely free. It feels good to be able to offer that, right? And I have this one client named Wendell. He's in South Carolina. Every single year he calls me to renew. I don't even know how we started, but it's a non-commissionable product. It's Blue Cross Blue Shield of West Virginia. And he calls me every year and I just re-enroll him. I've been working for free for that man for 9 years. No, he's never bought a supplement. He's never bought a dental from me. He just has the sweetest little accent. So I just have to help him. And it just feels good. I think it'll come back to me one day. But yes, I do waste my time. And I sign people up for free. I just can't help it sometimes. But it's nice to be able to get paid a little bit for this kind of work. It's grueling, it's a long application, and it's like a government program, but this is not primarily what we sell. It's an option, and we can sell it. It does feel good to be able to offer it. Back in the day when we didn't have it, I really wished we did, and now we did. So it does feel good, but it's not our main product. Okay, you guys good? All right, so let's go to private health insurance, what this looks like. So we're going to do some quotes of what ACA looks like versus what private insurance looks like. So we have a couple main carriers here for private health insurance. We have Allstate, United, Pivot Health, LifeVax, Enroll Prime, and Iron Health. And each of these inside their portal They have tons and tons of products and tons of different style of health insurance. So Allstate has short-term dental, vision, supplemental, cancer, heart attack, stroke, life insurance. United Healthcare on the private side offers short-term plans that go for as long as 3 years, fixed benefit, telemedicine, mental health telemedicine, dental, vision, accident, cancer, heart attack, stroke, pivot around the same kind of portfolio. LifeX is what's called group insurance, major medical. Same thing with Iron Health, and then Enroll Prime offers guarantee issue major medical, different versions. And the Iron Health is the one that has the Blue Cross Blue Shield network. So let's go ahead and compare what Obamacare looks like. So this is Oscar. This is on the ACA slash Obamacare slash Biden care slash Trump care slash major medical slash the exchange. This was quoted on March 13th, so 2 months ago. So this is very current. This is for a 35-year-old male. It's $479, a bronze network, an HMO, $9,000 deductible. For doctor's visits are 40% after deductible. Specialists are 40% after deductible, which means that he has to pay $9,000 first, and then 40% of the doctor visit. He gets generic drugs for $3, and his max out of pocket is $10,006. Who wants this plan for $479? Does this look like a good plan? No one's raising their hand. Okay. Well, what about this one down here? This one, oh, we got someone chatted. Oh, Daisy says no. Okay. So what about this one? This one has a $0 deductible. That looks good. $10 doctor's visits, $20 specialist. Generic drugs are $5, and that max out of pocket is now $5,200. That's more reasonable. Look how much that one costs. Who wants that? I don't see anyone raising their hand. What's going on, guys? You don't like this? Is this not a good deal? Is this not affordable? I don't understand. I'm confused. Let's look at a family. Let's scratch that. Let's start looking at a family. So we have this first option. It's a bronze. It's an HMO. $9,000 deductible. It's a family of 4, by the way. So mom and dad are 35 and 2 kids. 40% after deductible, 40%. So they have to pay $9,000, and this is per person, by the way, up to 2 family members. So $9,000 for little Janie out of pocket, $9,000 for little Sarah out of pocket. And then once each daughter hits their deductible, then they have to pay 40% of the doctor's visit. Does that sound like a good? Oh my gosh, am I reading that right? $1,559 for a plan that covers nothing. Does this sound like a good plan to you guys? Who wants this? No? Oh, well, let's look at this one. Here's another, it's a PPO. It's not a nationwide PPO, but it's still a PPO. $0 deductible. Now we're talking business. Okay. $10 doctor's visits, $20 specialist, and $5,200 max out of pocket. That looks like a really good plan. Let's see how much that was. Oh my gosh. Who wants this one? $7,007. Who thinks that this is affordable? Anyone? No one's raising their hand. Uh-oh. Who could sell this? Oh, by the way, the commission is still $18 per person. You sell a $7,000 plan and you're telling me you're going to pay me $72 a month. You are out of your mind, Obamacare. This is me poking fun at it. Yes, Chris.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the poking fun at it. I'm just curious. Are agents on the team running into these numbers that clients are paying sometimes for
It's very
this
rare
ACA?
that, so ACA If they end up paying this, it's because they're very sickly, but typically being very sick and very rich don't go hand in hand. So, not very often. There are, so like Milo has a client, they're extremely wealthy, but the wife is very sickly, and they're not on this. They're on an enroll prime guarantee issue. So, the
Okay.
answer is no, it's not common. But if someone has this kind of money and they're paying this, it's because they're very sick and they can't qualify for private.
Okay. And then the previous slide, you showed Oscar at like 473 or around that dollar amount.
Hmm.
So as an example, if we run into a client like that that's paying nearly $500 for just their own plan, and it's not within the ACA window, we can write them on a private plan without any qualifying events if we're trying to convert them over and save them money, possibly.
You don't need a qualifying event for private health insurance. Private health insurance you can write any time of the year.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. So if they have an existing plan and they're paying roughly around 500 and we're working to move them over to the private market, there's nothing needed besides them just qualifying for that plan.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, so next slide we are going to go over. It's not letting me hit anything now. Hold on. What's happening? I don't know. There we go. I guess I have to use that. Okay. So let's just say that the family went with an Oscar plan for 1559. That they chose that one. It was the cheapest one. Let's just say they went on it because both mom and dad are sick. Now, you can break up families. Let's just say dad was the one with COPD. Dad could be on this, and you could put the mom and the children on a private plan if it makes sense financially, which in this case, I really do think it would. But let's just say, for the sake of this example, they all go on this plan. Just their monthly premium is 18,710 a year. And if they hit the family deductible, they're out almost $49,000, or sorry, not 49, $39,000, 910, which is almost $40,000 for the year, just in their premiums and their deductible. That's insane. Um, yeah. So that concludes our Obamacare quoting for right now. Obviously, if they had a subsidy, these premiums would look very different, but this was quoted with them not having a subsidy. Now let's look at private options. So if you notice right here, so this plan I'm about to show you has a $750 deductible. So you guys are reading that right. It's 750, whereas the other one was 9,000. Private, 750. Obamacare, $9,000. You are reading this correctly. A private plan deductible of 750, family deductible 1,500. Family deductible on this plan, 21,200. Family deductible on this plan, 1,500. Okay, already just deductibles, we're killing it. Okay, now let's look at that same family. Mom and dad are 35, children are 10 and 7. We're looking at $936. $936 for a $750 deductible. Which one is better? And someone raised their hand and put it back down. Does someone have a question? Yes, Daniel. Maybe you're in the panelists? Oh, you are. Oh, we have more people. Okay. Daniel, Henry, Amazon, Jorge Ceballos, and Zaramara Perez. There you go. You guys should all be panelists now. So which plan do you guys think already, just from looking at these, would be a better option for this family? We're looking at one that's $1,559 a year with a $9,000 deductible and no copays for anything. Oh, but it has free wellness. Remember, Obama put in free wellness? So you do get your pap smear, your mammogram, and your blood work for free. It is free. Is it free? Is it free or no? Do you guys think it's free with $1,559 a month? Is it free? It's not. It's built in. Um, You guys are quiet. I'll just keep going. So, all right, family, 936, $750 deductible. Now, this is their savings for 1 year. So, times that by 12 months, their premiums are 11,232. Plus, if they had a family accident, they're at 12,732, which, if you take the Obamacare minus the cost of this, they're saving almost $30,000 a year. And that's how we present it to our clients. We go over the networks are different. So Obamacare is an HMO. It's a very small HMO. Private health insurance is a nationwide PPO. Number one, that's already better. Deductible, 9,000 versus 750. And then of course cost. Now, wellness and everything is also free on private, but now it really feels free because you're saving money. The company I'm going over today with you is LifeX. Now, we have tons of private health insurance options. It would be really silly of me to go over all 30 of them on new agent training. You guys would like keel over and beg me to stop. We have training, we have ongoing trainings every single week. What today's focus on is to get you guys primary understanding of private health insurance, how to read a brochure, how to look up things, how to quote things. And then it's up to you guys to go through the other carriers and portals when you get them and quote yourself. Okay. Now, LifeX is group chassis. What that means is it's based on like a group insurance. Now, the employer is called LifeX Research Group, and they offer benefits through a company called BHPI. Okay. So they have to qualify for this private. There is underwriting, which we'll get to in a second. But if they can pass underwriting and they're pretty healthy, they can save a lot of money. Okay. It uses the PHCS PPO. LifeX does. We do have one through Iron Health that uses the Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO. But for today's training, we're just focusing on one product. All right. The PHCS PPO network has over 700,000 healthcare professionals, 4,500 hospitals, 70,000 ancillary care facilities. So it is a pretty broad network. You can typically find almost any doctor in there. And if you can't, then you switch to another plan that has the doctor and network. Okay, but let's just go over this brochure. Is this the VL plan? Yes, it is. So VL plan stands for value limited. And I'll go over what those limitations are. So the deductible is $750. The family deductible is $1,500. The max out of pocket is $9,200, but it doesn't work like that. It works as a copay scope of benefits plan, which I'll tell you here in a second. Other covered visits. So all of this is covered in there. Okay, remember, covered doesn't mean free. You have to find the line item on the brochure and go over to the right to see how much it costs. It will not cover acupuncture, children's dental checkup, dental glasses, eye exam, dialysis, biofeedback, or organ transplant services. Okay. Yeah, so let's start going over the benefits. So as I said, this is a scope of benefits plan. You have to read the brochure to understand what this means, but essentially they would have 10 visits per year for primary care, specialist, and urgent care combined, and 12 chiropractic visits per year. It would be a $50 copay per visit after the deductible. Remember, the deductible is $750. $750 after they pay that, then it's $50 per visit with a max of 10. Now, let me ask you, let's say they go to the primary care 11 times. On the 11th visit, what is going to happen?
Do they pay
You
for it
have
on
to
their
pay out
own?
of pocket. Mhm.
Correct. I think you guys all said the same thing. They have to pay out of pocket. They ran out of visits. Okay. Would this be a good idea to put to someone who answers the question, do you go to the doctor a lot or a little? Would it be a good idea to put someone on this plan that says, yeah, I go to the doctor like 50 times a year?
Of course not.
No, not on this plan. Okay. This is for people, kind of like regular people that go to the doctor a regular amount of times. Okay. I think You know, speaking from personal experience, I may go 3 times a year, depending on if I'm sick. I do my wellness, but then like the other one, that's how most people are. No one likes, well, I don't want to say no one. I know there are some people that like going to the doctor, like my mom, but most people don't like going to the doctor. Okay. Telemedicine is free. Emergency room, 2 visits per year for accidents, 2 visits per year for sickness, at a $250 copay. Same thing with ambulance, ground or air, $250 copay. Okay. Diagnostic testing, 3 per year, a $200 copay. Labs, 3 per year, a $25 copay. X-rays, 3 per year, a $50 copay. Outpatient, right? You can read all of these. Injections, infusions, surgical services, outpatient chemotherapy, inpatient. This is hospitalizations. It's a $1,000 copay per admission. Now, I want to go over this with you guys. So it's 2 ICU visits and 2 non-ICU visits. I just want to like, let's just put things into perspective. Most hospital stays cost around $6,000 per day. Okay. So if with no insurance, if they're in the hospital for 4 days, that's $24,000. This is saying they can stay for up to 10 days. That $1,000 covers all the 10 days. What if they're in the hospital for 11 days? What happens to that 11th day? Who pays that?
The consumer pays it.
Yes, correct. Okay, and let's finish this. Now let's go over 1 second.
To answer your question, it says, so when something says after deductible, how do you know the price prior to deductible? You won't know the price. Each provider has a different set price. So you're not going to know the price of it. You just let them know that this is what you would pay after your deductible.
Thank you for answering, Michelle. All right, so let's go over inpatient hospital. So inpatient hospital is different from oh, I missed something. Outpatient surgery right here. Outpatient surgery. Where'd it go? Right here. 3 surgeries per year, $250 copay. Let's put that into perspective for you. So a couple years ago, I injured my shoulder. I needed surgery. I have a scar right here. It's cute. I was in and out the same day, right? It took the surgeon all of, I don't know, 30 minutes. I don't know. I was out. But the total bill for that plan was $37,000. Now, I had Obamacare. At that time, we didn't have these plans. This is 2019 or 2020, 21, 2000. The years get away from me. 2021. I had this. I had Obamacare. They made me pay my deductible at that time. I think it was $28.50. I had to pay that before they even saw me. And then guess what, guys? They declined anesthesia. Please tell me. Please, what? Excuse me. I'm sorry, what? How do you want me? What? How do you want me to handle this? They declined anesthesia. Obamacare did. I just thought that was wild. So I had to pay for that out of pocket, which was like $8,000. Okay. So just because a plan says that it's so frustrating. Obamacare, I know, seems perfect, especially if you get it for free or whatever, but they're still going to have bills. If I had had this insurance, it would have been $250 for the entire thing. That covers the surgeon, the anesthesia, and any other services associated with the surgery. $250 copay after the deductible. Okay, so $1,000 total. I hope I'm building the value here and you guys can see the value. Now let's look at inpatient surgery. So inpatient surgery is much more complex. That means that your surgery is so risky that you have to stay in the hospital afterwards. Okay, so I had an agent who had quadruple open bypass surgery. His bill that was submitted to insurance was $550,000. Okay, that's a pretty intense surgery. He had to be in the hospital for 8 days. So let's go over what this would cover. So if you read here, inpatient hospital surgical services, all fees, $1,000 copay per surgery. Now, let's just say he also had to stay in the hospital for 8 days. Let's go over here. $1,000 copay covers all 8 days. So he would be out on this surgery, quadruple open heart bypass surgery, $2,000. One for the surgery, one for the 8 days in hospital, and let's just say he needed to meet his deductible. So we're at $2,750 as opposed to $550,000. Okay? You still get all your wellness for free. Adult annual physical, immunizations, flu vaccines, pneumonia, tetanus, diphtheria, mammogram, gynecological services, routine colonoscopy, child care, newborn services. These are other things that are covered like therapies, home health. I'm not going to read all these to you. I will go over here though and read you about the allergy shots. 24 visits per year. Looks like that's one every other week or 2 per month. $25 copay. And then, of course, the $50 copay for the visit testing, 2 per year. Prescriptions are also covered. It's not the most vast formulary. Formulary is their book of prescriptions. It's not the most vast formulary, but everything on the formulary is free. So I'm going to click right here. Oh, it won't let me. Okay, well, that's in a training. But essentially, I was about to show you like a 5-page PDF. Everything in that formulary is free because it's a generic and it's free. If they have any other drug that's not on that formulary, it's not covered. And then you would go to GoodRx and give them the discount on here. Like for instance, if they take Viagra, they can get it for $18 a month. Okay, that's what I do. I use GoodRx as a selling tool. But if they're on something crazy, like there was one, is it Restasis? No, that's cheap. There's Restora, Provigil. Is this it? No. There was one on here I looked up. It ended up being like $7,000 a month. No insurance really is going to cover that. Are they a good candidate for private if they take a $7,000 a month prescription? No, they're not a good candidate. That probably means something's going on. They're not healthy. They need this expensive medication to whatever. What plan would be good for them?
ACA.
ACA. There you go. Now let's just go over, Iron Health. Okay. You must have just put this in here, Michelle, huh? So,
That was just showing like the price of what the max guard would be with the $600 deductible. It's similar
okay.
to
Similar
Life Expo.
coverage to LifeX. Okay. So this is just showing you guys another private plan called Iron Health with a $600 deductible instead of $750. So the family would be $879. So we have even lower on this one. Okay. So, and this is the cost per year. So in this example, they would pay $10,554 in health insurance. If they met their family deductible of $1,200, they're out $11,748 in total for the year. They had $28,162 in savings. So pretty good. We have many different private options. Iron Health is another one. We won't be going into like depth with this one today, but this one offers a Blue Cross Blue Shield network, which is pretty much unbeatable. They have group health benefits for individuals, and they have multiple nationwide PPO and EPO networks like Blue Cross Blue Shield and PHCS. Here are some of the networks that we have to choose from. For Iron Health, First Health, Aetna, PHCS, and Health Smart. All of these come with their directories. So let's just say you're looking for a Dr. Wilma Smith and she's not in PHCS, you would go to a different plan, you'd pull up the network directory and you'd look for her. Sometimes you can't do these calls all in 5 minutes. It takes some research and you have to call your client back. The Blue Cross Blue Shield on Iron Health has over 1 million medical providers and 6,300 hospitals. The Aetna network has between 1.2 and 1.6 million medical providers and over 6,100 hospitals. The Health Smart network has 1.8 million medical professionals, And then we also have Enroll Prime. Enroll Prime is it's a great plan. It's a nice option to have. It has guarantee issue. So let's just say you have someone that comes to you and it's June, right? So it's not open enrollment. They have diabetes type 1 and they need insurance. You're going to Enroll Prime because they have the guarantee issue options. LifeX does not have guarantee issue options. Iron Health does not have guarantee issue options. It's not open enrollment, so you can't give them ACA. So you're going to Enroll Prime. Okay. Now I am going to have you guys take turns. I'm going to call on you, and you are going to read out loud these underwriting questions. So the catch with these employer benefit plans is that they have to take a survey once a year. The survey makes them an employee. Do you guys see this? An employee. They're an employee now. They have to take a survey once a year, and now they get employer-sponsored health insurance. So, Chris, you're first up on my screen. Will you read these 3 questions?
Yes, of course. How would the member like to receive the signature documents upon submission? Must select one option. E-signature will be sent based on selection. Next one is, do you know or will you in the future require immigration sponsorship for work authorization? Upon hire, verification will be required consistent with federal law. The last one, are you legally authorized to work in the United States? Yes or no? Would you like me to keep going?
Yeah, no,
Or you-
sorry, I was muted.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
saying thank you. Next up, I'm going to call on Ashley Onofre. If you could just read this left-hand side right here. And this is you giving the survey to the client. I always just say, yeah, this plan is an employer-sponsored plan. You're going to have to take 1 survey per year. I'm about to
Okay.
give you your first survey question. You make it simple. Don't make it crazy.
Okay. So have you attended graduate school? Yes or no? If yes, just ask what the degree type is. Have you attended a doctorate program? And then if yes, what kind of degree type? So are you currently in an education program, online or in person, I would ask. And yes or no. And what will you be studying? And then if yes, what school are you studying?
Awesome. Thank you, Ashley. Next up is Daniel Nicholas. If you could read the right-hand side, please.
Sure, and I didn't see the hand raised. When you have a moment, I have a couple questions, but let me go to the right-hand side. It says I possess all of the following active licenses: drivers, commercial drivers, real estate. You check off which one applies to you: electrician, dentist, so on and so forth. All the ways down to pilot, plumbing, social work, architecture, legal. Interesting. I possess no certifications or licenses or other. Identify all certifications and registrations not listed above that you possess. Okay. Separate each cert or registration by comma if no other certifications, or if applicant does not possess any certifications, enter NA. What is the age of the oldest person who will be covered under the plan? And they have a drop-down box. How many total dependents do you have in your household? Family status. Choose one. Tobacco user, yes or no?
Wonderful. And we'll get to your question as soon as we finish these underwriting questions,
No
okay?
worries.
All right, next up, let me call on Letitia.
Is the applicant spouse or domestic partner or significant other, dependent children, or any other member of their household currently being treated for or expect to be treated for any of the following over the next 12 months? Organ failure leading to bone marrow or organ transplant, yes or no? Any genetic condition that requires cell or gene therapy treatments, yes or no? Any cancer that requires chemotherapy, radiation, bone marrow treatments, and or cell therapy treatments, yes or no? Kidney failure requiring dialysis treatments, yes or no? High-risk pregnancy or pregnancies involving multiple fetuses, yes or no?
Awesome. Thank you.
Mhm.
Antonio, can you read these?
Yes. Hemophilia or other blood clotting disorders, yes or no? Has the applicant's spouse, partner, significant other, or dependent children been seen by medical provider, had recommended treatment, received care, including prescriptions, or been hospitalized for any of the following within the last 5 years? This included any current treatment, medication, prescriptions. Cancer, yes or no? Heart disease, such as heart surgery, including bypass surgery, CABG, heart attack, stroke, heart failure, do not include high blood pressure. Yes or no? Homebound, incapacitated, or incapable of carrying out daily activities such as dressing, bathing, or feeding. Yes or no? Autoimmune or blood disease, such as lupus, MS, anemia, AIDS, HIV, hemophilia, IBS, or Crohn's. Yes or no?
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me see. Kara, will you read these?
Okay, organ failure transplant for kidney, liver, or lung or heart, yes or no? Organ support such as dialysis or ECMO, yes or no? Pregnant, expecting or receiving treatment to become pregnant, yes or no? Hospitalized currently or in the past 5 years. This includes skilled nursing, mental health, substance treatment, or rehabilitation facilities, yes or no? Respiratory disorders such as COPD, emphysema, chronic bronchitis, or chronic pneumonia, yes or no? Musculoskeletal disorders such as sciatica, osteoporosis, back disorder, muscular I can't read this. Yes or no, and substance abuse or dependency, including or not limited to alcohol, cocaine, meth, heroin, or opioids. Yes or no?
Awesome. So let's just go over those words so that way, yeah,
Okay.
you will have to learn these. So it's muscular dystrophy, and then the
Okay.
other one is Michelle, you know how to say this one better than me. The dermatomyositis.
Dermatomyositis.
Dermatomyositis. Oh my.
Meadow,
Dermatomyositis.
meadomyositis.
Dermatomyositis. The only reason I know it is because my sister had it.
Meadomyositis.
That's why. Yeah.
Okay.
Dermatomyositis.
Meadomyositis.
All together now, class.
Awesome. Thank you. Next up, I just randomly pick someone. Carlton.
Type 1 diabetes, yes or no? Major surgery in the past 5 years or any planned surgeries in the next 12 months, yes or no? Neurological disorders such as Parkinson's disease, epilepsy, stroke, Alzheimer's, multiple sclerosis, ALS, or lateral sclerosis, yes or no? Is the applicant willing to share personal health and consumer insights data through short questionnaires throughout the year? Yes or no?
So they have to answer yes on that one and no on all the other ones. If they answer no on this one, they're not willing to take the surveys, they can't have the plan. If they answer yes on all the other things, saying that they have any of these things, they can't have the plan. Okay? So let's just say it's June and they say yes to type 1 diabetes. It's June. And I know we haven't gone all over the products yet, but I've given you hints. What can they have? Anyone?
They can have the guaranteed issue plan, Enroll Prime.
Boom. Who said that?
Daniel.
Dan, good freaking job. Yes. Even though we're not going to be going over those plans today, I'm dropping nuggets that you guys should write down because you will encounter someone that has Alzheimer's in June. And that's someone that you would put on a guarantee issue plan. And then during open enrollment, you'd reach back out to them and see if Obamacare is better for them. It's not always better. right? Just because it's cheaper, it's not always better. Now let's go over pros and cons. Everything has pros and cons. Even my blackberry latte that I got this morning. Pro, it's delicious. Con, it had blackberry cold foam. I'm sure that's fattening. Now, pros and cons of LifeX. Easy application process. High commission. Available in 43 states, including DC. Cons, not available in Alaska, Hawaii, Maryland, Minnesota, New Hampshire, Oregon, Vermont, or Washington. I put underwriting question mark. I don't think underwriting is a con. If it were a guarantee issue, it'd be Obamacare, and we'd have the exact same problems we already have, right? It rewards people for being healthy and not having anything that is going to be costly. Okay. Uses nationwide PHCS network. It's major medical. It covers pre-existing conditions. Iron Health, pros, easy application process, high commission, available in 40 states, including DC. Cons, not available in California, Connecticut, Hawaii, Maryland, Minnesota, New Hampshire, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Vermont, Washington, and Wisconsin. Underwriting con? I don't think so, right? Just gives us options. Uses nationwide PPOs, including Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's major medical. It covers pre-existing conditions. Enroll Prime, pros, easy application process. High commission, available in 49 states, not Washington. GI plans available. Cons, dental plans are not available in all states. I don't know. I think that's just part of being in business. Con, underwriting. Again, I don't really think it's a con. Uses the PHCS network. I think they have a new one in there that uses the Cigna network, but don't quote me on that. Major medical. MEC plans are available. MEC stands for minimum essential coverage, which is just like wellness and doctor copays. It doesn't include hospitalization or surgery. Some people are okay with that. It's just nice to have the option. GI plans available, covers pre-X. Obamacare, pros. I think it's a good thing. It takes unhealthy and low-income people. I think that's great to be able to offer that. Unlimited lifetime limits. I also think that's good. Someone could be really unhealthy, rack up $5 million in charges. They're not going to be booted off the plan. Cons, very expensive if you don't get a subsidy. Little to no network, very small. Doctors leave network mid-year, huge deductible. Low commission for us. It's a lot of work for a little pay. Like I said, you're doing the Lord's work. You're getting good karma points. Especially if you do a regional carrier. At least some of the major carriers, at least they pay a little bit. All right. What we're going to teach you guys today is even if you do write someone for Obamacare during open enrollment, we're going to teach you to bundle. Bundling is the way that your clients will be the most secure. I also want to point something out that if you don't bundle, you're leaving money on the table, number one. Number two, you're leaving room for another agent to come in, call them up, right? They may still get calls. You called them. They may still get calls. Go over the plan and they're going to say, well, so you didn't get dental or vision, or you didn't get critical illness coverage? Oh my gosh, who was your agent? You're leaving room for someone to come in and talk about you like that. Once I became the shark I am today, if I ever got a hold of anyone and I realized that the previous agent they spoke to didn't cover them adequately, I made them my client. And if you don't sell supplements along with all of your products, you are doing the exact same thing. You're leaving money on the table and you're leaving your client uncovered. A perfect example of this that helps life and health agents put this into perspective is to talk about car insurance. Now, I know we don't offer car insurance, but imagine this. Imagine you call, you tell us, I just want the cheapest coverage. I don't care what it is. And the agent gives you coverage, right? You're like, okay, cool. I got coverage. The agent doesn't want to fight you. They don't want rebuttals. They're nervous of you saying you don't want it. They're just afraid. And so they don't tell you some important coverages that is available to you, right? But maybe you don't want it. So let's just say you get into an accident. Your car is totaled. You owe, I don't know, way more than it's worth. You could have got gap insurance, but they didn't tell you about it because they were afraid of rejection. So now you owe 20 grand. On top of that, they didn't give you roadside assistance. So it's your responsibility to get the car towed to whatever, a junkyard. And number three, they didn't give you rental car reimbursement. How mad would you be if you found out that adding those coverages would have been an extra $30 a month? Would that have been worth it to you? Right? And so the way we teach you to bundle things is we give your clients the option. And I say, whenever we get to the script, we're going to say, now I have some extra coverages. You're more than welcome to decline them, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't at least tell you about them. Right? That makes it way more comfortable. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. It's going to be just get in and get out, guys. Get back here in 2 minutes. Michelle's going to take over and she's going to go over fixed benefits and supplements with you. Midway this module, we're going to take a lunch. It's a 30-minute lunch. And then we're going to get back on it and finish out the day with myself going over commissions and scripts and things like that. Okay? So go ahead, 2 minutes, go to the bathroom, refill your coffee, refill your drink, whatever it is. And then Michelle, are you ready? I'm going to hand over host to you.
Yeah, I think Daniel had a couple of questions for you.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I forgot about you, Daniel. Go ahead.
Right. Michelle didn't forget about me. That's okay. Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome.
So, Enroll Prime, LifeX, Iron Health, their employer group plans, you're become part of the employer group. How do we know whether we should focus on that rather than an individual health plan? Is that the benefits are better in the LifeX and the Iron Health? How do we have a cheat sheet that says it's better off to go this way rather than this way? And I'm assuming there's no participation requirements because you're just opting into this group and you're doing this survey.
So, yeah, there is no participation requirements. That answers that question. And the other question of how do you know which way to go? The other option is short term. So short term doesn't cover pre-existing conditions and doesn't offer wellness. So, and it's sometimes cheaper and sometimes not cheaper. So it depends on a couple factors. Are they price driven or are they benefits driven, right? So that would be a conversation that you have with your client. If they're okay with not having wellness, you could go the short-term route. A short-term is still good, but the deductibles are higher and it's more expensive, like on Allstate's $5,000 deductible, whereas LifeX and Iron Health are the lowest is like $250 deductible. So the employer plans, in my opinion, offer better value, better coverage, better network than the short-term. But again, it's a personal conversation between you and your client.
So you're saying the individual plans are only short term? There's no such thing as an individual plan that is longer term? The individual health plans, like
Well,
United Healthcare. I'm going to just throw out an example. I know someone that said they during the pandemic they sold United Healthcare and ACA, and most people, if they're healthy, get them into the United Healthcare plan. Is that a short-term plan on an individual basis?
it is a short-term plan.
Okay.
They have options for a 3-year short-term plan. But after the end of the 3 years, they still have to requalify and go through underwriting again to extend it. Whereas with the employer-sponsored plans, if they get it, they can keep it until they're age 65.
Awesome. Now I understand why there's a difference. And another brief question, is there a certain selling season that's better for these plans? Or is it just year round? Yeah, you can market on
Year
meta
round.
ads or do whatever you want year round.
Year
There's no
round.
peaks. There's no peaks like Medicare Advantage or anything like that.
Nope.
Okay. And your company has meta ad examples for marketing that you could assist people with and so on and so forth?
I mean, I know there's agents that run ads, and then we have Canva, like we do sometimes, like we show you how to use Canva or ChatGPT to create ads. Like it'd probably be something like that, but like we don't have templates for meta ads that
Okay.
you can use, but we can show you how to do it.
Okay. So appreciate that.
All right, good questions. All right, Michelle, I'm gonna make you host. You guys won't see me again until later on in the day. It's a couple hours. Teresa Navarro, sorry you're stuck in attendee. I'm going to promote you to panelist before I leave my host duties over to Michelle. Michelle, now you be nice to them, okay?
Sorry, one more question before
Uh-huh.
we go.
Hmm.
Is there like a spreadsheet of when it's better to push some to help someone go towards a guaranteed issue with certain conditions?
Yeah,
Yes.
I get to that at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Appreciate it.
welcome. You're welcome. All right, bye guys. Michelle, you should be host now.
Got it.
Got it. Bye. Let me
You.
know if you need
Bye.
anything, okay? I'll be on my phone.
Okay.
All
Sounds
right.
good.
Bye.
All right. Is everybody back from their break? Or a little stretch break? It's a quiet class today. All right, so I will need a little participation here because we are going to be doing a quick little review before we move on to supplements. So can anybody tell me, once you have figured out, you've taken like the medical intake form, you've talked to your client, you've established whether they need private or public insurance. What's another word for public insurance?
ACA?
Yes. Yes. Perfect. Okay, so once we figure out if we're taking them private or public ACA, what is the next thing that we have to figure out? What is something that we're going to look at
Who the doctors are?
before that?
Prescriptions.
So it's after we've already, so that's part of the intake is like we're figuring out their doctors, we're figuring out their prescriptions. We've already figured out their medical plan. We've already picked it. What is the next thing that we have to look at though?
Budget?
Closer.
Have you factored in their income
Their
yet?
income.
We've already
Income.
figured that out. All right, I'll tell you. We're looking at their maximum out of pocket.
Oh, okay.
Because now what we're trying to figure out is we're wanting to fill in those gaps. So can anybody think of a time where you can, like, if you remember back for the ACA, the max out of pocket for one person is $10,600. Can anybody think of a scenario where you can hit your max out of pocket in one sitting?
Emergency room?
Mm-hmm.
From the hospital overnight for one night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have a heart condition that you're going overnight for one night.
Heart attack, stroke.
Even some labs might run you there really expensive too.
Yeah, so it's going to be, so what I'm thinking of like a major medical accident. So like, you could be walking down the side in an uneven sidewalk and you trip and you shatter your leg, I should say, because then that's going to require surgery. There you hit your max out of pocket. Cancer, heart attack, stroke. And how many of you here by a raise of hands has $10,600 sitting in a savings account that's just for your health? Anybody? No, not me either. And I will tell you, most Americans do not themselves. So what we want to do as brokers, we want to do our due diligence and do the best by our client. So this is where we're going to fill in that gap. We're going to help fill in the gap for a medical emergency, cancer, heart attack, stroke. So you will come over here to your Allstate quoting portal. And this is where about 99.999% of your plan enhancer supplements, Allstate is where you're going to want to go to get that for them. So if you remember, Jesse said everything when it comes to supplements and fixed benefits, all of those can start the next day. Whereas with major medical, they usually start the first of the month, but we can start these as early as next day. So you'll come into your quoting portal and you'll put the effective date. So we'll put it for tomorrow, which is not March, but May 15th, 2026. For sake of training purposes, we're just going to use a Florida zip code. And this will be for a 41-year-old female non-smoker. You'll come over here, you're going to see a bunch of different little tabs here, and you're going to want to come down to where it says accident, including riders. And you're going to click on never. Now, if they have smoked, you're just going to put in the last day that they smoked. It could be today, yesterday, whatever. But I'm just putting never. And we're going to come over here and look for the maximum benefit. Remember, we are filling in those gaps. So if we're looking at ACA, the maximum their max out of pocket is 10,600. So you would come down here to 10,600, and that is $8.50 a month. Now, something I want you to look at, somewhere in all of your quoting portals, it's going to say download brochure, click here for brochure, but every single quoting portal has a place for you to find the brochure. Here on Allstate, it's right here. So we're just going to download it, open it up, and we're going to read the brochure together. I'm going to make it just a little bit bigger. And let's scroll down to see, I think I might have passed it. Nope, right here. Okay, so this is an accident medical expense, AME. That's what you're going to see it abbreviated as, is AME. And for Florida, each state is going to be different, but like I said, we are quoting somebody who lives in Florida. There is no deductible. It also includes an accidental death and dismemberment, death and dismemberment benefit. Acceptance is guaranteed. So who is this good for? Who is a medical expense plan enhancer good for?
Everybody.
Everybody, that's right. And why is acceptance guaranteed for an AME? Why is there no like underwriting for it?
Because it's based upon accident, not upon health conditions.
Yeah, an accident can happen at any time. You can't predict an accident. All right, so then it also pays the covered expenses up to the selected benefit amount. Now remember, our benefit amount was 10,600. So if somebody, goes outside and falls and breaks their back tomorrow, and this is in place, it's going to cover that max out of pocket for them in the event of an accident. There's no network restrictions. So anybody who is on any other coverage, they can get this. Once again, no waiting period, because like Daniel said, this is an accident. You can't predict an accident. Applicants must be 74 years of age or younger. And the accident medical expense can be paid or can be purchased on its own. All right, so can somebody who is on Medicaid, can they get this?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. How about somebody who is 72 and on Medicare?
Yes.
Very good. Let's see. Somebody with no coverage.
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and look at how that will work in an accident scenario. So let's say you fall and end up with a broken hand. Your primary medical insurance has a $3,000 deductible, and the bill to fix your hand is a total cost of $4,500. So your plan enhancer has a $5,000 benefit with a $0 deductible. So the medical charges altogether is $4,500. Now your primary plan deductible is $3,000, so you'd have to pay that $3,000 immediately before anything is covered at any certain percent. So with your plan enhancer, you have it's a $5,000 benefit. You're going to take $3,000 away, leaves you with $2,000. And then the accident medical expense benefit, you still have, after your deductible, you'll have $1,500 left over to pay because that's the total bill. Well, your plan enhancer comes in and says that, well, we paid your deductible, that's your max out of pocket. You have a $1,500 left over for your accident. So after paying the primary deductible, the max out of pocket, you're left with $1,500 to cover medical or household expenses. So if their max out of pocket is $3,000, like that's it, they're going to be cut a check for $1,500, and they can use that towards any medical expenses that are needed for at the home or household expenses if they're out of work.
So the money goes directly to the client and not to the hospital, right?
So they would have to be reimbursed. So they would be reimbursed for that, but anything left over would be into their own pocket.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. Does that make sense for everyone?
So what you're saying is they're not paying on the incident. so much as they're paying the lump sum benefit.
Well, they're paying on the incident, but what's going to happen is they'll submit their claim to Allstate, and then Allstate's going to reimburse them up to their benefit amount. And then anything that's left over after that is theirs.
Well, what kind of household expenses can you submit for reimbursement?
Well, you wouldn't submit that for reimbursement. What you do is you submit your claim from the hospital to Allstate, and then they'll see that you paid the $4,500. They'll send you $5,000. So it's pretty
Okay,
much
so
like,
you're not paying $3,000, you're paying $4,500. But they'll pay you $5,000. Why are they going to overpay you the $500?
all right, let's look at that again real quick. So this is the example that they have. So let's say it's a $5,000 benefit for that max out of pocket of, let's say their max out of pocket is $3,000. They'll pay that $3,000. Their medical bill showed a $4,500 bill, but they've paid $3,000, insurance paid the rest. So what happens is, because they get reimbursed for that medical accident through their supplement, because they bought a supplement for $5,000, they'll receive $1,500 to put into their own pocket because they've already paid the $3,000.
So they're basically paying out.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. They're basically paying out the full amount of the benefit level, so the 5,000, and whatever you paid in terms of medical bills, like obviously you're gonna get that back, and then whatever's left over. How many times can you make this claim? Is there like a limit on how many times you can make accidental claims? As long as you're paying your hospital bill, then it will pay out? Is it unlimited?
Let's see. We can come down here and look. So why don't I answer that towards the end? Because then we can look at the limitations and exclusions, because I do get into that. So we can look and see if it is unlimited. I want to say it's per accident. Like, I mean, if you break the same leg twice, same spot, I don't think it's going to pay the second time. But like if you break your leg and then all of a sudden you break your arm, I think it'll pay out for that too. I think it's per accident. But we'll look and see it towards the end.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for that one?
No, thank you.
Did that make sense though? I want to make sure it made sense.
Yes. Yeah, your bill has to say $4,500, even though the insurance paid for part of it. You can keep the $1,500 to buy groceries or whatever you want with it, but the bill has to say $4,500.
And since there's no limitations on what insurance you have, like let's say you do have a government plan and they paid the entire bill, you could still technically claim that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so instead you would get the full 5,000 and pocket it yourself.
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm going to mispronounce your name. How do you say your name? Go ahead.
Rocio.
Rocio. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know if you covered this, but we can sell this to individuals or is it only group?
Nope, individuals.
Okay. Thank you.
Everything we go over today is individuals. Individuals or family, I should say. We don't go over group insurance. Yes, Chris.
So question, if you stay on that page there, can you scroll to the bottom? It says 17,500, I think. So let's say we have a person who, as an example, they have a $10,000, 600 max out of pocket. But if they want to, are we able to push them up to the 17,500 and then they can basically pocket more money over whatever accident because they have that benefit level of 17,500?
Yes. So whatever the remainder is, so you're gonna make me do mental math. Hold on. I don't want to use a calculator. I'm gonna do the mental math. So it's whatever is left over after that from the 10,600.
Yeah. So almost 7,000 roughly. 6,900.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is more so to, like, in a way, and not to say that I care, but I kind of do. It's like cheating the system almost. You're getting opportunity to have thousands of extra dollars for $4 more a month. So if the accident was 10,000 out of pocket, then they would get they would get the full 17,500. They would pay back the 10,000 and keep the other 7,500 or 6,900.
Exactly. Wait till we get to fixed benefits later.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's great. And like your client's going to love you for it, because I can tell you there was an agent who he told his client about the accidental medical emergency, the AME, and he said, "No, I'm good. I don't need it." It was a little more than this, but for a 41-year-old female, it's $8.50 a month. And he passed on it, and the next day he called that agent and said, "I fell and broke my back." And there's nothing, that AME would have covered it, but there was nothing he could do, after that. So he said, after that, I made sure everybody got an AME. All right. Now, the other thing too is over here, there's something in the chat. Hold on. I won't be able to see the chat. I'm not going to be able to do both. Okay, I see it now. Okay, so let's say I chose this. I chose the AME for $10,600. It's $8.50 a month. It's going to pop up and ask me if I want to add a rider. I can add a cancer, heart attack, stroke. I can add sickness and hospital, or I can add both cancer, heart attack, stroke, and sickness and hospital.
Good.
So just go ahead.
That's great.
Yeah, so just for training purposes for today, I'm going to add those. I can't see that. Let me see. There we go. I had a little bar in my way. I couldn't read it. So for $35.15 a month, I can have all 3 riders. So let's go over the cancer, heart attack, stroke. We already did the AME, so that was 1 rider. Now we're adding on cancer, heart attack, stroke. So this, in the example that it's going to be a $5,000 benefit level. But remember, ACA, it has a $10,600 max out of pocket. For cancer, heart attack, stroke, it pays the full benefit regardless of other coverage. So once again, everybody say it with me. Who is this good for?
Everybody.
Everybody. Thank you, Daniel. I need I would say glitter to throw around. I think I'll just do flower petals or something for next time. Everybody, make it look like a rainbow in some way. The percentage of benefit payout, it varies by covered condition. Waiting period applies. There is a 90-day waiting period for cancer and a 30-day waiting period for a heart attack, stroke. Let me go over this real quick as to why there's waiting periods. If I went to the doctor today and they were concerned about something that they saw on my labs, or they were just concerned in general about the way I'm acting, whatever, they tell me that they suspect it could be cancer. They want me to go for blood work on Monday. I cannot call, have this activated tomorrow, go for my blood work on Monday, get diagnosed Tuesday with cancer, and expect to be paid out with this. That's why there is a 90-day waiting period. Same thing for a heart attack, stroke. There's a 30-day waiting period. Now, right here, it says pre-existing condition limitations apply. Now, this is kind of where it gets a little tricky and it gets a little confusing. So I just want to go over this real quick. What that means by pre-existing condition limitations apply, it means if I have a pre-existing condition, so let's just say lupus, and I end up having a heart attack, and they find out the heart attack was due to lupus, that in that scenario, this would not pay out for the heart attack. Is that clear for everyone?
Yes.
Okay. All right, perfect. Once again, the primary policyholder must be age 18 to 64. Coverage for dependents are available from birth to age 25. So if I have a family of 6 and there's a baby on there, as long as that main applicant is at least 18 years old, that baby can be part of that coverage as well. There's no health questions to answer. Acceptance is guaranteed. So this is why I went over the pre-existing condition limitation, because acceptance is guaranteed. But if you do have a pre-existing condition that in the event of in the event of cancer, heart attack, stroke, they find that that was the reason that behind the lupus, or the lupus was the cause of the cancer, cause of the heart attack or stroke, that's where that comes into play.
So I have a question.
Yeah, that's okay. Go ahead.
So would they have to spell it out? Let's just say you have someone that has had congestive heart failure in the past, or had another heart problem, but they've never had a heart attack. now all of a sudden they have a heart attack. Does it have to be spelled out that it was the cause of it? Or they say, well, they had a heart condition, so therefore heart attack's not covered. I mean, how do you get yourself in, you don't want to get yourself in a position when you make an error in describing the coverage, obviously.
So if they find that the heart condition, if the heart attack was the result of the heart condition, am I saying that right? I think I'm saying that
Yeah, I
right.
think you are.
Okay.
They would have to say it was a result of the
Mhm.
heart condition.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if they find that, then it's not going to pay out. But
It
if
could be
it's
just result
not,
of
if it's
stress.
not related,
Right. Okay.
yeah. Yes, Chris, what was your question?
So if we have a potential client who experienced a heart attack maybe 5 years ago,
hmm
and then they have another heart attack 30 days or more after enrolling for this coverage, does that mean that they will not be able to get the payout on that?
Yes, because it's still considered pre-existing.
Okay, so even though it was like 5 years ago
Yeah,
or
because
8
it's going to
years
be
ago, or
recurring. It's going to be recurring, it's not going to pay out for a recurring heart attack or a recurring stroke. So let's change it up a bit. Let's go over to cancer. Let's say I had skin cancer. This will pay out for the skin cancer. If I get skin cancer a second time, it's not going to pay out. But if I get lung cancer unrelated to the skin cancer, then it'll pay out a second time. Does that make sense?
It
They
does,
have to
but
be
that's touchy.
unrelated.
Mhm.
They have to be unrelated, yeah.
Okay.
Whereas like if I had melanoma, skin cancer melanoma, and then I end up with brain cancer later and they find out that that was actually related, that's not going to pay out.
Because that actually happened with my dad. He had melanoma and it was metastatic melanoma.
Mm.
And but the cancer insurance policy that he had paid out, it was just one of those that you had to submit all this I had a binder of paperwork that I had to submit throughout that 6 months in order to get the payment. So it was a little bit different.
Yeah.
And that was
But-
through
Life insurance policy.
yeah.
Yes,
Anyway,
Letitia.
sorry.
So, just to be clear, we're talking about during the course of the policy, right? Not saying that they had it prior to, or would they would just not even qualify if they had cancer prior to starting this policy. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on the cancer.
Mm-hmm.
If they had lung cancer before and then they get a second type of cancer later, unrelated, they could still get this.
So, okay, so they had lung cancer, they get this policy, and then years down the line, they get skin cancer, it would pay.
As long as it's not related to the
To
lung
the
cancer, which
okay,
technically it's not. Yeah.
okay.
That's my
Okay.
esthetician side coming out. I have my license in aesthetics, so I use that as a example too. So it's like usually lung cancer and skin cancer don't go hand in hand.
Right.
You'd be surprised melanoma and brain cancer can go hand in hand. It can, So
Yeah,
it
a lot
just
of time-
depends.
A lot of time cancer goes throughout the body. I have a relative that had blood cancer, then all of a sudden she came down with breast cancer.
Yeah.
I would say that's a touchy subject. And I have another friend that had lung and bone cancer,
Yeah. It just depends.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, so let's see how this works. So let's say following a routine colonoscopy, you find out you have colon cancer. You choose a plan enhancer with a cancer heart stroke rider with a $5,000 benefit level. The medical bills start adding up when you start treatment, and time away from work makes it hard to keep up with other expenses. Yep. So your total cost of your cancer treatment is $14,019. Now, your primary health insurance plan, it has paid $9,019 of your treatments, but you do have a $5,000 deductible. So your cancer heart stroke benefit of $5,000 pays towards that, and your remaining out-of-pocket cost is $0.
Great.
Okay. Now we're also going to touch up a little bit more on other supplements that we can add to this. So this is a good one to start with, but we'll also look at higher dollar amounts to pay out for cancer, heart attack, stroke that would help in the event of somebody, maybe they're out of work and they need help, paying bills such as electric or groceries, or maybe they have had a stroke and, you know, they need a ramp build. We'll get into that in just a little bit. Now, the other added on to the accident, remember we talked about we want to find our max out of pocket. So these are in the event of a medical emergency, a cancer, heart attack, stroke, and sickness in hospital, paying off that max out of pocket. So sickness hospitalization, you're going to see it abbreviated as SIP, sickness in hospital or sickness inpatient. So sickness hospitalization. Once again, for the state of Florida, there's no deductible. It pays the full benefit regardless of other coverage. Who can get it?
Everybody.
Everyone.
Everybody. Thank you. There's no network restrictions. So you can have a Blue Cross Blue Shield plan and have this. You can have an Aetna plan and still have this. You can have ACA, still have this. You can have, what's another one? Cigna and still have this. There's no network restrictions. Lump sum benefit is paid on the first covered day of hospital admission. They have to be admitted into the hospital for at least 24 hours, or it will not pay out. If they're there for 22 hours, they have to figure out how to stay there for 2 more hours before signing those discharge papers in order for this to pay out. And they have to be admitted to the hospital. This can't be that they're sitting in the emergency room, being, what's the word, observed. They have to be admitted. 1 benefit per year per person, and then 2 benefits per year per family. There is a 30-day waiting period, so they can't, you know, have the flu and all of a sudden they end up in the hospital later that week after getting this, and only being on the plan for 6 days and end up in the hospital, you know, for a really bad flu. Pre-existing condition limitation applies once again. If they have, I'm trying to think of one, COPD that maybe leads to pneumonia, that would be considered a pre-existing condition that led to the pneumonia, causing them to go into the hospital. No health questions to answer. Acceptance is guaranteed. Where'd everybody go? Hold on. There you are.
We're
Your
out in the
face
desert.
disappeared. Hold on 1 second. Your faces disappeared on me. I was like, where did everybody go? Okay. No health questions to answer. Acceptance is guaranteed. So once again, it's pretty similar to the cancer, heart attack, stroke. Let's say you're admitted to the hospital with pneumonia. Your primary medical insurance has a $5,000 out-of-pocket limit. That's their max out-of-pocket. Your plan enhancer with sickness hospitalization rider has a $5,000 benefit. So your medical charges are $9,300. Your major medical paid $4,300 because you do have a $5,000 max out of pocket that you have to pay. Your plan enhancer for sickness hospitalization comes in, pays that $5,000, so your remaining out of pocket cost is $0. So how many of you think that if you added all of this on for your client for an extra $35.15 a month, letting them know that this covers them in the event of a medical emergency, such as, you know, or accidental medical emergency, cancer, heart attack, stroke, or sickness and hospitalization, do you think your client's going to be pretty happy that you're covering them?
100%.
Absolutely.
Yes. Let's see. What is the other one I was going to say? I have notes here, by the way. I always keep notes on me. I'm such a visual learner. Okay. And then we were talking about, who was it that asked the question? I think it was Ashley that asked how many times you can have it paid out for an accident. So if you scroll down, this is going to be on all brochures. When you scroll towards the bottom, it's going to have limitations and exclusions. If you want, you can read through them yourself to look at all the limitations and exclusions. Personally, though, if you're looking for just like one thing, like how often, let's say, for example, how often it pays out, you can actually on your keyboard for your laptop, computer, whatever, you can hit Control F and a little search bar is going to pop up here at the top, and you can just type in any keyword you want. So let's say payout varies by covered condition. Let's try another one. Let's try accident. So if I type in the word accident, that means that there's 25 areas that have the word accident in it. Let's see. You just keep going through until you find exactly what you're looking for, and maybe it doesn't have what you're looking for. It tells you right here, like, we will not pay benefits for accidental injury, accidental dismemberment, or accidental death resulting from or related to an accident that occurred before the covered person's effective date, participation in military service, benefits in excess of any applicable maximum benefit limitation, active war. So it tells you right here, like, you can go through it and see like what your limitations and exceptions are for the plan enhancers.
The heck of it, can you put in the word observation?
Doesn't come up.
No? Okay.
Try,
Or hospitalized?
yes. What's the word I'm thinking of? Admit. Right here, hospitalization must last more than 24 hours to qualify for a payable benefit. Are there any questions when it comes to those three plan enhancers?
How much does it pay? Sorry.
Oh,
Ballpark.
we'll
I
get
know it
into that
pays.
a little later.
Okay.
We do go into
Okay.
commissions later.
No, I knew it pays. They say it pays well. That's why it also helps. More than ACA. How's that?
Oh,
Right?
yes, definitely, definitely.
I'm just joking. I know you're going to get into it later. I don't want to sound like that.
No, it's you're not trust me, everybody gets excited about the commissions. Another thing I want to go over with you. Yes, Chris, sorry, I just saw your hand.
Yeah, sorry, I threw it up real fast. I think I know the answer to the question, but and it's not a lot of money, the AME add-on, but the cancer, heart attack, and stroke and sickness hospitalization, those can be standalones if needed, if a client is trying to save $10 a month.
So
And
let's go ahead. Let me remove this. So if we add in, so if I add in the AME is going to be by itself. Now we can choose if we just want, if they just want the AME by itself, they can. If they want the AME with cancer, heart attack, stroke, they can. If they want the AME with sickness and hospital, they can. Excuse me. Or if they want the AME with cancer, heart attack, stroke, and sickness and hospital, they can have all three. But they can have the AME is the only one that would be by itself.
okay, so if they didn't want the AME and they wanted cancer, heart attack, and stroke, that's not an option for them?
It is, and we're getting to that.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
No, you're fine. You're fine. That's a great question, though. So now we're going to go over something that's called TrioMed. So right here, you're going to see guaranteed issue. Once again, it's going to depend on the states. So for Florida, they have a guaranteed issue TrioMed. Now, there's three things that the TrioMed covers. First one being it covers a critical illness. Second thing is it covers AME. So you'll see right here, it says AME. I don't know if you guys can see that. My thing's probably very small, but it says AME, which is accidental medical expense. CI is critical illness. So critical illness can be anything, not just cancer, heart attack, stroke. It's going to be anything as a critical illness. And then the third thing that the TrioMed covers is also accidental death and dismemberment, but that's already included with an AME. So for me, my third thing I want to say that it covers, like that I find really important, is that it comes with unlimited free telemedicine. So let's go ahead and look at the brochure real quick. I'm going to X this one out. So let's just go ahead and look at the different tiers. Now we have a $2,500 critical illness, $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, or $30,000. The $15,000 and $30,000 critical illness comes with a $5,000 AME. So let's go ahead and download the brochure and look at it together. And if you hear any background noise, that's my three-legged dog. So just letting you all know. He's my fifth kid. Let me make this just a little bit bigger. Move their faces real quick.
Can you define critical illness?
Yes. So we're going to get into it a little bit.
Okay.
we'll come back.
You're ready. Okay, very good.
I want to go over the life association benefit real quick. So life association benefit, this is, they can get discounts with this benefit, but the big thing is free unlimited telemedicine. As a mom of 4 myself, I don't feel like dragging my sick kid out to urgent care in the middle of the night. They're already miserable. I'm tired. So I love utilizing a virtual appointment through telemedicine. And if they have to get a prescription for him, the doctor on the other side of that phone or computer, they're able to call it into the pharmacy, and all I have to do is go pick it up. So this is really great. This is really good for maybe like how Chris was saying, maybe they don't want the cancer, heart attack, stroke. Maybe they're more interested in like a critical illness. This would be a good thing too, because it also comes with a higher payout for the critical illness. We're looking at, we said 10,000 up here for the AME, cancer, heart attack, stroke, sickness, and hospital, but this goes up to 15,000 and 30,000, and it's not limited just to a cancer or a heart attack and stroke. So let's go ahead and look at the different things that it pays out for. I'll come back to this here in 1 second. So it'll pay the benefit level 100% for a heart attack, a stroke, major organ transplant, heart or combination transplant that includes the heart. Coronary bypass surgery, it'll pay 25% of the benefit level. Heart valve replacement or repair surgery, 25%. Invasive care or invasive cancer after 90 days, because remember, there isn't a 90-day wait period. Cancer in situ after 90 days. So it has the different levels for payout. The other thing that it also pays out, we're talking about critical illness, advanced Alzheimer's disease. It'll pay 100% of the benefit level. Motor neuron disease, ALS, coma, paralysis, severe burns, end-stage renal failure, it will pay 100% of the benefit. Does that answer your question, Daniel?
What if someone has congestive heart failure, goes in the hospital overnight?
See. Congestive heart failure that would be a great question. Yeah,
CHF. They have a $14,000 bill when they come out.
That would be a great question for the carrier because I don't see it here in the brochure.
Yeah, I'm just seeing heart attack. I'm seeing coronary bypass, and that's why I was just wondering, what is the definition of critical illness? Because you hear a lot. I have a friend that's in the health insurance administration business in Texas, and he talks about, putting together a product like this with critical illness, telemed, prescription drug, so on and so forth. And I've always wondered, what is critical? What do they consider critical illness?
Yeah.
I guess everyone's different.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I would definitely look through the brochure because it's going to tell you the policy does not cover any loss caused in whole or in part by or resulting in whole or part from, treatment of a hernia. It's not going to pay out for that because that's not considered a critical illness.
Maybe Control F we should put in and see if
I
there's
did.
heart
I
failure.
did. I already
Oh,
looked
did it
for it.
work?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that might be a call to the carrier
Okay.
if that's
That's
really,
good. Okay, that's fine.
something I'm just
Makes
looking.
sense. Sure, just curious.
Yeah. But
I
I'm
know
pretty
someone
sure if
that
it's
went
heart
in.
failure,
I know
I'm
someone that
pretty
went
sure
in.
it would,
I know
but
someone that went in for heart failure and had a $14,000 bill. It's the only reason why I bring it up. I'm not trying to
that's
poke
okay.
holes in the product. Yeah.
No,
They were
I think
they were in between jobs and they didn't have health insurance at the time.
Yeah, I think that might pay out. That would just be definitely a call to the carrier.
Yeah, sure.
Or even like a message in Slack, just seeing if any of the agents have dealt with that before and maybe they know. I haven't dealt with it before. That's why I just don't know the answer to that one.
Yeah, I'd call the carrier. And obviously you can get an underwriter somehow, the underwriting department with the carrier. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking. Okay. Were there any other questions when it comes to the TrioMed? Now, another thing too, I want you to keep in mind is that we're quoting it in the state of Florida. Not all of the states are going to have the AME with a cancer, heart attack, stroke, and sickness in hospital rider that you can add on. Sometimes it's just the AME. So that's maybe when you want to come down here to the TrioMed and write them a TrioMed. That way the critical illness, at least they'll have something in the event for any of those situations, not just, cancer, heart attack, stroke. It would help with Alzheimer's as well, and any other critical illness. The next thing we're going to go over, and this is going to answer your question, Chris, is if somebody wants just a cancer, heart attack, stroke rider, you can come over here to the left-hand side and it'll say cancer, heart, stroke. And this will have a maximum benefit level. It goes anywhere between $25,000 and $75,000 payout in the event of a cancer, a heart attack, or a stroke. Once again, there is a 90-day wait period for cancer and a 30-day wait period for heart attack and stroke. We can download the brochure again and look at that together. You'll notice it's a lot of downloading the brochures and just reading it, right? I'll put something. All right, so once again, there's 4 benefit levels. We've said 25,000, 30, 50, and 75,000. Your first ever cancer, you'll get 100% of the selected benefit amount. So let's just say, Chris, you were saying, like, what if somebody didn't, wanted to save $10? If they want a higher cancer, heart attack, stroke benefit, they could do 25 to 30,000, and that's still within range at $16 to $18. Excuse me, and it's guaranteed issue, so there's no underwriting questions for those 2 levels. If they want more, 50 or 75, there are going to be underwriting questions. And those are anywhere between $30 and $40 a month. And these are standalone, by the way.
These are not have to be in relation to the bill. Someone gets skin cancer, they have 30,000, and they get diagnosed, they're gonna get $30,000 sent to them.
Correct.
That's awesome.
Yes. It's great. I know one of the agents, it was actually one of Jesse's clients, had one of these benefits, and he ended up having a stroke and ended up in a wheelchair, and he used his check that was cut to him and built a ramp so he can get in and out of his house.
There you go.
Because
People have
health
extra
insurance,
expenses.
your health insurance doesn't cover it.
Is there a product that has critical illness, telemed, AD&D, and like prescription drug and vision?
Vision's going to be separate, but the Triomed that we went over has all of that.
So
Everything but vision.
But does it have prescription drug?
It has prescription benefits, yes.
Oh, prescription. The Triomed has prescription, but I missed that part.
Yes.
So you would just you get the prescription benefits, and is it a discount, or is it like the first 200 prescriptions are $5 if they're generic, if they're the most popular?
I can go back and look at that and let you know.
Okay, I was just curious. But so then they could just buy vision and dental separate and combine it with the Triomed.
Yes.
That's an example. If they want something that covers that kind of stuff. Okay, great.
All right, so first ever cancer, it's 100% of the benefit. Same thing with coronary artery disease or cardiac arrhythmia resulting in a heart attack, 100% of your selected benefit amount. For coronary artery disease or cardiac arrhythmia resulting in coronary bypass, 25%. Coronary artery resulting in coronary angioplasty, 10% of the selected benefit amount. And cerebrovascular disease resulting in stroke, you get 100% of the benefit amount cut to you. So here is how it breaks down. Following a routine colonoscopy, let's say you find out you have colon cancer, you have a cancer, heart attack, stroke plan with a $50,000 benefit level. The medical bills start adding up when you start treatment, and time away from work makes it hard to keep up with other expenses. So your cancer, heart attack, stroke benefit coverage is $50,000. Your medical bills come out to $14,019. Your remaining cash benefits after this has all been paid off, you're left over with $35,981. So you can use that in any way you need, whether that's for the mortgage, any other bills that you may have, like electric, car payments, anything, groceries, or if you have any other health bills that need to be paid as well. And then down here, once again, limitations and exclusions. And you can look through that too if you choose to. Let's see. I want to go over one other thing real quick. So This was cancer, heart attack, and stroke, and then we also have cancer by itself. So if somebody maybe they're young and they say, "Oh, I don't want the heart attack, heart attack and stroke coverage. I just want cancer." You can come over here to the little cancer tab. Everything is guaranteed. No, it's not guaranteed issue. I apologize. Everything is has to be underwritten, so there are medical questions. You can get anywhere between $5,000 all the way up to $75,000 for a lump sum benefit just for cancer. Now, the waiting periods are anywhere between 30 to 90 days. Like I said, it does vary by state, and the pre-existing condition limitation and exclusion is there. But for a 41-year-old female in Florida, they can be paying anywhere between $5 all the way up to $33 per month for a cancer payout. The other thing too is if you choose to add up, if you do an AME, cancer, heart attack, stroke, and sickness and hospital rider, along with an additional cancer, heart attack, stroke lump sum benefit, it cannot equal out to over $85,000. So if somebody wants a $75,000 cancer, heart attack, stroke payout, and they also want the added on AME, you can only go up to $10,000. If you go over that, it's going to tell you cannot add it because it's over $85,000 benefit. Does that make sense? Is that clear for everyone? I can also show you what I mean by that. So if I come over here and I did $10,600 for an accident, cancer, heart attack, stroke, and sickness in hospital, and then I also wanted a $75,000 cancer policy and added that on, it's not going to let me because all of it combined equals out to over $85,000 being paid out. So I would have to either lower this one or make this a little less, which I would lower this by a little bit. So I would take that off.
All on the same policy, I think.
Yeah, so this would be considered two apps.
To what? I'm sorry.
This would be considered two apps. So here's one
Two
app.
applications.
For
Okay.
the
But
same person.
But because they're both with Allstate, they know that you have both of them.
Yes. So once again, this is good for everybody. Your first ever cancer, 100% of your selected benefit amount is paid out to you. Yes, Chris, go ahead.
I'm sorry for so many questions, Michelle.
You're fine.
But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's say we take a client or I take a client up to the $85,000 limit on Allstate. I can also then just write them another plan with United as an example if I want to increase their payout amount, correct?
Yes.
So the limit is 85,000 for that with Allstate, and it doesn't matter with whatever other carriers to write more coverage.
Yes, but I think it's kind of getting like a little muddy because I want to say like life insurance, which I'm not great with life insurance, but I know that there's like a cancer policy that you can add into a life insurance policy. So, which I think might be more. I'm not 100% sure of that though. But yes, I mean, you can do other carriers and see what theirs is. Yes.
Okay.
Is it Courtney or Courtney?
It's Courtney.
Courtney. Okay.
Hey, yeah,
Hi.
that's actually what I was going to ask. I know you just said you're not good with life insurance. I didn't know if like all these, like if you got critical illness and all that with your health insurance, is getting it with your life insurance totally different, or would?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. So they might want to get coverage on both. Okay. That's why I was curious.
Yep. I can answer that one.
Yeah, if someone, says, "Oh, well, I have critical illness with my health insurance," just okay. I just wanted to make sure it was
Yeah.
different.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's completely different.
Okay. Thank
Yep.
you.
You're welcome. All right. So same thing. This is, like I said, like we've been saying this whole time, it's great for everybody and anybody can get it. It doesn't matter on their coverage that they have currently. Anybody on any coverage can get it. Anybody without coverage can get it. So even like if you have somebody on Medicaid, you can add any of these plan enhancers for them just so that they have something. Are there any questions with any of these supplements, riders? Going once, going twice. Is everybody ready for lunch? Or if you're in California, brunch? All right, so we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. So we are going to meet back here at 2 o'clock, okay? 2 o'clock Eastern.
Alrighty.
All right, I'll see you at 2.
All right.
Hello.
Hello, how is
Hello,
everybody?
here.
Jesse,
Refreshed.
are you there?
I am here.
You're here. Did you see the Millionaire Report for March?
No, did it just come out?
Yes, go check out Michael Ikahihifo's numbers. I was just I couldn't finish eating because I was on the phone with him.
Oh my gosh, just tell me because I don't have time to log in.
$99,222. He goes, I'm dead.
Heck yes. Heck
So-
yes.
So close to the 100,000.
What's yours?
Mine's 130 something.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What was
I just want my hat. I
what
just
was
want my
mine?
my inspired hat. What's yours? Let me see. Hold on. Hold on. I got to go all the way to the top because I'm all the way at the bottom.
Everybody has to be sitting down.
I know. Jesse is at 151 million.
What? No.
That's for March. That's for March.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Alrighty.
I hope
Bye.
you all had a great lunch. Oh, I like that. The dollar sign that you have there, Chris. All right, give me a minute. I got to get my bearings all together. Share my screen. Let's go back to Allstate. Alrighty. How was everybody's lunch? Did you all enjoy it? Was it well worth it? All right. Chris, what time do you have to go get the kids?
I don't. We forced him to take the school bus home and he's going to
Oh.
get dropped right here, like 3-minute walks from the house. So I was like, I lost too much time in the morning. So you're walking, take the bus, you're walking. I don't want to hear it, bro.
How old is he?
14.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he should be walking all the way from school. He doesn't have to get on the bus, but school's far.
Yeah, no, that's understandable.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So let's just recap a little bit. What is, and we're going to do this just really quickly. After we figure out whether we're going to go private or public with our medical plan for our client, what is the next thing that we have to look at? We've already done the whole intake form. We know their prescriptions. We know their doctors. We've already picked out a plan. What are we looking at on that plan?
Adding on supplements.
Adding on supplements for the
Out-of-pocket max?
yes, there we go. So very close. So out-of-pocket max. Then you're looking at the supplements to fill the gap. What do you think comes after the supplements, after we've already filled that gap? What is next?
Dental and vision.
Yes. Dental and vision. So for the sake of training purposes, we're going to stay with Allstate and we're going to look at their dental plan. So we're going to come up here to dental. You'll see there's several different dental plans here. So let's go ahead and download the brochure once again and see what the difference is and what would be best. Go in a little bit. So with the dental plan through Allstate, they do utilize the Aetna Dental Administrators PPO network. This is a nationwide dental PPO. So your client can go anywhere in or out of network. Excuse me. Another thing too I wanted to mention is when it comes to health insurance, for dental or vision, somewhere within the brochure or within the quoting portal, you have to look for it. There will be a hyperlink to the network so you can see if their doctors or dentists or counselors or whatever are in the network. If they're not, if it's a PPO, they can still go to that provider. They're just going to be not paying the PPO discount. Okay, because anybody that's within a PPO network, there's going to be a PPO discount for them that they get locked into when they're part of that network. All right, so let's go ahead. We will go ahead and look at, let me see, did it pull up? Why is it not pulling up the other one? So you're going to see a bunch of different products. I do want to start off with this one though. It's going to have the value, the plus, and the prime. So let me go in a little bit here. We're going to go over it a little bit. So for the value, the plus, and the prime plans, you're going to see the deductible is the same across the board. It's $50 for an individual and $150 for a family. That's when they go to somebody in network. If they go to a provider outside of that network, then their deductible is either going to be $100 for the individual or $300 for the family. For preventative services, once again, it's same across the board, 100%, 70%. What that means is 100% of the preventative services is covered when they go to a provider in network. If they go to a provider out of network, the plan is only going to cover 70% of their preventative services, and the client is responsible for the other 30%. Okay? Now, with basic services can include the amalgam and resin-based composite fillings, simple extractions, emergency treatment of dental pain, consultations, and denture adjustments and repairs. This is showing that in the first year of having this plan, the insurance will pay up to 60% for any basic services. The client is then responsible for the other 40%, but the insurance will only pay up to $1,000 for services. Okay, within the first year. The longer they have the plan, the higher their maximum benefit goes up for dental. So in the second year, it goes up to $1,500. Third year, it goes up to $2,000. You'll see over here on the prime plan, it goes up to about $3,000. I will say across the board for dental plans, normally, I want to say the highest I've ever seen for a dental plan for their maximum annual benefit is $5,000. I think that's with I think it's Manhattan Life that has it. But there's always going to be an annual maximum. What that annual maximum is let's just say, for example, I have $1,000 annual maximum and I go to the dentist and I get my preventative done. He's in network. So all of my preventative service are covered. I don't have to pay anything because it's covered. But let's say I have, 2 cavities I need to get filled. My plan is only going to pay 60%. So if those 2 cavities, let's say they cost $800, the plan will pay 60% of that $800, which is $480. I'm responsible for the remainder. And that $480 they paid is getting subtracted from that $1,000 for the year. So whatever $1,000 minus $480 is, whatever the remaining number is, that's how much I have left over to cover for the rest of the year. If the insurance pays the percentage up to $1,000 and I have to go in for more services, I'm going to be paying out of pocket for everything after that at 100%. Okay. Does that make sense? Is that clear for everyone on that? Okay. You'll also notice with these 3 plans right here, each year that you are with the plan, the percent does go up. So you'll see the second year, if I have any basic services that need to be done, it's 80% covered by the insurance. I'm responsible for the other 20. Same thing here for the plus plan. It's 80-50, meaning 50% if they're out of network, and 80-50. For a value plan, this is usually really good for somebody that just wants like their basic cleanings done. They don't have any major services they need. They just want basic cleanings. This would be great for a client like that. If somebody needs some services done, the Plus plan would be great because you'll notice it does cover major services such as deep sedation, general anesthesia for major services, crown services, oral surgery, composite fillings, periodontics, endodontics, dentures. That is covered at 15%. You're responsible for the other, what is that, 85%? If my math is wrong, please let me know. And then same thing over here with the Prime plan. It does give you a little more, 25% coverage, and then you're responsible for the other 75%. The Prime plan also has orthodontia coverage for ages 19 and younger. So keep that in mind. Orthodontia coverage is age 19 and younger, and they pay up to $1,000 for braces. With that said, if somebody like comes in and their braces are, you know, $10,000, it's saying that this plan will pay 15% of that $10,000 up to a maximum of $1,000. So you're still left with $9,000 to pay, right? It seems pretty good. But let's go over here to the creme de la creme of dental plans. Through Allstate, there are two plans. We have two copay plans through Allstate. Now, the first copay plan, you'll notice for preventative services, it's $50 per visit. There are no waiting periods. Your benefit can start day one. Basic services, same thing. So any fillings, it's just $50 per procedure, and you can start day one. There is a 6-month waiting period, though, for major services. So like oral surgery, deep sedation, crowns, root canals, things like that. But depending on where those fall in which tier of major services, you're looking at paying anywhere between $50 or $250 per procedure. There is a $3,000 annual maximum per person per plan year. Pretty great. I mean, you're not having to do the math, and you're not paying a percentage towards, you know, your services. You're paying one lump sum, one copay per service. So you already know how much you're going to pay per service. But there are people out there that need a lot of dental work done. And that's when I come over here to what's called the Copay 2 plan. You'll see there's no maximum. Their annual maximum is unlimited. They can go to the dentist as often as they need to for all the work that they need. Now, each year that they are on the Copay 2 plan, by year 2, the copays do go down in amount. So let's look at copay starting first year. For your preventative services, this includes your evaluation, examination, cleanings, fluoride treatment, bite wing, and full mouth x-rays. It's $0 when you go to someone in network. It's a $0 copay. You go in, you have your preventatives done, get your cleanings, get your treatments, out the door you go. For basic services, like I said, this is for fillings, simple extractions, emergency treatment, consultation, dentures. It's a $100 per procedure, and there's no waiting period. Major services tier 1 and tier 2, you're going to be paying anywhere between $125 and a $500 copay. But look at this, there's no waiting period for either one. So somebody can have this plan start tomorrow and go to the dentist tomorrow for any major work that they need. And you'll see where it breaks up the two tiers for the major services. And just to let you know, this is per procedure. By year 2, the copays do go down. It goes down from $100 to $50, $125 to $75, and $500 to $350. I have not seen any other plan like this where it's a nationwide PPO, number one. Lots of copay plans are HMOs. So the fact that Allstate has this product for us is pretty incredible, and nobody can beat it because, you know, they can go anywhere nationwide on that nationwide PPO, and they already know what their copay is going to be. And there's no waiting period and no maximum. Like I said, they can go as often as they want. Are there any questions when it comes to the dental plans with Allstate?
Yes, I don't see orthodontics on the copay plan 2. Is that correct?
That is correct. There is no orthodontic coverage on the copay plan 2.
Very good.
Yes.
Nathan.
Yes, Chris.
How about root canals? Do they fall under any of that, or is the terminology different for root canals?
Mhm.
under tier 1 or tier 2?
Let's find out. I'm going to control F. Doesn't have anything. So if I can't find it in the brochure, my next step is going to be to call the call the carrier and ask them. I want to make sure that I'm correct. I want to say it's going to be ending up being tier 2. So that's probably going to be a $500 copay. But I would call the carrier just to make sure.
Sounds good.
Are there any other questions for the dental plans?
Just really quick, Michelle. A
Yes.
root canal is endodontics.
Thank you. I'm not a dentist.
Yeah.
That's why I
So
didn't know. Yeah.
you can
Okay.
just
So
Google the words endodontic, prostonics, that way it tells you. So yeah, endodontic is root canals.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So there's your answer. Endodontic therapy falls under a major tier 2, so that's a root canal. So it'd
Do
be
we have
tier 2.
do we have any plans that cover more for orthodontics, for braces, Invisalign, whatever? I mean, I see $1,000 on the other plan. Do we have anything that covers 2,000 or more?
Mm-mm.
Just curious.
No, that's across the board though with all dental plans. It's usually only children ages 19 and younger, and they only pay a certain percentage up to the $1,000 for orthodontics.
Very good.
Yeah. We do have another carrier though. We're not going to get into it today, but we do have another carrier that gives a discount for Invisalign. So there's that. But as far as a dollar amount discount, no, there's not another one for adults even.
And
Okay.
there's a carrier through the LifeX. I want to say it's the Samaria was telling me it covers
Oh,
adult braces.
that's Enroll Prime.
Enroll Prime's
Yeah.
dental.
Yeah. Yeah, that one does have adult braces. That's all copays. That's an HMO all copay plan.
Thank you.
But when it comes to like the PPOs, if you're looking at like PPO coverage, the most it'll cover is $1,000.
Do we have Delta Dental or no?
I don't know.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, so after the dental plan, now you're going to come down here. Allstate Vision, they use the Avisus Vision Network. Once again, here's the hyperlink to find providers in the Avisus network. I will tell you, you cannot do a vision plan, an Allstate Vision plan. Cannot do an Allstate Vision plan by itself. It has to be with the Allstate Dental plan. That's the only way you can sell the Allstate Vision plan. We do have other carriers that you can do a standalone vision like United. And just to let you know, here's a little golden nugget. If your client likes to wear contacts and glasses, United Vision is great because it gives you an allowance towards your frames each year and an allowance towards your contacts each year. Where with this one, it is, I know it says frames and contact lenses. I actually did call the carrier and ask them. They said it's frames or contact lenses that you can apply your allowance towards. So they have to choose whether they want frames for that year or contact lenses. And then they will apply either the $130 allowance towards that or the $200 allowance towards that, depending which level you are choosing. Yes, Letitia.
So you said you can't have a just a vision standalone. So can you have a dental for one family member only and then the vision for the rest of the family members? So like if you have two family members and one only needs vision, can you do the dental plan and then a vision and a vision?
It won't work that way.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be, you can add the vision onto the dental and then whoever wants to use it can, but everybody's going to be on that one.
Right. Right. So, okay.
Because like when you do the quote, you'll see it later. Like when you do a quote for like a whole family and then you put it for dental for the whole family, it would be the whole family for the vision.
Okay.
Yeah.
So real quick, so we do have standalone vision from other carriers. So, like United Healthcare has a standalone vision, and you can put as many people as you want on a policy. But, like, say you want two people on one dental plan and one person on another dental plan and one person on a vision dental plan, that's going to be separate applications. So, it is possible, but it's not possible to do that with all. Allstate Vision is only a bundled product, but we
Okay.
have standalone vision with other carriers.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you both.
Oh, you're welcome. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay, so looking at the two plans, there are two levels. The first one is a $15 copay for their annual exam. They can get frames or contact lenses every 2 years. Or they can go to the level 2 plan that is a $10 copay for their annual exam and a $200 allowance to get frames or contact lenses every year. It's just going to depend. So this would be a time when you ask your client, do you go to your eye doctor once a year, or every other year? When do you get frames? Is it every other year or every year? And then you can decide from there which level you would want with your dental plan. And then you'll see one has covered for the lens packages and the other one is just a discount. Are there any questions with this vision plan? Pretty simple, right? All right. Now we are going to get into a fixed benefit plan. Can anybody take a stab at what they think a fixed benefit is? Anybody?
Does it just pay a certain dollar amount for whatever the procedure is?
Right. So it's a fixed dollar amount, no more, no less, for specific services. So once again, we're going to look at the brochure. And all of this for training purposes, we're doing Allstate. We do have other carriers that have fixed benefit plans, but for today, we're just going to go over Allstate's access. This does come with unlimited free telemedicine because we do have that life association benefit right there. We're going to come down here. It does use the First Health Network, and then it also has a prescription benefit as well. And here's that telemedicine that I was talking about. And then right here is where you could click the hyperlink to see what that prescription benefit is for. For today, we're just going to look right at the core plan. So the core plan, how this works is it's great to pair up with major medical insurance. So it's pretty much paying you a fixed dollar amount to go to the doctor, or if you have to go to the hospital, it'll pay you for going to the hospital. You can also use it, excuse me, which I don't recommend, but it's something. You can also use it for a client that maybe they can't afford major medical, but they need something. So this would help in the event of like them going to their doctor, or if they end up going to the hospital. All right, so right here, it shows us that the second they get admitted into the hospital, this plan will pay them $2,000. They could get admitted to the hospital 2 times per year, and that puts $2,000 right in their pocket from the moment they are admitted. If they are confined for sickness in the hospital, if they're confined in the hospital for sickness, it's $3,000 per day that they are paid. So if they're there for 10 days, that's $30,000. Confinement for injury is $4,000 per day. The second year they're on this plan, it's $6,000 per day. And by the third year, it's $8,000 per day. And that's where it caps out at after year 3. If they're in the ICU for injury or sickness, it's $5,000 per day with a maximum of 60 days. And it also gives you a dollar amount per surgery, depending what type of surgery it is. So it gives you a dollar amount for the surgeon, outpatient surgeon, assistant surgeons, assistant outpatient surgeon, anesthesia, outpatient surgical facility. It pays a dollar amount for that as well. And then also down here for doctor visits, for an office visit, just to go see your doctor, it'll pay $150 for the visit. So if I go to my doctor just for, I don't feel well, I go to my doctor, this plan will pay me $150 just for going. and I get 7 visits per year. If I go for preventative care at my doctor, so that's like a physical, or because I'm a woman, maybe pap smear, it's $150 per visit. You get 2 per year. And then urgent care, you get 3 visits per year, and it pays you $150 per visit. It also has a dollar amount for testing and radiology. So think of like, CT, PET scans, MRI, blood work, outpatient chemotherapy and radiation. It does pay a benefit for that as well. Observation unit, it has a dollar amount pay benefit too. And then same thing for ambulance and emergency room. So why don't we take a look real quick at what that will look like for our client if we gave them this fixed benefit plan. So this example, it's a 5-day hospital confinement for illness with a surgery, full charge for services before insurance. So this is before insurance even kicks in. Their total bill is $150,000. Now the client has a LifeX plan that has a $750 deductible, and they have a $5,000 sickness inpatient, accidental medical emergency, cancer, heart attack, stroke plan enhancer. And they also have this fixed benefit plan. So let's look at this together. So the fixed benefit plan, they get admitted into the hospital. They're automatically given $2,000. 5 days of illness confinement at $3,000 per day equals $15,000. The surgery benefit pays $9,000. There is a second surgeon or assistant benefit that pays $4,500. The anesthesia benefit pays $1,500. Radiology pays $100. And then the laboratory, because they did need lab work done, pays $35. So this is also called an indemnity plan. So indemnity or fixed benefit. This plan will pay the insured a total of $32,135, because when we add all of these benefits up together, they equal out to $32,135. Now, the client's deductible, because they have LifeX, is $750. They have a $1,000 copay for inpatient surgery through LifeX, a $1,000 copay inpatient hospital services through LifeX. So the total that your insured client actually owes is $2,750. Okay, so that's what they would pay just with their major medical. But you've also added on the plan enhancer and their fixed benefit plan. So the sickness inpatient plan enhancer will pay the $2,750 for the client, and the client will keep $32,135 in their own pocket to do with whatever they please. And you get 17% commission. How do you think your client would feel, like knowing, like not only did you have them covered for a sickness inpatient or a sickness in hospital, but they're also getting paid because they were sick? That's pretty, like they have, like they can use that $32,000 to use for whatever they need. Your client's going to be pretty happy, right? Does that make sense for everybody?
Yes, it makes sense. And the client is going to be extremely happy.
That answers your question from earlier, right, Chris?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. If I mess up your name, I'm so sorry. Rocio? Did I say it right?
Yes, you said it right.
Oh, okay.
So basically this plan is for like out of pocket. Like you can position it that way, right? Telling them like this can help with out of pocket expenses, because it basically pays, if I'm understanding correctly, it's paying you for almost everything medical related.
It could help with out of pocket expenses, but you wouldn't want to do it on its own, because even so, like, let's look at this. Let's pretend like this person didn't have a LifeX or a plan enhancer, and their total bill is $150,000, and their fixed benefit pays $32,135. So you would take the 150 minus the 32, they still owe all the other money that's left over. Whereas if this is paired with the major medical, this is not only does it help for the out-of-pocket expenses, but it also puts money back in their pocket.
Gotcha. But I guess I'm sorry. I don't think I worded it right. This
That's okay.
one's more like general and overall versus like an accident policy is more towards accident, cancer more towards cancer. This is like overall medical. It pays
This
for
is
overall
per
medical stuff.
service. Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes. You're welcome. I saw something in the chat. Can the anesthesia benefit be applied to everything anesthesia? Everything anesthesia as far as, is there anything specific? Because let me go back real quick. Because I think there's only 2 per year that you can get.
So let's say someone, maybe they're doing an eye surgery, they might need anesthesia, or let's say, a child might need circumcision, they might need anesthesia. Would that apply to those type of services as well, or
I
just
would say yes.
okay?
I would say yes. And that's also something that you can like look into, like here, you got to look at the little asterisks or the little numbers right here. So this says 6. So it says tier 1 surgeries include the following: amputation, not including fingers, thumbs, and toes; carotid endarterectomy, coronary artery bypass grafting, which is CABG; cesarean section due to complications of pregnancy; heart valve repair replacement, hip replacement, spinal fusion, prostatectomy, splenectomy, and surgery for brain aneurysm. So there's going to be different tiers to it. You just have to see, like this one says like tier 1, tier 2. So tier 1 is what I just read, what that includes. That didn't include tier 2 anesthesia. So you would just have to look and see like what the exclusions and everything are. Were there any other questions in the chat?
Michelle,
Yes.
on that previous example, I'm seeing a balance owed of 117,865. So I'm missing something in that equation.
117.65. Are you just taking the 32,000 and subtracting it from 150?
Yes.
So you're missing it where they actually have major medical. So let me present this real quick. So they have a major medical plan through LifeX, and LifeX has a deductible of $750. Now, if you remember, LifeX, it's a copay plan, but the copays do not kick in until after your deductible is met. So the person who has, in this scenario, has a $750 deductible that they will pay, and then there is a $1,000 copay for their surgery and a $1,000 copay for their inpatient hospital services. So altogether, the insured person is paying $2,750, and the insurance is taking care of everything else.
Got it.
But because they have the plan enhancer and they have the fixed benefit, they get to pocket $32,135 for themselves because they have the insurance paying for that big medical bill.
Okay.
But you
Thank
are
you.
correct. You are correct in the fact of if they didn't have this major medical insurance and they didn't have a plan enhancer, then yes, they would owe $117,000.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope that cleared it up.
Well, it seems to go against everything I've learned studying for insurance. Because insurance is supposed to return you to the state that you were before the day of loss. And this sounds to me like the person is getting enriched as a result of the loss.
Yeah, so that's why it's good to pair up with a major medical.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Were there any other questions?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was on an espresso run. What do we call this plan exactly again?
It's a fixed benefit plan, indemnity plan.
But is it Allstate again?
Yes. Yes. And we do have other carriers that have fixed benefit plans. We're just sticking with Allstate for today.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
And then what would the premium look for all of this combined with other plans, if you don't mind?
What would what they're paying monthly? It depends on their age and where they're located.
Say like a 40.
Well, I'm not.
40. Okay.
We'll probably get into quotes later.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna look that over just because of training purposes. This is just to give you like an idea of what it would look like for a client who is on this.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Excuse me. All right. Another one we do have is United Healthcare. They do have fixed benefit or indemnity plans, whichever one you want to call it. We do have trainings on that as well, just to let you know. Who is ready to get into commissions? Yeah,
Okay, twist our arm.
I know, right? I don't know how Chris did it. He made money rain earlier. How did you do that? I need to make it rain money. All right. So let's go ahead. We're going to go into Lead Master real quick. How many of you, by a show of hands, how many of you have your Lead Master already, your HST Lead Master? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 hands up and everybody else's pictures. Okay, perfect. So Lead Master is one of the CRMs. It's completely free. Everybody gets one of these when they sign up. It's good to use. We do have another CRM though that Inspired uses if you choose that you want that instead. It's more organized. It's a lot more user friendly. We have a lot more trainings in there as well. And also it helps with the dispositions of calls a lot easier than HST's Lead Master, but they're both great. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm going to show you how to find your commissions. So we're going to start real quick. I just want to show you how you find your leads. So when you come into your Lead Master, you're going to come over here on the left-hand side with all of these different tabs. You are going to want to come into where it says Lead Acquisition and click Buy a Network Lead. And you will get the circle of death up here for a little bit. And you will see right here is where all of the leads are. There's about, I want to say like 16 different buckets that have leads in them. You'll see A+ STM stands for short-term medical, dental. Beta is just lead vendor, Blue Cross Blue Shield, ACA, United Healthcare, exclusive, shared tier. Leads from the HST website, deluxe exclusive, fresh, age leads, or aged exclusive, premier, aged, share tier 1, life transfer, and group. You all will be starting with the aged exclusive or aged leads. You'll see it says grab one, they're free. So when you click on that, it automatically grabs a lead for you and pulls up their file info. And I would grab one, but because of HIPAA, I can't share the information. I wouldn't be able to post the video later. The other thing I want to go over real quick before commissions is over here on the left is leaderboards. If you ever want to come and see where you are, where your team is, you can click on Agent Leaderboard and wait for the lovely circle of death to bring it over. And you will see over here, this is who I was on the phone with during lunch. You can come over here and see who the top agents are for this week. Our week begins on Saturday and ends on Fridays. So this is from now until tomorrow. And you can see, for example, M. Ika Hihifo. He has 12 apps sold for this week with a total of 35,232 AV, which is annual volume. Okay. And you can just scroll down, just kind of see like where everybody is. If they're in bold letters, that means that they're within their rookie year. So from the moment you get your first paid app, is when the clock starts and you're in your rookie year. So for a whole year, you're in that rookie stance and you are eligible for what's called our producer bonuses, which we are going to go over here shortly. And then you'll also see Miss Jessie Park over here on the right-hand side, top NMD2s. All right, so let's go ahead and go to, let me just find the commissions. Let's just go to HST Library. And I'm going to type
NMD?
Jessie, is that National Marketing Director?
Okay, thank you.
I think. She'll answer later if I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong. I don't know. So if I put in incentive, because they have what's called an incentive scope, pull up the latest one. It's just a little bit bigger. So the incentive scope is where you can find commissions and what each one is. So let's go ahead and look at this together. So you'll see over here on the left-hand side, this is our carrier, Allstate Health Solutions, United Healthcare, Pivot. It tells you the product with which one they are talking about. And everybody, when you first start, you come in as an associate. So you'll see the number 15 here for Allstate Health Solutions. That means it is a 15% commission. So everybody starts at 15% for Allstate anyway, 13% for United Healthcare, 13% for Pivot Health. Same thing over here with Allstate Health Solutions. This is going to be your fixed benefit. So remember, we just went over the core plan for the fixed benefit indemnity plan. So in the beginning, you get 17% commission for the first year, and then it's a 3% renewal after that. For same thing for Manhattan Life, Philadelphia Americana, UHC. So anytime you see a slash here, that just means the first number that you see is the percentage for that first year. And the second number is the percentage for the renewals. Does that make sense?
What if there's no slash?
Then it's just, that's a great
Is that-
question.
Is that flat? First year and renewals the same?
No, it's just flat. It's just right 15%. Because this is going to be
Me-
short term. So the most you
Okay.
can write is 3 years.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whereas this one can go on for as long as it needs to. They don't expire. So it's 17% first year and then 3% renewal after. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, do you mind going back to I just want to see how you got to that document again?
Oh, yeah, sure. So if you go to the HST library, it's going to be on your left-hand side. There's going to be a little search bar at the top. And I just typed in incentive and clicked search. And I went down to their most recent one. They're going to be putting in a new one here shortly as well. They talked about it in this past week's meeting that they're coming out with. It's not brand new. It's still about the same, but they're just updating a couple of things. But the incentive scope, then you just download it and then it brings it up right here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So you all heard me talking about rookies. So like I said, after your first paid app is when the clock starts and you are a rookie for the first year. So what that means is you are eligible for the producer bonuses each week. And what that is if you submit 6 apps each week that are $25 and over, so each app has to be at least $25 in premium, you will get a $100 bonus. If you submit 9 apps per week, you get a $200 bonus. And if you submit 12 apps per week, you get a $300 bonus. I know Jesse had hit her bonuses every week, and Michael Ikehihifo, same thing. He hit his producer bonuses every week as well. Like I said, there is a $25 minimum for the monthly premium, and it is your first 12 months after submitted business. So it's paid app, but also your submitted business. Okay. It does not include 0 commissions, and these are uncharged backable. So once you're paid the producer bonus, you don't get a chargeback on them. The next thing that we're going to go over is spread the word. So if you know anyone that maybe you're like, oh, this would be a great opportunity for you, and you invite them to join HST, you will get a $200 lead credit, and the lead credits go towards purchasing A+ leads. You get a $200 lead credit upon your referral's first paid app. So when the person that you referred gets paid on their first app, you will get $200 in lead credits to use towards A+ leads. And once they are at 10 paid apps, you will get $300 lead credits plus a $500 cash bonus. Same thing too. Also, it has to be a $25 minimum premium per application. Okay, and make sure that if you know anyone and you are referring someone, make sure that they tell us your name so we're able to put that in there for you. Okay. And then this one is everyone's favorite, is the $10,000 bonus. This is what everybody works towards, is the HST partnership. Upon $1 million in NAP, which is national. Let me make sure I'm saying it correctly. I always go over this. Net annualized premium. I always want to say national annualized premium. It's net annualized premium. So this is $1 million in net annual premium on all products paid through HST. And once you do that, you get a $10,000 cash bonus. And then you get also become part of the partnership bonus each. They just changed it each quarter. So there's going to be partnership checks written out each quarter instead of once a year. And I know, Jesse, I think we'll get into that a little bit later as well. Are there any questions about the producer bonus, spread the word, or HST partnership? I do want to, yes, Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, Michelle. So my question is regarding spread the word, and I don't know if Jesse's going to cover this later. I think she will. You don't have to answer it now, but for those individuals that want to eventually start building an agency, and in the beginning stages, we're spreading the word, and those referrals are coming in and being placed elsewhere in the organization. How does that work when we get to that stage? Like, for example, let's say from now until I take my own agency position, I refer over 100 people. Do all those people get restructured under me when I receive or earn that title?
That is a great question for Jessie. She definitely can answer that for you. So I would hold on to that question and ask her when she comes back to do her last bit of the training, because she'll be able to answer it better than I can.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? I am going to touch a little bit on Leadmaster just to go over some things, because I don't know who it will be, but it will be somebody here in this group that says, what is a good state to add? You might even email me, what is a good state to add? What is a good state to purchase? I always say Ohio and Michigan just because they're the least expensive. But if you want to see what products are in what state, come over here to the left-hand side and click on State Carrier Map and just start clicking on the states that you're thinking about purchasing. So let's just look at Nebraska, for example, and it's going to pop up all of the products that we sell in Nebraska. So I would say Nebraska would be a good state to add, because you can see it has Allstate has the fixed benefit. It has an AME with riders, has a critical illness, has the Triomed. It also has United Health One, or United Healthcare, I should say. Has some major medical for on the exchange. Also has short-term medical, has dental, has vision. So I would say, yeah, Nebraska is good. Let me go look at, let's see. Let me look at Washington. We pick on Washington all day long in this training. I would say don't get Washington. You could do a dental through United Healthcare, but I wouldn't waste money purchasing Washington, because if you're just going to sell a dental, that one dental policy will not pay back what you paid for Washington as a non-resident state.
I'm upset that that's the only other one I have aside from my home state.
That's your home
I
state?
didn't even get,
No,
didn't even
it's
get
not.
licensed in Washington. It's like got halfway done, and then they said they were missing a document a couple years ago, and I said, the heck with it.
Yeah, don't. Don't do Washington.
Quick question. Can you click on Nebraska again for a second?
Yes.
Ironically, I just got licensed for Nebraska this week. My AI Gemini said it was a good state. So let's just take a look at this fixed benefit, and you go down, it says Advantage Guard. How do we look that up quickly of what the heck that is and what it offers?
Advantage Guard, I'm not sure where that is. Hospital Guard.
So how do we find out what that is that we can
that
offer?
one, well, it's going to be coming to trainings. That one I want to say is through United Healthcare.
Real quick,
But is there a
Michelle.
list
Yeah,
somewhere that we?
Real quick.
Sorry.
That product is brand new to Allstate. If you put your quoting portal out to 6/1, June 1st, it's launching then.
Okay, perfect. So they
Okay,
updated this.
But just in general, how do I reference what these products are and what they have?
You will eventually become, I guess, experienced in your portals, and you'll just know Hospital Guard GI, that's United Healthcare, Allstate Solution, well, it says it right there. National General Health Access, National General also means Allstate. Advantage Guards, and these are just talking about fixed benefit plans. Like it's just a learning curve. That's the simple answer. It's just a learning curve.
Well, I appreciate that, Jesse, but how do I learn what, I'll just pick one up, hospital, Safeguard GI, how do I learn what those benefits are? There's a
Go,
reference on here somewhere where I could just look up and say this pays this, or?
you'll log into your portal, you'll pull up the brochure and you'll read it.
Okay, so there's a brochure attached to the portal somewhere. Okay,
Of course,
this is,
yes.
okay.
That's what
I'm
I
just
said in the
asking.
beginning. Mr. Daniel, I'm taking your points away. I said
Sorry.
that in the beginning when I went over the supplements. I said in every brochure there's no.
I was getting more
You're getting
espresso. It's my
you're getting
fault.
excited. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just messing
Okay,
with you.
yeah.
I'm just messing with you.
I was
Um,
excited because I just picked Nebraska this week and you picked it. See, we're on the
yeah.
same
So what
wavelength.
you're gonna do, and this is what I did too, Daniel, is when you get your quoting portals, go in there, download all the brochures. If you know, come
There
to
you
the
go.
training. Definitely come to our Tuesday trainings. Come to our Friday trainings. Look at, past videos from our past trainings. You'll hear me talking about how I say download this brochure, print it out,
Okay.
highlight what similarities there are, highlight what differences there are. That's really how I learned a lot, and also by going to the trainings. So that's really how you're going to learn that.
Well, I learned these meetings are important because the last 2 days I've been trying to contract on my cell phone, and, and Jesse said, "Don't try to contract on your cell phone this
Yep.
morning." So I put a couple hours into trying to contract unsuccessfully a couple of different carriers.
Oh, well, now you know to do it on your
Now
computer
I know
or,
not to do it on my cell phone. All
yeah,
right.
for sure. All right, so that is that. I do want to show you real quick though. I want to show you our CRM, kind of show you how it's different from HST Lead Master. It's a lot quicker. And over here, you're going to see on the left side, we have Lead Marketplace. And you'll see we have a lot more leads as well. We have Inspired leads. We have Compass leads. So remember in the beginning of the meeting, Jesse talked about our other FMO, Compass. They also, we've collaborated with them, and we get to use their lead buckets as well. So we get more leads from Compass. And then of course you have your HST Marketplace buckets. If you also come over here to the left-hand side under Inspired Library, you will see a bunch of different folders. I'm still working on it. I'm trying to get it organized. There will be something over here called the Inspired Vault with videos, ghosts of videos past, I guess you could say. But the main one here, the Inspired Insurance one, if you click on that, you're going to see all of the trainings that date all the way back. I think the earliest one I saw was 2021 or 2022. Our newest ones, our newest trainings are going to be at the very bottom. And I create the covers for these as well. So Milo went over Pivot, and if you are a Friends fan like Jesse and myself, you will see I used Ross's picture from the time when he yelled out, "Pivot, pivot, pivot." So that was fun for me to do. We love our friends quotes here. But if there's something specific that you're looking for, I would once again use Control F, and I would type in United. And it comes up with 5 different videos that has United. It could also be UHC. So it shows 7, and you could just click through them and bring it to the most recent one, like I said, which are down at the bottom, and you can watch those videos. Like I said, this is the Be Inspired CRM. And if you choose to get the Be Inspired CRM, it does pay for itself. It's a $35 activation fee plus a $35 first month fee. So the first fee that you're paying is $70. And then moving forward from that, it's $35 every month. For all the training and just all the organization, we do go over an in-depth CRM training. It also comes in the email when you do start up with the CRM. If you don't want to wait for the live hands-on one, that's fine too. So that video is there for you. You can also link your calendar, your email. There's so many things. I'm finding golden nuggets with it almost every day. Let's see. Okay, so let's go back over here. Go into my slides and see
Good
what
question before we leave the leads. There's a lot of different leads. What if I want to purchase fresh leads, but I don't want United leads? I just want general fresh health insurance leads. They're looking for personal health insurance, something either ACA or an alternative to ACA. Private health
It's
insurance.
gonna depend on the bucket.
There's a whole bunch of different buckets. Is there one that says general one, or no? They're just all
No, it just
different
says
ones.
fresh. Like it says fresh.
It
So
just
there's
says
one that says
fresh.
fresh. There's one that says A plus STM. That could be anything. If there's somebody looking specifically for Blue Cross Blue Shield, that will be in the Blue Cross Blue Shield bucket. But all of the
Okay.
leads that you're going to start with are the aged leads, and that's just a whole array of them.
Hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Michelle,
Yes.
can you go back to Lead Master and show me the keystrokes to look at the states?
Oh, yes. Okay, so if you come into Lead Master, over on the
Right.
left-hand side, it says State Carrier Map. And if you click on that, it brings up the whole map and you can click any state you want.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, the other one that I want to talk about, so we already did the incentive scope with HST, and they will have another incentive scope coming out. So just keep an eye out on Slack, which Jesse will get you into towards the end of the training. I know somebody will post in there, hey, the incentive scope is out. It'll have updates as far as bonus producer trips or any other type of contests that they have going on. And then also over here, Compass, they do their own trip. So they don't do a partnership like HST does, but they do have a yearly trip. Every time you sell a product from Compass, whether that's LifeX or Enroll Prime, you get what's called trip tokens that can go towards the trip. So they do pay for like the top agents. They have like specific tiers for each one who make the trip, but then they still allow you to come by using your trip tokens. You can use that towards like your tickets or your flight or your stay if you choose to. They don't roll over. It would just be for the year. So just to let you know. They also talk about how much lead credits are for their products. Let's see what else. And then they talk about their promotions too. But the trip tokens are definitely the ones that you want to keep a look at. All right. And then this is how advances work. So some carriers are as earned, which means you get paid each month the same amount, which is usually Enroll Prime, LifeX, Iron Health, and ACA. And then everything else is advanced. So you might get a 6-month advance, a 3-month advance, or a 1-month advance. So if you get a 6-month advance, then you'll get as earns on months 7 through 12. And then your renewals will be month 13 and on. If you get a 3-month advance, your monthly residual as earned will be months 4 through 12, and renewals, once again, months 13 and on. And then if you get a 1-month advance, you get as earned months 2 through 12, and then your renewals is month 13. And then as earned is monthly. Once again, no chargebacks on your producer bonuses or your $10,000 partnership. And this is just an example of how the advances work. $1,200 annual commission with a $50 monthly renewal. So months 1 through 6, let's say you get a $600 advance. The client pays 6 months and your advance is now paid off. So for 6 months, your client has paid their premium, which means that your advance has been paid off. Months 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, you receive $100 per month. And then months 13 and on, you'll receive $50 per month for renewals. And then this is an example of a commission check. So this agent, they sold a short-term policy with the Life Association, Cancer, Heart Attack, Stroke, and Plan Enhancer. And you'll see right here, this was their monthly advance. The total for their commissionable premium, excuse me, for that short term was $258.57. The Life Association was $20. Cancer, Heart Attack, Stroke, $38.95. Plan Enhancer was $16.40. This is the percentage at their commission rate. And then this is what they got in advances right here. So this was probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 apps for one person. Then there's a Life Association, critical illness, short-term medical. That was probably 3 apps for another person. a trio mode of critical illness, dental short term, about 1, 2, 3, 4 apps for another person, and then 2 apps for a person. Like I said, this is what their commission rate is. This is their advance. This is what their percentage is. And then this is what they made on advances alone, which was $2,397. And advances and bonuses. So HST does not charge interest on your advances or debt balances. Producer bonuses, like I said, are not charge backable. The partnership bonuses are also not charge backable. And then even though we are not tax people, we do want to say that the 10% that you get put back into your business, 25% save for taxes, live on your advances, and get rich on your residual renewals and bonuses. Are there any questions?
Is it my turn now?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Michelle. So man, everything looks good. Just question on the system, like when you get all these clients and then how do you guys stay in front of them? Is it through email, through mailers, or just making sure that you haven't gone away and making sure that you can provide that service if they have questions and they need to get your
So
information.
that's a lot of you doing the work as an agent, right? So like one of the closers you can say is if you ever have a question or if anything changes, please reach out to me. I'm going to be the one to help service your policy, help find doctors, even help you with claims should you need it. Please take down my phone number and please remember if anything changes, please call me. There's no automatic mailers. Keep in mind you're self-employed. So if you want to do automatic mailers, you certainly can. If you want to set up automatic emails that go out every 6 months to check the temperature, you certainly can. There are ways that you can set up automatic emails in the CRM to do that for you, but nothing is done for you.
Right, right. Definitely. Just wanted to make sure that there is that way that we can do it. I understand the mailers, yeah, that's off on our own dime there, but as far as the CRM, that's what I've always been wanting to do to stay in front of them. So if someone can if you guys have that already, definitely want to learn that to where yeah, it's
Yeah, you
automatically
have all the
goes out there.
tools to
Perfect. Okay.
It's not set up automatically for you, but we can teach you how to. Rocio, yes. Does Rocio have a question?
Yes, I do. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was just
Yes.
wondering, do you guys have like a way, uh, maybe like either a cheat sheet or how do we know what products are offered in our state? Like, so I can know exactly like where to go for quoting.
So we're about to get to all of that. We're about to get to the cheat sheet here in a little bit. And then Michelle already showed you the state carrier map.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, so now we're going to go over the coding method that I recommend you guys using, which is the good, better, best method. The good, better, best method allows clients to, and you're giving them a choice, you're giving them the option to decline insurance, to take something away, but you're doing your job as an agent and you're showing them everything that's possible with their budget. It may be a little bit outside their budget, but remember the example I gave you about the car insurance, right? At least you're presenting it, but the way you talk to them allows them to be in control and allows them to add or delete anything from their coverage. So the way I quote is I do a good, better, best method, starting with the best method first, also called the takeaway method, right? You present everything that they can get, and then if they don't like it or if it's too expensive, you'll start taking things away. So if someone can qualify for it, you can do an Iron Health PSM 1500 or a MaxGuard 300, like lowest deductible, or a LifeX VL 500. Whatever it is, the lowest deductible is going to obviously be the best plan. Or if they want major medical with no limitations, like no limitations on visit, it would be the Blue Cross Blue Shield plan from Iron Health with, I think it's the lowest is a $1,500 deductible. So that's what you present. You do the plan enhancer to cover the gaps, whatever the gaps may be. And the gaps, by the way, is the max out of pocket, not the deductible. So you would do max out of pocket, and then you would do Allstate. Again, you would talk to them, but of course, you're going to say, I also included in there a $50,000 cancer, heart attack, stroke. Does anyone want to take a guess why I have a CHS right here and a CHS right here? If no one wants to guess, I'll just tell.
Different coverages?
Yes, correct. So for example, this CHS, this 9,500 pays the medical deductible, right? But think about it. If you're going through cancer or heart attack, stroke, most likely you're not working anymore and your family finances are strained. So the second CHS is a $50,000 check that they can use for living expenses, whatever they want, mortgage, rent, groceries, water, electric, etc., everything. So this is what that is for. This is for the medical portion, and this is for living portion. Then you have a dental vision, and then I included a life insurance, right? They can decline it, but you wouldn't be doing your job as an agent if you didn't at least present it to them. How many of you guys want to take a stab at how many of my clients ended up opting for health insurance even though they never asked about it?
You mean life insurance?
Yeah, sorry. Did I say something different?
You said health insurance.
Sorry.
Maybe 90%?
That's positive, like very high. No, it was 22%. 22% of people ended up opting for life insurance even though they never even had it on their mind. They never asked about it. They weren't going online to inquire about it. But because I offered it, 22% of my clients opted for it. That's a pretty good close rate if you're presenting a product that they didn't even ask for. Okay, so my whole point of this is just offer it. They're allowed to say no. You're going to see the script. It's not pushy. It's not salesy. It's actually very nice, calm. They're allowed to say no. Okay. Now let's just say that's too expensive for them. This is where you start taking stuff off. In this example, I took off the cancer, heart attack, stroke. I also raised the deductible. There's many ways that you can start going down in price. The first way, without deleting any of these coverages, the first way is to go up in deductible. But if that is not enough of a price jump, you can also start removing coverage. So in this example, I took away the cancer, heart attack, stroke, but let's say they wanted that and they didn't want dental or vision. That's fine with me. I'll take away the dental vision. Okay. And then finally, this is like the highest deductible plan, either on the VL side of the LifeX, which is those limitations of the visits, or the major medical on the LifeX side with the max deductible of $7,350. Like, of course, it's whatever plan you talk to them about, but it's raising the deductible to the highest. And you can see in this example, I also took off the cancer, heart attack, stroke, but it doesn't mean that that's always what you take off. Many of the times they will want to take off the life insurance because they already have it. That's fine. You're not pushy. You're getting the sale regardless. You're getting a couple applications. Don't fight them on taking away the life insurance. Oh yeah, that's fine. Let me go ahead and take that off there. Now your new total is da-da-da. Is that better for you? Boom. You sold 4 policies. Who cares that they took one off, okay? This is just like if you upsell 3 dentals a week, right? 3 visions a week, 3 critical illnesses a week, 1 life insurance policy a week. This is the extra amount of money that you're adding to your yearly income, right? Every little win counts, every application counts, and that's why I tell you guys not to decline Obamacare. Even though the applications are frustrating and long, if you upsell, it makes it worth it. If you don't upsell because you're too afraid, I mean, that's on you. Don't make this money. I'll call them after you. I'm kidding, I won't. If I was a dialing agent, I would call them after you and steal your client, but it's just a joke. Anyways, upsell the policies, try to sell. Chris, I'll come back to you in 1 second. Let's just get through this real quick. This is an ideal week what does it look like if you get up to 3 clients a week? Now, I want to go back to my beginning story when it took me 5 months to sell a dental. I did not have 3 clients a week, but eventually I got up to 5 clients a week. And when I was in my peak insurance writing era, I had like 20 clients a week, right? So this is an average. This is something you should shoot for. 3 clients a week you will make and hit 7 figures within 5 years. And I'm about to show you how. Okay, Chris, this is a perfect time for your question.
So my question was in regards to the life side. So I'm coming over from life, Jesse, where most of the experience is. So in your situation, or maybe with a different agent who's writing that, let's say you come into a client who has an existing life insurance policy. Would you try to spend the extra time after the health stuff is written to go over and look at their existing life policy and try to convert them over and maybe write a better policy for them for the life insurance
Absolutely.
side?
After you've sold the health insurance, you've taken their credit card, you have the apps, you've logged the sale, and then you can call them back. Doing all of that in one call is frustrating and long for the client. So do
Yeah.
what you went there for, close the health, and then say like a closing statement at the end. By the way, the majority of my expertise is in life insurance, and I can tell you what you're paying is too high. I'd love to do a policy review with you if you ever have time. I could call you back tomorrow or even next week, but I do think I could probably save you about whatever, $70 a month. Is that something you'd be interested in? If they say, no, I'm good, I have it, I like it, da da da, leave it alone. Don't blow up your whole health sale trying to chase a life insurance sale. But if they're like, yeah, of course, right? Go ahead. Okay. All right. Now let's go over what 3 clients a week looks like. And we are showcasing private health insurance. We're not talking about Obamacare. Keep in mind, you will add some of those throughout your life, especially during open enrollment. You will add those, but I'm not counting this into your path to $1 million a year, right? They'll come, it'll trickle in, you'll start making money, you'll get up to $10, $20, $30,000 a year in Obamacare, but it's not going to be the majority of where you make your money. Okay, it's just a nice little token of helping people. So we're gonna it's gonna be Iron Health Life X, Allstate Dental Vision, Critical. This is gonna be the bundle, the fictitious bundle to show you how to get to this money. Keep in mind you get advanced on Allstate as earned on LifeX, Iron Health, and life insurance. And let's just say you sell individuals, 3 individuals this week. They each pay $329 for health insurance, $58 for dental, $58 for critical illness, $45 for plan enhancer, $85 for life insurance. Again, reminder, you get advanced on Allstate as earned on Iron Health Life X and Americo. Plus you got your weekly bonus from HST for hitting your 12, they changed it. It was 15. I think it's 12 now. 12 apps a week, $300 bonus. And so this is what you earn. You earn $94 added to your monthly for the LifeX, $50 to advance on the dental vision. You get a 6-month advance. Then starting on month 7, you start earning $8.70 a month. On the critical illness, you get advanced $139. It's a 6-month advance. And then you earn $23.20 a month starting on month 7. The plan enhancer, you get a $40 advance and then $675 monthly. Life insurance, you earn $93 a month. Now, the total advance you earned off that one person is $364 times 3 clients is $1,093. Plus you got your weekly bonus from HST of $300. That's $13.93.50 a week that week. Plus you got $750 in lead credit. Plus you added $444.69 to your monthly income buildup. Now, this scenario is you help 3 families a week. Obviously, if they're paying more, you make more. So on the Iron Health or LifeX, they're paying $879 a month, $188 for dental vision, $120 for critical illness, $85 for plan enhancer, $98 for life insurance. As a reminder, you get advanced on Allstate as earned on LifeX or Americo, plus you got your weekly bonus of $300. Now, what does that look like commission-wise? You earned $109 towards your as earned. On the dental vision, you got advanced $160 and then $28.20 a month starting on month 7. The critical illness, you got advanced 288 and then $48 a month starting on month 7. All-state plan enhancer, you got advanced 127, plus you now earn on month 7 $21.25. And life insurance, you got it's 107 a month. Now, your total advance off that one person off the supplements is 575. You got help 3 clients a week, so you're at 1725 for the week, plus you got your $300 bonus. So cash, you earn 2025. Lead credits, you earn 750, and you added $982 to your monthly residual buildup. Now, what does that look like over time? So over a year, off your supplements, you earned $140,000. And then off your as earned, you've built yourself up to earn $17,628 a month. That's after 12 months of working. It's not going to happen on your first month. Okay? That's after 12 months of working. You now earn $17,000 a month. And from the supplements you sold, bundling with every single call, you made $140,000 off your advances, plus your bonuses. Now let's go after year 2. Year 2, you've gotten a raise. You're no longer an associate agent. You're maybe an executive agent or a senior agent, right? It goes up with the amount of business you write, but now you're at 158,000. And now with those same 3 clients a week, your monthly residual buildup is 35,256. What does that look like after 5 years? You've gotten a couple more raises, maybe you're a district, maybe you're a regional, who knows? I'm not sure. This is just projection. Off your advances and your bonuses, because you're still writing business, you're $167,000 for the year off advances and bonuses. And now you're at 17,628. Let's do some math. You guys take out your calendar or your take out your calculator for me. Go ahead and do 17,628 times that by 12. Times that by 5. And then add that 167. Who wants to read off that total for me?
It's 1,225,492.
Yes. So I just showed you guys how to become a millionaire within 5 years. Now, the hard part is doing it, even though maybe you wake up and you don't want to. You don't want to dial, you don't want to service clients, you don't want to call the carriers and wait on hold, right? I'm speaking to myself too, because I hate calling the carriers and waiting on hold, but it is a part of customer service unless you hire someone. If you're making $1.2 million a year, can you hire an assistant? Yeah, right. So that's how you grow your business. It all starts though in the beginning, and it starts with getting up to 3 clients a week. That will take time. In my first 5 months, I had 1 client, 1 little client. That is it. Okay. We all start somewhere, and it takes time. Okay. Now, let's go over partnership. So partnership recently just changed, and partnership used to be where you'd wait yearly for this check. And I'm going to tell you what my bonus was for the quarter. Again, I cringe at this stuff, but I know it's important to set the tone and show you guys what's possible. If you ever follow me on social media, which I'm not exciting, there's nothing to follow, but if you do, you will never hear me talk about this stuff, ever. I think it just invites like bad energy. I just want to be rich in silence. Okay. I don't need to tell anyone about it. All right. But what do you guys think a partnership check looks like? Like, just curious. Anyone want to take a stab?
It's gotta be
30,000.
like 6 figures.
6 figures. Okay. That's optimistic.
I live on that side of it.
I love it. So, when I was in corporate, the job I got let go from, I remember one time they took us out for Christmas dinner. We were having sushi and they passed around envelopes, and I got a bonus of $150. Let me tell you, I was so happy because that helped with phone bill, it helped with gas, it helped with electric, whatever. All right, so that I was very, very happy about that. Whenever I first started seeing bonuses here, I was blown away. So what I'm about to show you are my bonuses historically throughout the years. This was my very first year in business. It says partnership 2017. I made $31,945. My partnership bonus in 2018 was $61,475. My partnership bonus in 2019 was $108,413. Here it is in 2020, $123,365. Here it is in 2021, $137,000. 22, 95. 23, 150. 24 was 157,000. 25 was 167,000. And then they switched to quarterly, and we just got our quarterly bonus yesterday. 7,776. So now that it's quarterly, they're going to be way more than this. I'm so excited. They bumped Allstate's contribution from 8% to 16%, right? So if you guys focus on Allstate, number one, you'll hit partner faster because it's weighted at 2 instead of 1. So what that means is if you write $1 million in business of United Healthcare, it'll take you $1 million in business to hit partner. If you write 500,000 of Allstate, it'll take you half as much time to hit partner. Okay? Allstate is, HST is owned by Allstate, so they incentivize us to write Allstate. We're not captive. We don't have to write Allstate. But if you do, you'll hit partner in half amount of time, and then your partnership bonus every year will be double. Kind of cool. Okay? Now let's go over qualifications for partner. You do have to, number one, hit $1 million first. Once you hit $1 million, that's what you guys heard Michelle talking about earlier. Michael Ikahihifo, one of my top agents, just surpassed 100,000 in business. Okay? If he only wrote Allstate, he would be at 200,000 in business. I don't know what he writes. We can't see those things. So I don't know. Maybe he is. Maybe he's only written 50,000 in business, but it counts as 100 because it's all Allstate. But everyone is counting down until they hit partner, which is at $1 million. Once you hit this $1 million, you get a $10,000 bonus check, and then you become eligible to participate in revenue sharing, which is what I just showed you. Every single year, you need 150. Oops, let me change this now because they just announced this whole change. It's 35 per quarter to qualify. Okay, once you hit that $1 million in revenue, you need 35 apps per quarter. Do you guys know how many that is per month? It's 12. It's 12. It is not a lot. Remember the thing I just showed you where you take a client and you sell them 5 apps? They're really asking for 3 clients a quarter. It's crazy. It is not hard. It is not hard. I get blown away when people are like, "What's your secret?" I literally just dialed. I just worked. I did what I was supposed to do. I dialed and I bundled. I dialed and I bundled. And, right? You're gonna talk to someone. You're gonna be asked a question. You don't know the answer. That's okay. That's what you have us for, right? You dialed and you bundled. Right? So now I'm gonna go over what to say on the phone. This is the, I guess, hardest part. I use education as a means to build rapport. What that means is I say, do you know what a copay is? Do you know what coinsurance is? Do you know what a PPO is? Right? I ask them questions. I educate them while I'm talking to them. I present the positives of the plan first. Remember how I just showed you back a couple hours ago how everything has pros and cons? Right? Everything has pros and cons. The deductible, the LifeX one, $750 deductible, The con is that you got to hit your deductible first. I mean, I guess it's still a great plan, but if we're going to pick it apart, the con is that you have to hit the $750 deductible first, and then you get access to your copays. I'm not going to lead with that though. I'm going to go over the copays first, all the benefits, the surgery, the inpatient hospitalization, the low deductible, and I'm going to say you do have to hit your deductible first. But the deductible is so small, you'll hit that after about 2 to 3 doctor's visits, right? You're going to be a human with them. You're not going to just read the script. I want you guys to make the script your own. The 2 sales methods, you can supersize, which is where you upsell after you sell the main product. I don't recommend that. I recommend the good, better, best way, which is where you pre-bundle, you show them the best, most expensive thing first. Maybe it's above their budget slightly, and you start taking stuff away. Remember the scenario I showed you about the car insurance, right? That person, that fictitious call, they didn't even try to upsell you or pre-bundle. They just gave you the cheapest thing possible. But if they had done their job correctly, they would have explained gap insurance, towing assistance, rental reimbursement, and gave you the option to say no. It's your option to say no, right? But if you don't present it at all, you're not being a good agent. You're going to use the takeaway tactic, right? So you present the bundle first. Yeah, it's completely up to you. If you don't want it, we can delete it. But you presented it. You still did what you were supposed to do. Okay? Now we're going to go over the script. Much of the script, guys, is tonality. Hi, John. This is Jessie calling from Healthcare Solutions. I was calling about the inquiry that you made regarding your health insurance. Was this for you or your family? Who would want to talk to me? Do you guys want to talk to me? Do I sound pleasant? Do I sound happy? Do I sound excited to talk to you? Do I sound like I love my job, my career? Right? No, most of this is tonality, right? It makes a huge difference. Hey, John? Hi, this is Jessie calling from Healthcare Solutions. I was calling about that inquiry that you made regarding your health insurance. Is this for you or for you and your family? Okay, perfect. Well, I'm a broker. I have access to hundreds of plans. I specialize in helping my clients find plans that fit their needs and budget. I just need to ask you a couple questions so I can see which direction to take this, okay? These are the handouts. This is what you guys are about to get. Here's the script. All right, wonderful. So I have your zip code here as da-da-da, and your date of birth I have here as da-da-da-da. Okay, and I hate to ask this, but are you male or female? Okay, and so occasionally you'll get someone pushing back on that. Just keep in mind that insurance insures parts. So no matter how they dress or present themselves, it's what's inside their body that we have to insure. So if they're born a woman, we're insuring ovaries and pap smears and things like that. If they're born a man, we are insuring prostates and those things, right? So insurance cares about what's inside. Okay, do you have any prescriptions? Okay, and can you tell me what those are for? Awesome, okay. And then what's your height and weight? Okay, what has you looking for insurance today? And when's the last time you had health insurance? Do you guys know why we're asking that question? It's because if they have lost insurance in the last 60 days, they qualify for a special enrollment. Okay, and how's your general health? Do you go to the doctor a lot or a little, like more than 10 times a year? Are you on any chronic medications? And for any health conditions, what's the recommended treatment? Sorry, I have hiccups. And if I can find the right plan for you today, when did you want it to start? Okay, and are there any doctors you want to keep in network? Alrighty, and last question, what's your yearly household income that you claim on your taxes? Wonderful. Okay, I'm about to go shopping for you, but I just need one more thing. I'm sure you're aware, but there are hundreds of plans available, and depending on the way I build this plan for you, it could range in price drastically. What's a budget that you feel comfortable spending each month on your health insurance? Many times they won't know, and that's okay. You will know what kind of budget to give them from their income. So if they say 30,000, you know that they qualify for a subsidy and they're going to kind of need lower end coverage if they lost health insurance in the last 60 days and they make 30,000, you know to go to ACA, right? If they make 100,000 and they're self-employed, you know to go private. If they make 100,000 and they're self-employed, but they take injectable insulin because they're diabetes type 1, you know you're going to go Enroll Prime, guarantee issue. Okay? You have two options on this one. Option number one is perfect. So what I'm going to do now is go comparison shopping for you, show you some different plans that will work for your situation. When I come back to the phone, you can put them on hold with this option. Hold on, let me write that down. So this is where you feel comfortable and confident enough to put them on hold while you look. So when I come back to the phone, I'm going to have a couple different options for you. I just need for you to be able to tell me that you don't like something. We're building this plan together, and I want to make sure that you're getting the exact plan that you need. You're in charge, okay? Option number two is that you do not feel confident enough to do that. That's fine. You're gonna be like that for your first like 10 calls. This is where you're gonna call them back. Okay, perfect. So what I'm going to do now is go comparison shopping for you. I'm gonna show you some different options of a plan that would work for your situation. When I call you back, you get to build the plan exactly how you want. I'm gonna call you back in about an hour. I just need to make me one promise that when I call you back, you won't ghost me. Right? And this may make you feel weird asking this. I promise you, when I was back in the day and I had to call people back, I got ghosted a lot. When I asked this question, I got ghosted about 80% less. Okay, every sentence is in here for a reason. Okay, now you're going to present the options. These options, this is a template. Okay, you're not going to say this. You're not going to say this. Okay, it depends on what you write. Okay, the first plan I'm going to talk about is my preferred package. If it's the LifeXVL, right, you're going to talk about that. It has a $750 deductible. It has $50 copays to go to da-da-da, right? You're going to talk about that plan. It does have a deductible of whatever, but what I've done is I've included a rider that will cover that deductible and out-of-pocket expenses for accidents and sickness hospitalizations. It'll pay out $50,000 benefit should you ever be diagnosed with cancer, heart attack, and stroke, and that's to help you with household bills. I've also included a dental vision plan for you as well, and a life insurance policy that has a face amount of $150,000. Any of this stuff, if you don't like, we can take away, but if you like this policy, the total comes to da-da-da. Now you're going to be quiet. You're going to hear stuff on the other line. Oh, that's too much. Oh, no worries. That's fine. What about this do you want me to take away? Take off the life insurance. Okay, cool. Take off the dental vision. Okay, let me see where that's at. That's this new price. How do you feel about that? Okay, still too high. Yeah, I was trying, you didn't give me a budget, so I was just putting stuff together, or I tried to stay near your budget. Right, this is where you can just pivot to another plan, whatever it is that they decide on. And we're going to go through live coding here in a second, but whatever it is that they decide upon, you take the payment, you have them e-sign. It's all on the screen. It's easy to follow. Okay, now you're going to do the comfort close. John, so before I get off the phone with you, I wanted you to do something for me. I'm going to take down this number, save it to your phone. I want you to feel comfortable to call or text me anytime. I'm here to help you find doctors, urgent care, even help you with claims should you need it. Here's for the person that asked the other question earlier. Should someone else call you in the future and offer you something better, I'd be happy to take a look at it and tell you if it's a better option. Please always call me if that happens. My plan is to be your agent until you reach age 65. Also, if you're ever curious about retirement options or annuities, I'm your lady too. We have some great high return plans. I'd love to run some illustrations for you if you have a moment, when you have a moment. And if you know anyone in the same or similar situation as yourself, I'd love to connect with them. I'm self-employed. I work off referrals, and that's the best way to thank me for my help. Once you hang up the phone, you're going to text them as well. Hey, Chris, this is Jessie, your health insurance lady. Make sure you use health insurance in the text because they're not going to save your number. I hate to break it to you. They're not going to save your number. But if you have that key word in there, they'll be able to search you later. All right. So now we talked. Oh, by the way, let me share these with you. These are your handouts. Okay. Now let's go over the reality of what it is to start in this business and be. I gotta share this. Hold on. I'm trying to present. Where is it? There we go. The reality of being a 1099 agent in the beginning. In the beginning, I hate to break it to you guys, but no one's going to want to talk to you unless you're related to them. We are in sales. How gross, right? We're salespeople. That's disgusting. No one's going to want to talk to you. So you will be doing a lot of reaching out to people, and they're not going to want to talk to you. Yes, we have leads, and the leads 100% did put their information on the internet at one point in time. The exclusive leads, they did it within the last day or two. The age leads, they did it within the last 6 months. Can you remember what you did 6 months ago? What internet you was on? What websites you were on? You probably can't. Okay, so the reality of it is most of the time in the beginning, you're going to be leaving voicemails. I just want to paint a realistic picture. Will you make your way up to 3 clients a week? Yes, you will. If you keep going, there's no other outcome, right? If you keep working at something, you 100% will achieve what you want. You have to believe that. You have to believe that. You have to speak that to yourself every morning. You have to believe that. Okay, I know it's easy to get negative. No one wants to talk to me. I'm not good at sales. These products suck. I suck. Life sucks. My bed sucks. It's so easy to get into all of that. Okay, but you have to believe in yourself. God made you for a purpose. And if your purpose is helping other people and building residual income for your client, you have to believe that. Okay, so what I'm about to show you is really boring. It's really boring, but it is going to be your life for like the next 6 months. Okay, for the next 6 months, you're going to be a voicemail machine. That's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be leaving voicemails about 400 to 600 a day. That's disgusting. Don't say that again. It is true though. 400 to 600 a day is full time. How many of you guys have ever worked full time for anyone else? Probably all of you. If you can work 8 hours a day for your old boss, can you work 8 hours a day for yourself? Please say yes. If you're not saying yes, you're not going to make a million in 5 years. Hey, and if you want 30,000 a year, I'm not here to stand in the way of that. You can do that. But what I'm preaching on is full time, hitting a million within 5 years, making 6 figures your first year. This is how you do it. This is how I did it. This is how every single person on my team that now makes 7 figures a year, this is how they did it. I get asked all the time, is there a better way? Can I post on Facebook? Can I run ads? Can I door knock? Can I join business meetings? Can I do BNI? Can I da-da-da? Can I go to baseball games and showcase my card, my flyer? Yes, you can do all of those things, but it's not to replace this. This is the secret sauce. I get asked all the time, how am I number 1 at HST? How am I number 1 for years and years and years? How am I making these big bonuses? How do I have 7 figures? How do I do it? It is this, it all rooted from this. All of it, I promise you. I did this 10 years ago and it still works today. Is it annoying? Yes. Is it fun? No. Did I hate life? Yes, I did. I'm telling you, I did, but I had faith in myself and I knew that if I could just get through it for 6 months, if I could change my life for 6 months, put my head down, rearrange my schedule. If you want to start something new, you have to get rid of something old. Whatever you fill your days with now, you have to fill your days with this. Okay? You guys are trying something new. You're building a business. You want a new life. This is what you have to do. And Here's a couple key factors, bullet points I want you to write down. 50 per hour is the pace you want to get up to. That's one a minute. One voicemail a minute, and taking 10 minutes at the end of that hour to stretch, fill up your coffee, go to the bathroom, go on the floor. I used to do yoga poses in those 10 minutes, right? And I split up my day. I did 5 hours in the morning from 9 to 2, and I did 6 hours at night. Did I hate my life? Yes, I did. I got 6 hours of sleep, but what I wanted was far greater than my discomfort. Was far greater. I wanted a better life for my kids. I wanted to not have to worry about money. I wanted to be able to buy my kids anything I want. I was so tired of being poor. I was poor my entire childhood. I was poor my entire adult life. I struggled financially. I was so much in debt. I had $60,000 of student loan debt that I accumulated by getting my bachelor's degree because I thought that was it. That was going to be the end to my lifelong poverty, and it wasn't. It just stressed me out more. So when I'm about to tell you this is the secret, this is it. Okay, so buckle in. It's not fun. It's kind of miserable, honestly. But if you're ready for a change in your life, this is what you have to do. Okay, you're going to leave voicemails. You're going to leave voicemails all day. Now, do most of them call you back? No, they don't. But some of them do. Some of them do, and they become your clients, and they start referring people. And then the next week, and the next week, and the next week, and the next week, and more people start to call you back, and more people start to refer you. So that is how you eventually stop dialing. I haven't dialed since 2018. I don't have to. You guys really, if you remember my story, I started in January of 2017. That's when the light bulb turned on. The other 5 months, I don't count those because I sucked. I sold one dental in 5 months. Okay. When I started working and I changed my mindset and I started doing 400 to 600 a day, it was January 1st of 2017. I haven't dialed since the summer of 2018. I don't have to anymore. I have thousands of clients. Thousands of clients. I never ran ads. I didn't buy leads. I didn't have the money. Everything I built off the HST age leads that you guys have access to. So this is how you do it. Oh, by the way, I think some new agents kind of sometimes think, and that's okay, it's normal, that you call a lead one time. I used to think that too. And then when I heard we call them 12 times, oh my God, that gave me anxiety. But you don't call them 12 times in a day. You call them 12 times over like 14 days. Okay? Will you get cussed out? Yeah, you will. They forget. They forget they put the angry in. Did it hurt my feelings? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. It kind of did. The worst thing someone said to me, his name was Mickey, and I remember it because I was like, that is not like Mickey Mouse. All Mickey Mouse would never say anything like that to me. But it was a guy named Mickey, and he told me to S-U-C-K his D-I-C-K and called me a C-U-N-T. That shook me a little bit. I was like, dang, that's so disrespectful. And then I had to take a little break, and I was like, that's okay. What I want is far greater than my discomfort. Okay, so let's go over this. A lot of it is tonality. Hey, Dan, it's Jesse calling here from Inspired Insurance Solutions, Healthcare Solutions Team. Antonio Demcheski, Insurance Solutions, LLC, whatever it is that you guys want to say, here, this is where you put it. Inspired Insurance Solutions is my LLC. I don't care if you guys say that you're from Inspired Insurance Solutions, but eventually you'll want to have your own LLC and you'll say that name. Okay? Hey, Dan, it's Jesse calling here from Healthcare Solutions. I was calling because that inquiry that you put in online for your health insurance, I'm going to see if you got that taken care of. A little bit about me. I specialize in helping families find the best plan for their needs and budget. I have access to over 300 carriers nationwide. Give me a call back. My number is 123-123-1234. If I don't hear from you today, I'll give you a call tomorrow. It says action number 3, voicemail number 3. It's because in the CRM, action number 2 is just a text, but it does it for you. So I left that out. Hey, Dan, it's Jessie again. I'm just reaching out about that inquiry that you had put in. I called you a couple days ago. I'm just following up with you. Just a reminder, I have access to over 300 carriers nationwide. I specialize in helping my clients find plans that fit their needs and budget. Call me back. My number is 123-123-1234. If I don't hear from you today, I'll give you a call tomorrow. Hey Dan, it's Jesse again, just reaching out about that inquiry. I want to make sure that you're taken care of. My direct line is 123-123-1234. Just a reminder, I'm calling you about your health insurance, seeing if you got that taken care of. A reminder, some of this is repetitive because it was voice to text. A reminder, I specialize in helping clients find the best plans out there. We shop over 300 carriers nationwide to find the right plan for you. Give me a call back. Talk soon. Bye. Hey Dan, it's Jesse again. I'm just touching base about that inquiry. I want to make sure that you were taken care of. I don't want to be annoying, but I just want to get in touch. Give me a call back. 123-123-1234. Talk to you soon. Bye. Hey Dan, you guessed it. It's Jesse again. I'm just calling about that health insurance inquiry. Want to make sure that you were taken care of in the right way. Just a reminder, I have over 300 carriers to help you. I specialize in helping my clients find the best plans out there, and I literally let you build a plan exactly what you're looking for. Give me a call back. 123-123-1234. Hey Dan, it's Jesse again, and I still haven't heard from you. I'm starting to feel like maybe you've gotten this taken care of, or maybe you don't want to talk to me. I don't know. I don't want to jump the gun though and stop calling you. So here's my number, 123-123-1234. I'm calling you again about health insurance. I want to make sure you and your family are taken care of. Call me back. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Hey Dan, you guessed it, it's Jesse from Healthcare Solutions. I'm starting to feel like maybe I'm becoming a little annoying. I promise you that is not my intention. Your file's just on my desk and I don't give up. So I want to make sure that you get taken care of before I put it away and I don't call you. Give me a call either way. Let me know if you're interested or if you've already found it. Or if you want to go shopping, it'd really only take me about 10 minutes to put a quote together for you. My number is 123-123-1234. Talk to you soon. Bye. Hey Dan, it's Jesse. Listen, I've called you a bunch of times over the last 2 weeks and I don't want to keep annoying you. I do have your file here on my desk. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and close your file. If you ever change your mind, please don't hesitate to reach out to me whatsoever. I'm here to help year round, help you find the best quotes possible for health, life, Medicare, whatever it is that you need. But again, I don't want to be annoying. I just want to make sure that you were taken care of. If you have any questions or if you change your mind, call me back. 123-123-1234. Thank you and have a great year. And that is the cycle of the calls. In between this, the CRM is texting. They are emailing the client as well. You can go in there and customize the text and the emails to sound more like you as well. But this is it. This is exactly pretty much what you're doing for the rest of it. Now, here's that cheat sheet you guys have been asking for. I love the antsiness, okay? This is pretty much ideal client is healthy and not much or no subsidy. That's what you sell the private side, the left-hand side, top left, LifeX, Enroll Prime, Iron Health, Allstate Riders, and life insurance. The other category is not health or not much or no subsidy. They're not healthy. Depends on what it is. For example, LifeX takes diabetes type 1, or sorry, scratch, type 2. It does not consider diabetes type 2 unhealthy, but Allstate short-term does consider it unhealthy, right? And you will learn all of this through going through fake applications, putting your name in, going to the end and seeing what's out there, okay? But depends on what it is. Always keep that LifeX, I'll go over it right here. These are the LifeX knockout questions. I'd say print these up and keep this because if they can't pass this, they need ACA, okay? If outside of open enrollment, then OneShare, Enroll Prime, some GI plan, Allstate GI, Dental Vision, and then the MU Life Express, Mutual of Omaha Life Express is a guarantee issue life insurance. Healthy and a subsidy. They're healthy, but they get a discount from ACA. So ACA, if it's open enrollment, LifeX if it makes more sense. So sometimes you'll see someone only gets $20 off of an ACA plan. So instead of $500, they're paying $480. You might as well get them a private plan for like $289, right? So just because they get a subsidy doesn't automatically mean ACA. LifeX if it makes more sense, Enroll Prime, or a MEC plan, standalone MEC plan, Allstate Riders, UH1 plans if it fits their budget, Life Insurance America, Mutual of Omaha. And then my least favorite client, I will still help them, is not healthy and a subsidy. Just because going through ACA is just not my favorite thing. I've done it. I told you I've done it. I do it every year for and typically if they get a subsidy, they can't afford supplements. That's my least favorite client, but I won't turn them down. I'll still help them. Alrighty. Next up is this call log. This call log is just a visual representation of keeping track of your calls. I used to print these out, I'd laminate them, and I'd work with like 6, and I got dry erase markers, and I'd write on them DNC, Q for quote, VMD. If I got a quote out, they went in my journal. I was born in the 80s, so I'm not digital yet. Call me old, but I had a little journal, and I would write in there and write my quotes. And if I quoted them and I spent time with them, you better believe they're hearing from me again. Okay? So that's how I built up my quotes. I'd shoot for 1 Q a day. Sometimes I didn't get that. It's just leaving voicemails, right? Some days I'd spread it all out and I'd have 6 Qs on the paper. I was like, dang, today was a good day. Qs eventually turn into S's, which are sales. Okay? You're shooting for the Qs, but on some days you'll get nothing. You'll just have lots of VMs and lots of Ds. That's okay. These are quick links. So this is links for you guys if you haven't contracted yet and you're not done with contracting. These are links for you to practice quoting. Now, I will tell you, these are my quoting portals. And I always make a joke here. Let me look at everyone's face as I say it. A lot of people have their camera turned off. All right, well, if you guys quote on this page and you end up selling something, I'm going to show you my commission check that I got from you because these are my portals. Okay, you guys will get, Chris, yeah, you guys will get your own portals. Please Google bookmark your portals with your password. These are just for you to play around with until you finish contracting. Okay, but if you write under them, you end up selling something, I'll go have lunch. I'll take a picture of it and I'll send it to you and I'll say thank you. But please don't write under these. These are the underwriting questions we already went over earlier today. Print them out and hang them up. So that way you know if you're talking to someone, you know where it's at. Right now, I am going to share Slack. Let me delete this and we're going to do it again. QR code. Here we go. So scan that. We do not move on. I mean, unless you take 20 minutes, we're moving on. But I'm going to pause here for about 2 to 3 minutes as you guys scan this and join our Slack channel. Let's see who we have in here. Daniel, the first one. Awesome. So once you join, guys, please say hello to the team. These are going to be your peers that help you late at night, that answer your questions. Let's all say hi to them.
question.
Sure.
There's just one Slack group, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think
It's
I'm in that
called
one.
hashtag general. To make sure you're in the right one, can you please post something?
Yes, let me go check.
All right, Chris is in. Heck yeah, let's go. Awesome, Antonio. Hello, Daniel. Awesome. We got Letitia saying hello. Awesome. Henry saying greetings. Yes. Rocio, let's go. Awesome. Am I missing anyone? Are we still waiting on anyone to get in? Zeramar. Awesome. Let's go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 from here. How many are we in the new agent training? Who am I missing? Carlton, are you in there?
Yes, my name comes up as Lee.
Lee, can you please post something so I can make sure you're in the right room? Can you say hello? And I think that's it. I think everyone else is in here. That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I sent one. I said hello also.
You said hello? Okay, I don't see it. That's the only thing I'm worried about is I don't see you saying hello. So I don't know if you just joined general Slack or if you joined my room.
It says Inspired Insurance.
Okay, and I mean, okay. If you post and no one answers, you're in the wrong room. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not seeing it. So, let me try to tag you. Lee Lewis?
Yes.
Okay, do you see where I just tagged you in the main room?
Yes.
Okay, can you respond to that and just say hello? Awesome, you guys are amazing. Let's keep
Thank you.
going. I don't want to leave anyone behind, so let's keep going. So next up is Teamico. Teamico is our virtual office. Teamico is $8 a month. If you join it, great. If you don't, great. I'm not making money off of Teamico. Hey, this is for you guys to work together and have a virtual office with somebody. It's being weird. Let me just go to the website. Oh, that's not even what I wanted. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Okay, so this is where you're going to see agents live dialing together. Being a live dialer does not mean that you're an expert in any means. You're just letting people listen to you, maybe letting them you mess up in front of them, sharing your screen. The person who live dials the most, it's a minimum of 20 hours. You have to let us know you're going in there by posting in Slack, and we keep track of it. But the person who dials the most gets a free state. So it is very important that you do that. Invite teammates. So this is going to be the link for that. I'm going to post it in Slack. Here we go. That's how you sign up for Teamico. Teamico is $8 a month, like I said, or I think they give you a discount if you pay for the year, $72 minus some percentage, but that is how you do that. Next up, now we're just going to real quick and then we're done. We're going to quote real quick and then we're done. So let's go ahead and go to Allstate. I'm going to log into that. I'm going to log into Health Sherpa, which is Obamacare. And because we talked about LifeX, we have lots of carriers, but because we talked about it, I'm going to log into LifeX. So Health Sherpa, Obamacare makes you do a 27-step authorization progress thing. You guys heard of two-factor authentication? Obamacare said no. We got to do better than that. 27 steps. Second, as I do this, all right, so let's go here. Oh, I gotta log into this. Hold on. Three eight six zero two two. All right, so we're going to do one quote and we're going to have two different scenarios with the same person. So we're going to say the effective date is 06/01/2026, zip code is 32714, date of birth is 10/14/1990, and a male. Okay, I'm going to leave that there. Going to come over here, do the same thing, 32714. We're going to say in this scenario, he makes 100, no, let's just say 70,000. We're going to say he's losing health coverage, or also you got to have a QLE right now. Okay, so those are up, and then let's go to LifeX and pull up a VL plan. That's what I taught you guys today. Here we go. We're going to do the 750 because that's what I taught you guys today. So we're going to say he is 35. Okay, so we have 370 for LifeX. We have 486 from Obamacare, but nothing is covered. So let's scroll down to the very first one that has copays, which is, let me make it bigger, which is right here. So we're at $512 a month for Obamacare for an HMO, and LifeX is 370. Now let's look for doctors. He has a very specific doctor. Let's go over here, click there. I know I'm going quick, but you guys can re-watch this training. Does it not let you type in their name anymore? No, so strange. Okay, we'll go back, it's fine. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, starting all over. And we're gonna say family practice, da 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 da, and come over here and we're gonna look for a doctor right here. Add doctor or hospital. Alonzo. Lose Alonzo right here. So it'll be in green if it's in network. So you'll see that they're in network with Oscar. So this is a good choice for this guy, 512. Now let's go over here to Allstate and cover the max out of pocket. So the max out of pocket on this plan is 10,000. So we're going to come over here to Allstate, go to accident fixed benefit, non-smoker, and we're going to find the plan enhancer 10,000, which is right here. Look, $8.12. That's crazy. Add, and we're going to do where it does cancer, heart attack, stroke, sickness, and hospital. We're going to add, we're at $22.68 a month. Okay. Now, what else could I add to this plan to make it good? More whole. Do you guys remember?
Dental and vision. Dental and vision.
Dental and vision. Heck yeah. So let's just go with the copay plan. Say he doesn't care. He has healthy teeth, right? We're going to add that. We're going to add a vision. Okay. We can also do a cancer, heart attack, stroke. Remember? Let's go there. Let's do 75,000. He's young, $27 a month. That's great. All right. So now we are at 110 for the supplements, and on Obamacare, either 512 or on LifeX 370. Now, what this matters, it matters if he can pass underwriting, and it matters if he has any major pre-existing conditions. So let's just say this guy's perfectly healthy. Which direction would you guys go? Would you go ACA or would you go private, LifeX?
Private.
There you go. Now let's just say the 370 is too much for him, right? Do you guys remember what to do? Well, 370 plus the 110. So we're plus 110 of this. So we're at 480. Let's say 480 is too expensive. Do you guys remember what to do?
Take off a benefit.
But instead, first, before we start diminishing the product, let's try to raise the deductible. Okay. So let's go back to the main page. We were at 750. Let's go ahead and quote $1,500 deductible. That would save, he's 35. That would save, it'd be instead of 370, 318. So we're at $52 saved. So I would present this and I'd say, okay, well, if I change your deductible from 750 to 1,500, everything else remains the same. That goes down $52. So now it was 480 before. Now it's
428.
428. Is that better? No, that's still too expensive. Okay, fine. Well, then let's go ahead and what if I, instead of $75,000 in cancer, heart attack, stroke coverage, let's instead go down to $30,000, and that saves you another $13. So now you're at, let me get my calculator.
415.
There you go. Now you're at 415. How's that? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go ahead and take off your plan enhancer. You don't need 10,000 of coverage anyways with LifeX. The max out of pocket is only 1,500. So I didn't catch that. Sorry. So let's go ahead and go to accident. Instead, let's do this one, 2,500. All right. So if I reduce your rider down from 10,000 to 2,500, now your total is, what was LifeX? LifeX is 318. Now your total is 400. Is that better? Yes, no, maybe so. Okay, fine. Did you want to go ahead and remove the dental vision? Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. No, how about they say, no, I just want dental, no vision. Yeah, no problem. Let me go ahead and take that off of there. Let's go back to the dental and just add dental and say, I don't want any riders. Yeah, no worries. That actually saves you about another $23. So now you're at, you're at 385. Is that better? Boom, sold. Let's go. Okay. So then you click apply, you fill this out, and on LifeX, you click enroll. And you fill out both applications at the same time. Okay. Now I'm going to give you one more scenario. Let's say this guy, instead of 70,000, he makes 30,000. Look at that. Those same plans are now free. I wouldn't touch this even if it was free. So let's go ahead and do one that has, here we go, $4.37 a month. We can't compete with that, but we can enhance it. So I'd come over here, I'd find the out-of-pocket max, go back to Allstate, start from scratch. Let's go to the accident and find the 10,200. Well, six. Yeah, 10,600 right here. Add. So I'd say, as I'm building this, I say, I think you're really going to like what I found for you. It works really well with your income, and it's going to give you so much. You're going to have one of the most robust plans out there on the market. What I found for you is an Oscar plan. It has $40 copays to go to the doctor, $100 copays to go to the specialist, and oh, sorry, I'm not looking at Oscar. Oh, okay. You don't want to sell this one. My bad. Hold on. Let's scroll down to Oscar. Here we go. $11.10. This is definitely Lord's work. AmeriHealth doesn't pay. This one doesn't pay. Only Oscar is one of the major ones that pay. So hold on. I'd like to get something for my hard work, right? So you're really going to like this one. It has $70. Well, this one's better. Let's go up a little bit. You're going to really like this one. It has $50 doctor copays, $100 specialist. It does have a $10,000 max out of pocket, but what I've done is I've included a rider that would cover that max out of pocket in case you ever end up in the hospital due to accident, sickness, or critical illness. I've also included a dental vision plan for you as well, and a cancer, heart attack, stroke plan that would pay out $30,000 should you ever be diagnosed with cancer. The total for this bundle is $111.34. How does that sound? Again, same thing. If it's too expensive, yeah, no worries. Well, what about dental vision? Did you want to maybe get rid of the vision? Sure. Let me go ahead and tell you what that would look like. If we do the dental with no vision, you're getting a 15% discount because you have other products in your cart. So that would be $80 on your riders and $23 on your health insurance. So now we're at $103. Is that better? Still too expensive? Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Did you want me to take away the dental then? I could take away the deductible coverage, but that would be leaving with you with a lot of vulnerability. I say if you want to trim down anything, let's take away the dental. So if you like that instead, you're now at $58. Is that better? And that's all there is to it, guys. It's not that complicated. I know in the beginning when you're kind of looking and you're seeing all of this and you are, it's a lot to take in. It's your first day. I promise you, you are going to learn the ropes. You're going to learn how to quote. You got to just immerse yourself. You got to immerse yourself. But with that being said, guys, we're done. What questions do you guys have? Do you guys want to make a pact with each other? What's your app count goal for your first month? What's your income for the first year? Does anyone feel like sharing any of that?
Real quick, Jesse, just a question. For the supplemental, can they apply to 65 and older?
Not on those supplementals, but if you look at the top right here, let me show. Hopefully I still have Allstate open. At the top right here, it says quote senior. So you can do senior stuff. Yeah, you have to, right now it says 35, but if I change the date of birth to like 1950, it'll change the product portfolio. So yes, you can quote senior. What else? Who's excited?
Let's go.
Okay, awesome.
I have
Does
a
anyone
question.
want
I'm
to
in the
share?
car. I couldn't raise my hand. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
it's okay.
I think when I first initially signed up, I put part-time,
hmm
but I do plan to be full-time, and where do I need to update that? So, or what do I need to do?
You would
Anything?
just let Jorian know that you're looking for a mentor and that you will be full-time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I'm excited. I had someone asked me on my lunch break did I sell dental and vision insurance. That's why I had that. So
Yeah,
that's why
you
I had that
do.
question. I think no, it was not on my lunch break. It was when we took our break this morning.
Hmm.
And so I'm gonna try to get in there and do a quote um this afternoon when I get out of this school pickup line.
School pickup line. Yeah, I don't miss those
Yep.
days at all. I'm so glad my kids
Ah,
are grown. Um,
well, I got a grown one too, but I started over. So
oh
I am
no. Yep.
fun times.
Henry says 100 apps by the end of June. Hell yeah, Henry, let's go. Let's go. That's how you do it. 100 apps by the end of June. That's okay. That's 50 a month. Honestly, that's not that bad. I mean, it's doable. Rocio, yes, go ahead.
Question first. So you said we're gonna have access to this training, right?
Yeah. It's
Oh, okay.
all and all trainings are uploaded to the CRM. Did Michelle go over with you the Be Inspired CRM for $35 a month?
Yes, she did. Yeah.
Okay.
It
So,
was just one slide that I wanted to see, but if it gets reposted, that's cool then.
yeah.
Um, and then I did want to also make a comment. So I'm a fairly new agent. I really only started selling, what was it, like last August,
Okay.
August, December, but I was selling just supplemental with just one carrier, and it was only offered in group settings.
Hmm.
And if I did well in that, I'm like this, oh hell yeah, I can kill it, because this is even easier, because on an individual basis is even better,
Yeah.
because that was literally like only if the whole company said, yeah, you can come in and sell your supplemental, and it was only supplemental.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, it was killing me when people were like, well, do you have health? I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah.
no.
Now you do.
Yeah, so, but yeah, I'm excited. Thank you.
Awesome. Courtney, yes, ma'am.
Hey, sorry, I'm driving and I turned my camera on to see you.
It's okay.
This this question kind of goes back to when you were going over the quotes and you were showing like what you make like year one, like those illustrations. Um, was that for like it was an individual, three people individual one week, and then it was a family of three the other week? Was that just from those weeks? You know what I'm trying to say? Like your
So
illustration
the amount at
first.
the end was an average of some being individual and some being family. It was the actual average of those two combined divided by two. So that the slides that I showed you were possibilities of if you did 3 clients a week and they were mixed between individual or family.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know if it was just from like the three individuals that week and then the three family members that other week, and that's just from
It's
those
50,
2 weeks alone.
no, it's for 52 weeks of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was like, that's not, I was trying to do the math in my head and I was like, so you're trying to say that repeat that every single week for both of us.
Hmm.
Okay. That's what I thought, but I was just
Yeah.
sure I wasn't crazy.
Awesome. Any other questions, guys? Any other challenges? So Chris says he wants to earn an additional 150K in the next year. Heck yeah, let's go. Let's go. Well, so let me give you, I missed one thing. Hold on. This is how you guys, so we post all trainings in Slack, but we also have this calendar right here. So the blue is Zoom. Oh, I should, give me 1 second. There's also on Thursdays at 1 o'clock, there is life insurance training. Oh my gosh, can I type? So life insurance training at 1 o'clock. The link will be posted in Slack. But the blue is champion check-in. We have team product training Tuesdays at 11. We have coffee and crew Fridays at 1, and then we have life insurance training Fridays at 1. Sorry, Thursdays at 1 o'clock. I was trying to change the color and I can't do two things at once. The link for our Zoom is always going to be this meeting ID. So any of the blue meetings, you will log in using that same meeting ID. every single time. And then this is just the Inspired calendar. You guys will learn to have access to the HST training calendar to see what we have there, and then the Compass training calendar for trainings on LifeX and Enroll Prime. So there's not going to be any lack of trainings. You guys are going to have tons of opportunities to train, but keep in mind, you're not going to make any money by just training. You got to get on the phones and make mistakes. Okay, it's going to happen. Courtney, did you have another question? No. Okay.
I have
Awesome.
a brief question.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead.
When you're leaving the voicemails, do you only dial them once, or do you dial them a couple times before you leave a voicemail?
So for me personally, I didn't like double or triple dialing. I thought it was like a nuisance. So
Okay.
I just called once and left a voicemail. But I have agents that double and triple dial and they report success. So that's up to you.
Do you have agents that successfully use a dialer, or they just most of them do it by manually?
There is no dialer.
Okay.
Wah wah. So sad. It's illegal.
What's that?
I said it's illegal. We
It
don't
is?
have, yeah, yeah, to
Oh,
have. I know we get those calls all the time, but if you know they're from spoof numbers, if you're ever able to report it, they would face major fines.
when you say spoof numbers, I don't use a dialer. I was just curious.
No, I was saying if you ever get a telemarketing call and it's from a
Mm,
dialer, which I'm sure you do because
mm.
I get like hundreds a day, if
Yeah,
you were
right.
ever able to track down who was doing it, you could report them and they could get in trouble.
Oh,
Um,
interesting.
yeah. So no, we don't use a dialer. We do it all. This is my dialer right here. That's my dialer, just like this. Yep. Chris, yes.
That new fella, that's one of your top agents right now. I can't pronounce his last name, but first name I think is Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Can you share a little bit about his background real quick, where he's come from and maybe how long he's been on the team here?
Yeah, sure. He's done solar sales. So he did door-to-door door knocking for a really long time. When he found out that we sit in the AC all day and just dial from home, he just thought it was a dream come true. So he's in solar sales. He said that he had guns pulled on him, spit on, coffee thrown in his face. He said this was just a quiet solace. He could sit in the AC and just dial. So he has a lot of personality. He's super cool. If you look in the Be Inspired CRM training, I will talk and log in at the same time. But if you look in the Be Inspired CRM training, he did a training on how he does it and what he says. And like if you just ever get to talk to him, he's just a really down to earth, just super cool guy, honestly. And I can see why he does well. He's very charismatic. His script is like, "Hey, you put in for insurance. Do you need it?" That's his script, and it somehow works. I'm waiting on these to load, and then once they load, I'll show you which training he did. But yeah, here he is, right here. Rockstar Agent Interview featuring Michael Ikahihifu. And he tells you how he does it. Guess what his secret is?
Working, making the
Dialing.
dials.
Dialing. That's his secret. So that's it. That's all he does. He dials and he talks to people. He has a great personality, and I'm sure that plays a role in it too. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Jesse.
You're welcome. Carlton asked me in DMs, can we use AI to assist in this business? You can do whatever you want. It's your business. Yeah. Milo made a really good flyer the other day using AI.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can use that. You can do all that. You can help AI help you with scripts. AI wasn't around whenever I was an agent, so I didn't have all that. But oh, thank you, Rocio. Yeah, one thing too. I do recommend you guys getting my book. I'm not trying to sell it. I don't care if you do or don't. But it is very, very helpful. You know, it's an easy read. You can read it in a couple hours. It's not long, 2 to 3 hours. It just really helps you kind of get in the mindset. And then the mindset workbook helps you align your goals for the next couple months and like walks you through what you have to do to change your mindset in order to get ready to dial. So I do recommend getting that, but if you don't, that's fine. Henry says, are you able to share the starting percentage for life insurance? Americo starts at 110. We have other carriers that start at 80. It's not across the board. It's not a one size fits all type of thing. All right, guys. Well, guess what I get to do? I get to drive 7 hours now back home to Georgia. So I'm excited for that. I'll see you guys tomorrow at Champion Check-in. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Have a good
You're
night.
welcome.
Be safe.
All
Thank you
right,
very
bye.
much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Welcome to
everybody.
the
Bye-bye.
team.
Thanks.